Chapter 1331. The system remained silent. It actually wanted to tell the host that it was better to tell Zhou Bingzhu the truth. Zhou Bingzhu was obviously deeply in love with the host. Only the host was still deceiving herself that Zhou Bingzhu could live well after she left. But the system felt that it was unfair to Zhou Bingzhu to keep it a secret. The system felt that the host was trapped in her feelings and was bewildered. It silently watched its host pick up the bowl of porridge and drink it one mouthful at a time. Inexplicably, the system felt that its host was very pitiful. It thought that as a bystander, it should do something. Zhou Bingzhu was so crazy now. If he was pushed too hard, who knew what he would do? Since that morning, Zhou Bingzhu had not come for 3 days. During this time, Gu Xingyin tried to go out and found that the house was heavily guarded. Gu Xingyin estimated that with her current strength, the possibility of her escaping was 0. However, she had no intention of escaping. She asked tentatively. There were many unfinished blueprints in the place where she used to live. Were those things still there? Miss Zhang's matter was very important. This was the second young master's order. These people did not dare to hide it and reported it to Zhou Bingzhu. Zhou Bingzhu had seen those blueprints before. There were some densely packed formulas and some strange drawings on them. He did not understand it. The people he found also did not know what it was. When he heard that Jiang Lan asked about it, he did not say much and asked someone to send it to her. Gu Xingyin breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she began to focus on the blueprints, Zhou Bingzhu saw a woman. This woman was Yan Zi. Yan Zi did not stand on ceremony and said directly, "Is Jiang Lan here with you?" Zhou Bingzhu did not say anything. Yan Zi's heart was basically certain of her guess. She said, "You captured her, you imprisoned her?" Zhou Bingzhu said, "If you don't have anything important, I will see you out." Yan Zi was afraid that he would do something irreparable to Gu Xingyin, so she quickly said, "Let me tell you something." Seeing that Zhou Bingzhu was unmoved, Yan Zi continued, "It's about Jiang Lan, about her greatest secret." Zhou Bingzhu finally raised his head. When only the two of them were left, Yan Zi finally opened her mouth, "Do you like Jiang Lan, but she never accepted you?" Zhou Bingzhu said coldly, "If this is all you want to say, then I will doubt the decision I just made." Yan Zi saw that he had the intention of beckoning for people to come in. He sighed and finally began to speak slowly. Gu Xingyin was sitting on the woolen carpet, drawing a blueprint. She was very engrossed. When she finally solved a difficult problem, she looked up and saw Zhou Bingzhu standing in front of her, looking at her with a complicated expression. No one knew how long he had been watching. Gu Xingyin said, "System, why didn't you remind me?" The system replied, "I saw that you were too engrossed. I didn't want to disturb your thoughts." In fact, it was a little guilty. If it was not for its hint, Yan Zi would not have told him the truth so quickly. Fortunately, Gu Xingyin did not care about this. She did not get up. Instead, she looked at Zhou Bingzhu coldly, "What is second young master doing here? Do you want to sleep with me again?" Chapter 1332. Gu Xingyin looked into Zhou Bingzhu's eyes. The man's dark pupils were full of firmness and affection. Gu Xingyin knew that what he said was true. But Zhou Bingzhu. Gu Xingyin looked at him and said, "If I really like you, then I definitely can't tolerate you dying because of me. If I don't like you, then it would be too unjust for you to suffer because of me." Zhou Bingzhu said in a deep voice, "Jiang Lan, don't avoid the question. You just need to answer me. Have you ever liked me?" He gave her so much pressure that Gu Xingyin felt that she could not avoid it. She lowered her eyes, "No, I have never liked you." Then she heard Zhou Bingzhu sigh. She thought it was really over. In the next moment, he fell into a warm and soft embrace once again. "You are a liar, Jiang Lan." Zhou Bingzhu's voice sounded in her ear, "But you can't lie to me." Gu Xingyin looked up and saw Zhou Bingzhu's eyes were full of smiles. He gently kissed her cheek, "Don't worry. Even if it's just to see you more, I will take care of my life." He got up and went out. When he entered the door again, he brought Gu Xingyin a glass of water. "This is the antidote." Gu Xingyin drank the thing in the glass without any doubt. "You can go, Jiang Lan." Gu Xingyin looked at him blankly. Zhou Bingzhu seemed to have changed back to the elegant and gentle young master of a rich family. He looked at her with a smile, "But this time, don't stay too far away from me. Let me watch you and know your news, okay?" Gu Xingyin's eyes suddenly turned red. She held back the sourness at the tip of her nose and nodded, "Okay." With her things, Gu Xingyin was sent back to her house in the afternoon. The house she lived in the capital 2 years ago had been cleaned in advance. It was obvious that someone had been taking care of it in the past 2 years. She didn't know how Zhou Bingzhu did it. Gu Xingyin returned to the capital without permission and disappeared for so many days, but no one said anything. But Yan Zi came to see her once. "I came to apologize. I'm sorry, Jiang Lan. I told others about your matter without permission." Yan Zi was obviously very guilty. But Gu Xingyin didn't blame her. She was obviously driven into a dead end before, thinking that what she did was the best for both of them. Thinking about it carefully, if that was really the case, in the end, it was very likely that the two of them would be covered in wounds. "But I didn't dare to tell you anything again. I don't think I dare to tell you anything again." How smart was Yan Zi? When he heard this, he knew that this matter was over. Actually, she was quite curious about the matter between Jiang and Jiang. In the past 2 years, second young master's reputation was like thunder in the capital. Although he was young, his methods were not immature at all. He even deserved to be called cruel and merciless. She didn't know how the cold Jiang Lan conquered that man. However, Gu Xingyin didn't like to share the matter between her and her lover with others. In the end, Yan Zi could only leave resentfully. Gu Xingyin continued to study her drawings. She was very close to success. But the next day after Gu Xingyin returned home, she heard the news of Zhou Bingzhu's car accident. It was over. Good night, everyone. After you read the article, remember to vote for Gao Lingji. Chapter 1333. At that time, she had just finished an important calculation and turned on the TV to relax. However, the first thing she saw was the news of the second son of the Zhou family's car accident. For a moment, Gu Xingyin felt that the decision she made 2 days ago was a little shaken. Zhou Bingzhu was a lucky person in this world. Logically speaking, an accident like a car accident shouldn't have happened to him. Gu Xingyin knew that it was because of her. He had been too close to her a while ago. She sat on the sofa in a daze and forgot the purpose of turning on the TV. Soon, her phone rang. "I'm fine. Don't worry. Also, don't blame yourself." This man must have sent her a message as soon as he reacted, telling her not to worry too much. In the hospital, Zhou Bingzhu had a cast on one hand and was fiddling with his phone with the other. The car accident wasn't serious. There were 2 people in his car. The secretary was fine, but his left hand was fractured. It wasn't a serious injury. He would be fine after recuperating for more than a month. Second young master. The secretary sitting beside him looked at him and hesitated. "You should rest well now." Zhou Bingzhu's phone rang with a text message notification. Zhou Bingzhu saw the words, "Rest well," on it, and the corners of his lips couldn't help but curl into a smile. When Zhou Bingzhu's injuries were mostly healed, Gu Xingyin finally handed in the blueprint in her hand. There was no doubt that the thing she handed in caused a sensation in the entire special department. After countless experts and masters personally tested it, they finally confirmed the practicality of this magic-absorbing array. Jiang Lan, the leader, who had always been very gentle and kind, showed such a fanatical expression for the first time. He looked at Gu Xingyin as if he was looking at a rare treasure. "You've made a great contribution this time. Wasn't it a great contribution? If this thing could completely solve the influence of the monsters on this world, Jiang Lan could be recorded in a special file." As one of the highest-level people in this country, Zhou Bingzhu naturally knew what Gu Xingyin had done. It was still an anonymous message. "I'm proud of you." This was the tacit contact between the two of them. Gu Xingyin thought for a moment and replied with a smile. On the other side, Zhou Bingzhu smiled gently at the phone. 5 years later. There was no longer any threat of monsters in this world. Those exorcists had also forgotten their previous identities and disappeared into the streets and alleys. Some people started businesses and became famous entrepreneurs. Some people got married and had children, becoming ordinary people in the city. In short, everyone was living the life they wanted. Yan Zi was now a very famous actress. As for Gu Xingyin, she did not follow her previous decision and leave this world after the mana absorption array was completed. She fell in love with traveling around the world. Sometimes, when she reached a place she liked, she would stop and live there for a few months. Every time she went to a place, she would send an address to a number that would never have a name. Occasionally, she would send a photo. She had promised that man that she would stay where he could see her and let him know of her news. It was also good to spend the rest of their lives watching over each other like this. Chapter 1334. Lu Yi was a reporter for the National Daily. Today, she specially put on exquisite makeup and was going to interview a big shot. Speaking of this, even Lu Yi felt that the newspaper was very lucky. Originally, she just wanted to give it a try. She didn't expect that the person would directly agree to the interview request. The second son of the Zhou family, the most powerful family in the capital. This was the name that outsiders would use when talking about Zhou Bingzhu a few years ago. But now, no one would call him that. Mr. Zhou, Minister Zhou. He used his own ability to let others truly recognize his achievements, instead of relying on the Zhou family's halo. The interview was held at Zhou Bingzhu's home. Lu Yi was a little excited. This young Mr. Zhou seemed to have just turned 36 years old, and he was already a real power figure in the country. Such an achievement, even his brother, the eldest son of the Zhou family, did not achieve at this age. Of course, what caught the attention of the young ladies the most was that Mr. Zhou, who was young, held a high position, and had an extremely handsome face, was still single. Welcome. It was the first time Lu Yi saw Mr. Zhou Bingzhu so closely. Because he was at home, he did not wear a suit and tie as he usually did in the news. Instead, he wore a very homely light gray sweater and close-fitting casual pants. This also made him look younger. He did not look like a person in his 30s at all. Lu Yi sighed. The house was also very clean, and there were no traces of a second person living there. It seemed that the rumor that this person had been single all this time was true. The chat with Mr. Zhou Bingzhu was very interesting. This was what Lu Yi thought. At first, she was a little nervous, but later, she completely relaxed. He was not as serious as she imagined. He was even a little humorous and very knowledgeable. Chatting with him was a very enjoyable thing. In just half an hour, Lu Yi felt that she was about to fall under the suit pants of this top bachelor. After asking some more official questions, Lu Yi finally began to ask about some more personal topics, such as personal feelings. We all know that Mr. Zhou does not have a lover for the time being. I wonder what Mr. Zhou's requirements for a future partner are like. Zhou Bingzhu was obviously not surprised by such a question. He smiled and said, I believe that many people have questions about this. In fact, it's not that I don't have a lover. Oh. Lu Yi obviously did not expect that she would be able to dig up such information. Zhou Bingzhu's beautiful black eyes curved. I've loved someone deeply since a long time ago. Counting the days, it's been more than 10 years. I love her very much, so strictly speaking, I'm not single. I don't have any requirements for my future partner, because she is the best in my heart. Lu Yi listened to his words and looked at the undisguised gentleness on his face. Envy flashed in her heart. To be loved by a person like you, your lover must be very happy. Zhou Bingzhu turned to look at her and smiled. No, I think meeting her is the greatest happiness in my life. Lu Yi felt that if her report was published, countless girls would be heartbroken. The next day, Gu Xingyin looked at the eye-catching headline of the national daily and the readers, word by word, smiled. System, I'm so glad right now. Back then, we didn't leave him alone in this world. Chapter 1335. Where there were people, there would be jianghu. In every jianghu, there would be a demon sect. In every demon sect, there would be a sect leader with exceptional martial arts and a sinister reputation. Gu Xingyin had become such a sect leader of the demon sect. At this moment, she was lying on a huge and luxurious bed made entirely of silk. This was a waterside pavilion, and the outside of the pavilion was covered with a layer of fog-like gauze. It fluttered slightly with the breeze, and ordinary people couldn't see the scene inside. After all, as the sect leader of the demon sect, her equipment was different from others. Gu Xingyin, who had just received the system's memory, indicated that it was not easy to be the sect leader of the demon sect. Why? No matter in which story, the demon sect was a cannon fodder existence. And the sect leader of the demon sect did not seem to have a good ending. As for why this sect leader of the demon sect named Wu Yili was the main character, the reason was simple. Since she finished her apprenticeship at the age of 24, she single-handedly challenged the entire Central Plains Wulin. No one was her match. She was clearly so powerful, so why did she feel unsatisfied? Why would Gu Xingyin come here? This Wu Yili was actually bitten by the poisonous ghost unicorn snake when she was fighting for a rare medicinal herb. She was accidentally poisoned and fainted. When she woke up, she forgot about the past. After being poisoned, she was saved by a righteous person. The girl who saved the sect leader of the demon sect was called Mingyu. This was a very vulgar and elegant name. The bright moon shone brightly in the courtyard. There was once a famous wanderer who said, if a girl dared to be called Mingyu, she would definitely be a beauty if she was not an ugly girl. In every jianghu, there would be a beauty called Mingyu. Mingyu was not only a beauty, but also a beauty with a strong background. She was the junior sister of the current Wulin Alliance leader Zhu Yu, the daughter of the Wulin master Chen Zhen. That was why she recognized Wu Yili. Not only did she recognize Wu Yili, she also did something big. She put a gu in Wu Yili, who did not remember anything, and ordered her to massacre her own sect. The blood and screams of the sect members awakened Wu Yili's memories. She used all of her self-control to cut her own throat with the sword in her hand. However, in that battle, the devil's sect was almost completely annihilated. After watching this scene, Gu Xingyin naturally understood why Wu Yili was so upset. To be honest, Gu Xingyin never thought that the so-called righteous path was justice and the devil path was evil. Why was the demon sect called the demon sect? This was because the demonic sect was not native to the Central Plains. They had traveled all the way from the Great Snow Mountain of the Western region. From the very beginning, they had also wanted to get along harmoniously with the Chinese martial arts world, but they could not tolerate them. In the end, the demonic sect settled down in Mount Wudu in the west and rarely stepped into the martial arts world of the Central Plains. 20 years ago, a traitor of the devil cult sneaked into the Central Plains and committed countless murders. In the end, it was the former cult master of the devil cult who chased after him for 1,000 miles before he was able to clean up the sect. However, the demonic sect took the blame for the brutal and indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent. It was also from then on that the demonic sect became an existence that everyone in the martial arts world of the Central Plains despised. Gu Xingyin sneered, "What is the right path? What was the evil path? Is it the right path or the devil path? It does not depend on which sect you are from, but on what you have done." From her point of view, most of the people in the demonic sect were simple-minded people. Compared to the righteous path, they were much better. Chapter 1336. Light music could be heard from outside the waterside pavilion. It was Wu Yeli's servant girl playing the guqin. Gu Xingyin sighed comfortably. Let's not talk about other things, but when it comes to enjoyment, this cult master is very qualified. Reporting to sect leader, the cold pond snow lotus is about to bloom. Does sect leader want to go? A figure rushed in from outside and knelt outside the waterside pavilion where Gu Xingyin was. Cold Pond Snow Lotus. Wasn't that the elixir that Wu Yeli lost in the original plot and was bitten by her companion, the ghost unicorn snake? Gu Xingyin's red lips opened slightly. Of course I want to go. Elderly, go and make preparations. Personally select a few people to go with me. Yes. This Cold Pond Snow Lotus was a good item. Not only was it the main ingredient for refining the highest grade small revitalizing pill, it was also very effective in treating body heat. Gu Xingyin didn't have much use for it, but she knew that Qing Mingyue's father, Qing Zhen, had suffered from qi deviation during cultivation. His body heat was accumulating and he urgently needed this Cold Pond Snow Lotus to relieve his injuries. As a qualified demon sect leader, Gu Xingyin thought, if I don't spoil your plans, who else will I spoil? If she was in a good mood, she would interfere with the righteous martial arts world. This was in line with the demon sect's style. In the middle of a 30 feet square pool, a jade-white lotus flower was in the middle of a budding. This was the Cold Pond Snow Lotus. Only when the Cold Pond Snow Lotus fully bloomed would its medicinal effect be at its strongest. So there were many people by the pond, waiting for this moment to arrive. Zhu Yu was also among this group of people. As the young and promising martial arts alliance leader, most of the people here knew him and were on good terms with him. This time, he was entrusted by Old Master Cheng to obtain this Cold Pond Snow Lotus. Many of the people present knew about this. But in front of benefits, their friendship was nothing. Cold Pond Snow Lotus was something that could only be found by chance. Whether one could obtain it or not depended on one's own ability. Before the Snow Lotus had even bloomed, the crisp sound of a silver bell could be heard coming from afar. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw 4 extremely beautiful white-clothed female servants carrying a very light sedan chair over. Behind the small sedan, there were a few strangely dressed people. They're from the demonic sect. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Wasn't this the rumored devil sect with such extravagance and attire? Most of the people who cried out were hotheads who had not been in Jianghu for long. Most of them were secretly afraid. Those maidservants just now were carrying the palanquin as if it was nothing. They didn't seem to be walking very fast, but in the blink of an eye, they were already in front of him. Just based on her qin gong alone, she was considered to be one of the best in the entire martial arts world. Yet, she was only a servant girl carrying a sedan chair. Not to mention the unfathomable people behind them, just the identity of the person in the palanquin was enough to make them unable to relax. The 4 beauties surrounded the small white muslin sedan. The legendary cult master of the demonic sect seemed to have such extravagance. At the mention of the cult master of the demonic sect, everyone's expression darkened. 1 year ago, she challenged the entire Chinese world of martial artists alone with her sword, and countless old seniors who were highly respected lost to her. Those seniors kept their mouths shut about this matter, so the bystanders had no way of knowing the details. They only knew that the cult master of the demonic sect was a woman. They didn't know anything else. Therefore, other than being afraid, many people were also curious. How did the rumored cult master of the demonic sect look like? Chapter 1337. Zhu Yu was also very curious. A year ago, he was injured and went to the Miracle Physician Valley to recuperate. He missed the grand event of the demon sect leader challenging the martial arts world of the Central Plains. Because of this, the martial arts world people still said that the demon sect leader could be so arrogant because their chief was not around. Otherwise, how could a woman like her be allowed to behave so atrociously? But Zhu Yu did not think so. Because his master, who was once the top martial arts master of the Central Plains, had also been defeated by the demon sect leader. Moreover, his master had told him personally that the demon sect leader was unrivaled in martial arts at a young age. Although he was very confident in his eldest disciple, he did not think that his eldest disciple could defeat her. Zhu Yu heard from his master that he did not seem to hate the demon sect leader like other martial arts people. Instead, he seemed to hold her in high esteem. Hearing his question, his master only smiled and said, "Good and evil do not know how to argue with words. We need to distinguish between good and evil with our eyes and brains. In my eyes, this cult master of the demonic sect is just a young junior who pursues martial arts." His master rarely expressed his admiration for someone, especially someone who had defeated him. Therefore, Zhu was very curious about the demon sect leader. A servant girl pulled open the curtain of the white sand sedan and a figure walked out. Hiss! Gasps could be heard from the crowd. No one expected the demon sect leader, who had defeated many famous martial arts masters of the Central Plains, to be so young and so beautiful. No, using the word beautiful to describe her was not enough. After all, there were so many beautiful women in the world. However, to be able to find someone as beautiful as the demon sect leader in front of them, the crowd could not help but think of the top beauty of the martial arts world, Fairy Mingyu. Those who had seen Fairy Mingyu before could not help but compare the two of them. Then, they realized, compared to the demon sect leader, who was overshadowed just by standing there, Fairy Mingyu paled in comparison. The moment that person appeared, Zhu Yu's eyes were glued to her. It was not because of her beauty. The top beauty of the martial arts world, Qing Mingyu, was Zhu Yu's junior sister. However, Zhu had never treated Qing Mingyu differently because of this. But this person was different. The moment he saw her, Zhu felt that he must have seen her somewhere before. Furthermore, he seemed to be staring at her from afar for a very, very long time. That kind of unwillingness of not being able to have her, of not being able to hold her in his arms, instantly surged from his sealed soul, causing his eyes to turn red. He wanted her. He wanted to hug her, he wanted to kiss her, he wanted to do something even more inappropriate. This isn't right. Zhu Yu suddenly became clear-headed. He recited the clear heart incantation and tried his best to calm himself down. Just now, what was with that sudden surge of emotion? Moreover, what was with that inexplicable sense of familiarity and closeness when he looked at that person? Coincidentally, the cult master of the demonic sect seemed to have noticed his gaze and looked over from afar. Seeing him, she seemed to be surprised for a moment, then slowly revealed a smile to him. Her smile was like the rising sun breaking through the clouds. It was so beautiful that it was threatening. Zhu Yu heard the infatuated sighs of the people around him. For some reason, this made him feel slightly disgusted. Chapter 1338. It was as if they did not expect the other party to be such a young and beautiful lady. The voices of the righteous faction, who wanted to gain the upper hand by a show of strength, became much quieter. Is this the leader of the demonic sect? We were the first to discover the Frost Pond Snow Lotus. First come, first served. Isn't it immoral for the demonic sect to come and take a share of the loot? Gu Xingyin looked at the person who spoke. The system gave her the information in her mind, a deputy leader of a second-rate sect. Even his introduction was only a short line. He was probably cannon fodder. Gu Xingyin looked at him. Her face no longer had the smile she showed to Zhu Yu. She opened her mouth and said, "Immoral. The location of the Frost Pond Snow Lotus is still my demonic sect's territory. All of you came here without my permission. Is this immoral?" That person was instantly speechless. Zhu Yu only felt that this person's voice was cold and crisp. It was even better than the sound of jade colliding. He secretly sighed. There was actually such a perfect person at this time. She actually ignored the two people's argument. The righteous faction saw that the alliance leader was deep in thought and did not intend to speak up for this matter. They thought that he had other considerations. They suppressed their thoughts and waited for Zhu Yu to speak. Gu Xingyin opened her mouth. All of you are from the Jianghu. There are some things that everyone knows. Don't talk about immoral with us at this time. When she said the word, immoral, the ridicule on her face was obvious. Everyone could hear the sneer in her voice. Treasures of heaven and earth belong to those who are capable in the first place. Let's speak with our strength. Talking with words won't solve the problem. This was simply a blatant mockery. Alliance leader, this leader of the demonic sect is really That person wanted to say that she was going too far and asked the alliance leader to make a decision. Unexpectedly, Zhu Yu spoke up. Leader is right. Let's speak with our strength. He cupped his hands at Gu Xingyin from afar. Gu Xingyin looked at him with a gentler expression. You must be alliance leader Zhu Yu. I heard that alliance leader Zhu is the most powerful person in the Central Plains. I will definitely pay you a visit next time. He was indeed a martial arts fanatic. Zhu Yu cupped his hands and said with a smile, I dare not claim to be the number one in the martial arts world of the Central Plains, but if Cult Master comes, Zhu Yu will definitely welcome you with open arms. The people from the Chinese world of martial artists were all dumbfounded. What kind of development was this? Weren't the Central Plains and the Devil Cult mortal enemies? Why did the Alliance head seem to be chatting happily with this sect leader? Could this be the Alliance Master's special strategy? The more they thought about it, the more they felt that this was the case. Little did they know that while the people of the Central Plains were surprised, the people of the demonic cult were even more surprised. That person just now was the cult master. How could he talk to the Chinese martial artists so calmly? Didn't the cult leader hate those people of the martial arts world the most? Also, if they weren't mistaken, the sect leader was smiling just now, right? The sect leader actually smiled. Wait, they were looking at the legendary Wulin Alliance master, Zhu Yu. Yes, his long eyebrows slanted to his temples, his starry eyes were full of spirit, his forehead was full, his lips were red, and his teeth were white. He was indeed a first-class handsome man. Could it be that the sect leader had taken a fancy to this brat's good looks? The elders following behind the sedan carefully thought about it and realized that in the entire devil cult, there was indeed no man who was more handsome than this Wulin Alliance master. They silently felt that they seemed to have found out something incredible. Chapter 1339. Although everyone had their own thoughts, all of them were focused on the cold pond snow lotus. When the bud of the cold pond snow lotus trembled slightly and was about to bloom, they all began to move. There were even those who were confident in their abilities who directly flew up and wanted to pluck the snow lotus into their arms. Gu Xingyin stood quietly by the side without moving. In the original plot, Wu Yili was one of these people who were confident in their abilities. She was also the first one to be poisoned. Sect Master, are we not going? Elderly, who was standing behind her, asked. Gu Xingyin shook her head. Don't be anxious. This cold pond snow lotus is not something that can be obtained so easily. Just as she finished speaking, she heard a series of screams. Around the snow lotus, there was a jet of green liquid spurting out from the cold pond snow lotus. Those martial artists who were in the lead were unable to use their strength in the air and were sprayed all over. Everyone could clearly see that a layer of frost had formed on the bodies of those who had been sprayed with the emerald green liquid. In an instant, they had turned into lifeless ice sculptures. That was the cold poison of the jade-scaled snake. Those who had stronger internal energy could only barely suppress the poison in their bodies and made it to the shore. Looking at their complexions, it was only a matter of time. Gu Xingyin pondered for a moment. Even with Wu Yili's strong internal energy, she was still poisoned by the cold poison of the jade-scaled snake. After barely suppressing the poison in her body, she ended up with a memory disorder and a mental disorder. What more these people? Like Gu Xingyin, there were a few people who did not move. It was just that these people did not understand what was causing trouble in the cold pond snow lotus and looked on in shock. Soon, they knew what it was. A huge jade green head emerged from the cold pond snow lotus. The jade phosphorus snake's head alone was the size of a bowl, and its body was probably as thick as an adult's arm. Its lower body was submerged in the cold pond, so no one could see how long its body was. At this moment, the jade phosphorus snake was sticking out its bright red tongue. Its pair of golden eyes were coldly staring at the uninvited guests on the shore. What the hell is this? Someone from Wulin asked in a trembling voice. Seeing this jade-scaled snake, everyone understood that the culprit behind the emerald green venom was most likely this thing. Such a potent poison, on the spot, there were people who wanted to retreat. Elders, hold the formation for me. Gu Xingyin cast a glance at the martial artist across her and spoke. Knowing that there was nothing they could do to help, the rest of the demonic sect members hurriedly agreed. With a clang, Gu Xingyin unsheathed her sword. She flew up and headed straight for the jade-scaled snake in the pond. The jade-scaled snake did not expect that a human would dare to challenge its dignity. It immediately coiled around the human. Just like that, the human and the snake began to fight. Zhu Yu's heart skipped a beat when he saw this scene. Without another word, he also flew up and joined the battle. Those martial artists are so shameless. Seeing sect master fighting with the snake, they are afraid that they will be the first. The hot-tempered elderly immediately scolded. Obviously, the martial artists also thought that their sect master did not want the demonic sect to be the first. Chapter 1340. Of course, they would find excuses for Zhu Yu. In their hearts, the Alliance Master's actions were very gentlemanly. If he was really a despicable person, wouldn't it be better for him to take advantage of the situation when the demon sect leader and the snake were both injured? No one knew that Zhu Yu was so eager to go forward because he was afraid that Gu Xingyin would be injured by the jade-scaled snake alone. Zhu Yu didn't know why he was so crazy. He only knew that he couldn't let her out of his sight. He couldn't let her get hurt. With Zhu Yu's participation, the pressure on Gu Xingyin was greatly reduced. This jade-scaled snake had lived for many years, but it didn't seem to be defeated by an expert like Wu Yeli. Gu Xingyin didn't intend to take its life. It was a snake that was cultivating peacefully. Suddenly, a group of people came and disturbed it. They even wanted to snatch the thing it was guarding. It didn't make sense. I won't go easy on you, Gu Xingyin said to Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu smiled. I've said it before. We'll rely on our own abilities. If you can get it, it means that it belongs to you. Gu Xingyin was very pleased to hear this. The men in this world were surprisingly tactful. Seeing that Zhu Yu was entangled with the jade-scaled snake, Gu Xingyin suddenly smiled. The Alliance Master is indeed a gentleman. I won't hold back then. She tapped her feet on the water surface. While Zhu Yu was entangled with the jade-scaled snake, she went straight for the blooming cold pond snow lotus. The martial artists who were watching the battle scolded the demon sect leader for taking advantage of the situation. It wasn't a gentleman's action. The demon sect didn't dare to show any weakness. They retorted that their sect leader wasn't a gentleman. The martial artists who were speechless. They had never seen such a shameless person who was so self-righteous. However, when they saw the fairy-like figure in white floating in the cold pond snow lotus, they couldn't help but think that he wasn't a gentleman. Zhu Yu looked at her taking advantage of him, but he was not angry. He just shook his head and smiled helplessly. The jade-scaled snake, on the other hand, ignored Zhu Yu and headed straight for Gu Xingyin when it saw that someone was going to pluck the treasure it had guarded for so many years. Be careful. Zhu Yu was shocked and immediately shouted. Gu Xingyin had just plucked the cold pond snow lotus when she felt a gust of wind blowing by her ear. She only had time to turn her head sideways before something brushed past her hair. Then, she saw the huge head of the jade-scaled snake biting towards her. He couldn't hide anymore. Gu Xingyin pointed the long sword in her hand. She was prepared to pay the price of being bitten by the jade phosphorus snake and teach it a lesson. The sound of sharp teeth biting into flesh was heard, but it was not Gu Xingyin's body. With just one glance, Gu Xingyin's eyes turned red. The sword that was originally aimed at the snake's tail suddenly changed direction and went straight for the jade phosphorus snake's weak spot. Damn it! Gu Xingyin didn't care about the jade phosphorus snake whose head had been chopped off by her sword. She carried Zhu Yu and went ashore. In just a short while, Zhu Yu's lips had turned black. She knew that the jade phosphorus snake was poisonous, but she didn't expect it to be so poisonous. The martial artists on the shore also rushed over. They couldn't see the battle in the cold pond snow lotus clearly and didn't know what had happened. They only saw the demon sect's master carrying someone out. It was their Wulin Alliance master. Chapter 1341. Gu Xingyin half knelt on the ground. Her hands did not stop moving as she used her inner energy to crush the cold pond snow lotus that she had just obtained and fed it to Zhuyu. This was the most precious cold pond snow lotus. Not to mention the people from the demon sect, even the people from the martial arts world felt that this demon sect master was really generous to use such a precious item to save the enemy. Wu Yeli's face already had the advantage. Coupled with her actions, the group of people from the martial arts world instantly felt that the demon sect was not as evil as the rumors said. Gu Xingyin glanced at them and said lightly, "It's not that I'm so kind. It's just that just now, Alliance Master Zhu Yu was injured on my behalf. I don't want to owe anyone a favor." As she spoke, she fed the most precious cold pond snow lotus that she had just obtained into Zhu Yu's mouth. Little did she know that after hearing her words, the people from the martial arts world actually had a better impression of her. She was not willing to claim credit for doing a good deed and knew how to repay kindness. This demon sect master's character was really noble. When Gu Xingyin finished feeding Zhu Yu the medicine and got up, she saw the group of people from the martial arts world looking at her with sparkling eyes. It was as if she was some rare saint in the world. Gu Xingyin was speechless. She was a little frightened by their gazes. She did not know what this group of people was thinking. Zhu Yu's appearance was scary, but Gu Xingyin knew that in this world, the medicine that could restrain the poison of the jade phosphorus snake was the cold pond snow lotus that accompanied it. With this stalk of snow lotus, nothing would happen to Zhu Yu even if he wanted to. She looked around and felt that there was nothing for her to do here. She did not say anything else and left with the disciples of the demon sect behind her. The group of people from the martial arts world looked at the Alliance Master who was lying on the ground and had not regained consciousness. They then looked at their fellow martial arts compatriots who had died from the poison of the jade phosphorus snake. They were at a loss. Why did they come here? The cold pond snow lotus was obtained by the demon sect and ended up in their Alliance Master's stomach. They were still fine, but they had returned empty-handed. Those unlucky fellow Taoists had instead lost their lives for nothing. However, in the martial arts world, life and death were not in the hands of others. They wanted to fight for this treasure, so they could not blame others if they lost their lives. Gu Xingyin sat in the small white muslin sedan. Behind him came Elder Li's somewhat puzzled voice, "Sect Master, this subordinate doesn't understand. Why did you feed all of the cold pond snow lotus to the Wulin Alliance chief?" Elder Li also knew a thing or two about medicine. Back then, he knew that the Wulin Alliance master had profound inner strength. Even if he was poisoned by a snake, at most half a stalk of snow lotus would be enough to detoxify him. It was impossible for the sect leader not to understand this, yet he purposely gave the entire precious treasure to the Wulin Alliance master. Gu Xingyin said faintly, "The cold pond snow lotus is of no use to me." Didn't those people from the martial arts world of the Central Plains want this thing very much? The things that they tried so hard to snatch are just things that can be casually given away in my eyes. I guess their feelings at this moment are very complicated, right? Elder Li pondered for a moment and suddenly felt admiration for his sect master. She could actually think of this move. This slap in the face was really satisfying. Actually, Gu Xingyin still had two reasons that she did not mention. Firstly, Zhu Yu was completely one of her family members. No matter how precious the cold pond snow lotus was, Gu Xingyin did not feel the slightest bit of heartache for feeding it to him. Secondly, Qing Mingyue's father, Qing Zhen, still had not found a suitable treatment for the heat poison in his body. Currently, only the cold pond snow lotus could give it a try. Unfortunately, there was only one stalk of cold pond snow lotus in this world. Now, there was not even one stalk left. Gu Xingyin did not have a good impression of Qing Zhen, who had endlessly indulged his daughter and even covered up for her to commit murder. Now, the only thing in this world that could save him was already gone. Would Qing Zhen be so angry that he would vomit blood after hearing this news? Chapter 1342. The cold pond was not far from Mount Wudu. Gu Xingyin and the rest quickly returned to the devil sect. The next day, when Gu Xingyin was resting in the pavilion, a subordinate came to report that an unknown person had barged into Mount Wudu. That person's martial arts were so powerful that even the experts in the sect could not stop him. He was suspected to be the leader of the martial arts world, Zhu Yu. Gu Xingyin opened her eyes. System. The system immediately knew what she meant. After a while, it replied, yes, the person who barged in is Zhu Yu. Gu Xingyin tapped her chin with her finger and said slowly, go and invite him here. Yes. Soon, someone brought Zhu Yu, who was wearing a blue robe, to her. Gu Xingyin looked at him. His body was focused and his eyes were bright. It was obvious that he was in good condition. The jade phosphorus snake's poison had been removed. Her gaze suddenly froze. Although Zhu Yu's eyes were bright and full of energy, upon closer inspection, there was a hint of confusion in them. This was definitely not the gaze that Zhu Yu, who was always confident in everything, should have. All of you, leave. The music stopped and the servants all left. Only Gu Xingyin and Zhu Yu were left. Zhu Yu only felt that there must be something very attractive in the pavilion in front of him. His heart was pure. Since he wanted it, he did not hesitate to approach it. The layers of curtains were lifted, and Zhu Yu saw the person who was half leaning on the soft couch. Before seeing this person, Zhu Yu had thought countless times about what the person he wanted to see so badly would look like. On seeing this person, the anxious longing in his heart subsided. She should be like this. Gu Xingyin saw this person standing there and looking at her in a daze. She raised her eyebrows and smiled. Leader Zhu, do you have something important to discuss with the devil sect? Leader? Was she talking about him? Zhu Yu frowned. He only knew that when he woke up, he seemed to have forgotten a lot of things. At that time, he was in an inn, and there was a strong desire in his heart to find someone. Thus, he followed his desire and came here. When he saw the woman before him, he felt that the restlessness in his body had completely calmed down. Obviously, this woman was the one he was looking for. Thinking of something, Zhu Yu's face suddenly turned slightly red. Could this woman be the one he liked? Gu Xingyin saw that he didn't react after hearing her words and only stared at her in a daze. Even his ears were red. She was even more certain that something was wrong with this person. She was a little anxious. In a flash, she appeared in front of Zhu Yu and placed her hand on his wrist. The meridian was a vital point. When Zhu Yu sensed that someone was approaching, his body instinctively took precautions. But at that moment, a fragrant wind blew over. Looking at the woman standing in front of him with a worried frown, he quietly relaxed his body and allowed her to take his pulse. This person wouldn't harm him. He was so sure in his heart. He was slightly taller than her, so when he lowered his head, he happened to be able to see her lowered and serious eyes, as well as the exposed snowy skin on her neck. His heart was itching to move. He wanted to hug her. After Gu Xingyin finished taking Zhu Yu's pulse, she did not sense anything wrong. Just as she was about to raise her head to ask him, she was suddenly embraced by a warm embrace. Chapter 1343. Gu Xingyin was astonished. Who was Zhu Yu? He was the leader of the martial arts circle and was widely acknowledged as a gentleman. Why would he do something so abrupt? She raised her head and looked into Zhu Yu's eyes. It was a pair of beautiful eyes. When he looked at her, his eyes were filled with pure joy, like the countless stars shining in the distant night sky. Zhu Yu? Gu Xingyin called out hesitantly. Zhu Yu did not let go of her. He asked doubtfully, is my name Zhu Yu? He wasn't a suspicious person, but he wasn't a fool who would casually reveal his secret either. If it was in front of others, Zhu Yu would definitely not reveal the fact that he could not remember anything. But in front of this person, he would not hide anything. He did not know where his confidence came from, but he was sure that this person would not hurt him. Hearing Zhu Yu's words, Gu Xingyin's doubts were confirmed. It seemed that this was the side effect of the jade phosphorus snake's poison. Even though she had used the antidote to remove the poison in time, he was still inevitably affected. But she did not know how long it would take for him to recover from the symptoms of amnesia. But there were more important things at hand. Gu Xingyin pointed at herself and then at Zhu Yu. Do you know what the relationship between the two of us is? Zhu Yu was obviously very interested in this. He tilted his head and thought for a while. Lovers? Actually, Zhu Yu knew that it was impossible. The person in front of him obviously had a high status in this place. If they were really lovers, they would not have encountered such a big obstacle when they were going up the mountain. But there was a voice in his heart that kept telling him that she was his lover. So, he answered her like this. Hearing this answer, Gu Xingyin snorted and laughed out loud. When she smiled, Zhu Yu, who had been paying attention to her, felt his mood lighten up along with her smile. That cold face was not suitable for her. She should be smiling in his arms all the time. Gu Xingyin raised her head and looked at Zhu Yu. After losing his memory, this man was so straightforward that he was adorable. She said with a smile, then I'll tell you. You're the Wulin Alliance chief of the Wulin world of the Central Plains, while I'm the cult leader of the devil cult that everyone fears. We are not lovers. On the contrary, we are natural enemies. Zhu Yu did not even shift his gaze away from her. He hugged her loosely and couldn't help but lower his head to sniff her hair. His tone was relaxed. I don't remember anything. What you said has nothing to do with me now. All I know is that I'm here now, hugging you, and feeling very happy. Gu Xingyin laughed. Then, without warning, Zhu Yu picked him up. Zhu Yu frowned as he looked at her bare feet. His eyes were filled with disapproval. The ground is cold. No matter how strong you are, you should take care of your body. He easily carried her onto the soft couch and personally wiped the dust off her feet with a snow-white silk handkerchief. After asking carefully, he found a pair of white socks and helped her put them on. Gu Xingyin supported her chin and looked at him. The Wulin Alliance chief personally helped me put on my socks. If this gets out, who knows how many people's jaws will drop. Zhu Yu held her feet gently. I'm not the Wulin Alliance chief. I'm just a man who admires you. Chapter 1344. Gu Xingyin blinked and looked at him. Aren't you afraid that I will find a reason to get rid of you, my biggest enemy, before you regain your memory? Zhu Yu was sitting next to her. He smiled faintly and asked, will you do that? Gu Xingyin pretended to ponder. I need to think about it. Zhu Yu smiled. I think you won't. Seeing Gu Xingyin looking at him, Zhu Yu smiled and said, if you don't have feelings for me, you would have thrown me out the first time I hugged you. He had only lost his memory, not his brain. When he hugged the person in front of him because he could not control his emotions, her shock and stiffness did not escape his eyes. This meant that this was the first time they had been so intimate. But she did not push him away. This realization made Zhu Yu feel very good. Maybe the two of them had feelings for each other, but they did not say it out loud. If that was the case, Zhu Yu was grateful that he had lost his memory. Without his memories, he did not have the slightest awareness of his responsibilities as the chief of the martial arts world. Gu Xingyin looked at his confident expression and felt a little naughty. She deliberately asked, you are the chief of the martial arts world, but you have stayed in the devil cult's territory for so long. Aren't you afraid that someone will hurt your reputation? I know very well how many vile people are hiding in the martial arts world of the Central Plains. Zhu Yu heard this and said lightly, what does it matter? At most, I will not be the chief of the martial arts world. Gu Xingyin loved to see him like this, but she still said, you don't have any memories now, so of course you will say that. Zhu Yu looked at her and said seriously, although I don't remember the past clearly, I can't forget the feelings and judgments in my heart. He reached out and pulled Gu Xingyin's hand to his chest so that she could feel his heartbeat. Here, he's telling me that in my heart, there's nothing that can compare to you. Gu Xingyin was stunned for a moment. After a while, she turned her head away as if she was avoiding something. However, Zhu Yu could clearly see that her ears had secretly turned red. He was secretly amused. She had pretended to be an experienced Taoist when she spoke and acted like she was an experienced Taoist, but when she was serious, she was unexpectedly pure. Zhu Yu didn't want her to feel awkward, so she said, after talking for so long, I still don't know your name. Gu Xingyin calmly turned her head back and once again put on her high and mighty airs as the head of a sect. Then you must remember clearly, this seat's name is Wu Yeli. Zhu Yu nodded seriously. Yili, what a nice name. I will never forget it for the rest of my life. Gu Xingyin glared at him suspiciously. Wasn't there a rumor in the martial arts world of the Central Plains that the Alliance Master Zhu Yu was a man of noble character? Was he sure that the Zhu Yu he was talking about was the same person he saw? What kind of gentleman was this? He was obviously a vagabond who wandered around in a field of flowers. Gu Xingyin only said that because it was necessary. No one knew better than her whether this person was really Zhu Yu or not. Perhaps after losing his memories, his personality was more similar to her lover's. Gu Xingyin's eyes turned and looked at Zhu Yu. She asked her previous question again, then, what is the purpose of Alliance Master Zhu Yu's visit? Chapter 1345. Zhu Yu looked at the person in front of him. He replied, before I met you, I didn't know why I was so insistent on coming here. Now that I've met you, I know why. I'm here for you. Gu Xingyin was very satisfied with this answer. Her glass-like eyes were filled with smiles. She looked straight at Zhu Yu, as if she was hinting at something. You're here for me? What are you here for? Zhu Yu felt as if his mind was about to be lost in that pair of beautiful eyes. He followed his heart's desire and told her his deepest desire, I'm here for you. I want to stay by your side. I want to hug you. I want you to belong to me. If such words were to spread, I'm afraid I would become a demon who bewitches people's hearts. Zhu Yu looked at her smile and said in his heart, aren't you a demon? When I saw you, I felt that there was nothing else important in this world. Gu Xingyin's expression turned serious. She looked at Zhu Yu and asked, do you admire me? Zhu Yu nodded, I admire you. Gu Xingyin stopped keeping him in suspense, what a coincidence. I like you too. Zhu Yu's face lit up. Although he could roughly guess Gu Xingyin's thoughts from her words and actions, when he heard her admit it, he could not help but feel ecstatic. Gu Xingyin looked at him and smiled, Zhu Yu, when I saw you, I wanted to take you into my demon sect and make you the wife of the sect leader. Such words already sounded a little rude. However, Zhu Yu only nodded, that's a good idea. It's a pity that I don't remember the first time I met you. I don't know if I also wanted to take you back and make you the wife of the Martial Arts Alliance leader. He changed the topic and said, however, being the husband of the demon sect's leader doesn't sound too bad. It's not too late now. What do you think, Yili? The conversation between two straightforward people was always so straightforward. If the conversation between the two of them were to spread to the Jianghu, who knew how many jaws would drop in shock? However, judging from their personalities, they were not people who would pay attention to such things. Gu Xingyin was moved by Zhu Yu's words. In her previous life, it had always been her regret that the two of them could not be together. She did not know if Zhu Yu's personality in this life had been affected as well. However, making such a hasty decision was irresponsible to both of them. She looked at Zhu Yu and shook her head, although I really want to announce to the world that you are already my man, this is not good. When you regain your memories, if you still have the same thoughts as you do now, I'm afraid that you'll regret it. How about I promise you a grand wedding ceremony? Zhu Yu nodded with a smile. At that time, it would be better for the wedding to be hosted by someone else. When Elderly hurriedly came back from outside to seek an audience with the hierarch, he saw that all the people who usually served the hierarch were guarding outside the waterside pavilion. He was puzzled. Cult Master isn't here. A maidservant in white replied, Cult Master is entertaining an important guest. Just as Elderly was wondering what kind of important guest it was, he saw their cult master and a young man walking out side by side. Elder Li's eyes narrowed when he saw Zhu Yu. The martial arts alliance leader, who was rumored to have disappeared after being poisoned, appeared in the demon sect. He was even with their cult master. Chapter 1346. Elderly. Gu Xingyin looked at Elderly, who was standing in front of her in a daze. She was a little puzzled. Do you have something to report? Elderly came back to his senses, and only then did he react. Wasn't the matter that he wanted to report by his own sect master's side? However, meeting his sect master's gaze, he still braced himself and said, I received news that the Wuling Alliance's chief had mysteriously disappeared on the way back after being poisoned. Cough, there are rumors saying that the demon sect was the culprit. As he spoke, he glanced at the Wuling Alliance's chief who was standing beside his sect master. He deeply felt that if others saw this person coming out of the demon sect, they would not be able to get away with it. Gu Xingyin glanced at Zhu Yu, who was beside her, and snorted coldly. Let them say whatever they want. What else can those Wuling people do other than gossip? Elderly immediately agreed. Actually, he did not care about those rumors at all. Instead, he wanted to know why the Wuling Alliance's chief would appear in their demon sect. Moreover, the two of them were getting along so well. However, Gu Xingyin obviously did not intend to explain to him. After she finished speaking, she sent him away. Gu Xingyin brought Zhu Yu around the demon sect. Zhu Yu looked around. Everything was neat and orderly. The surrounding buildings were not as sinister and scary as people imagined. There were even many children laughing and playing. It was no different from a normal sect. He was curious and asked, I don't think this place is as scary as the rumors say. Why is it called the demon sect? Moreover, it was fine if outsiders called it the demon sect. But why did the disciples of their sect call themselves the demon sect? Did they not think that it was an insulting term? Speaking of this, Gu Xingyin felt a little helpless. She said, we are not called the demon sect. We were originally called the demon sect. Zhu Yu was speechless. He had never thought that there would be people who would call their sect the demon sect. Was this blatantly telling others that they were not good people? Gu Xingyin brought Zhu Yu to an open space at the top of the mountain and sat down on a rock. Zhu Yu looked at her and imitated her. She found a rock and sat beside her. Gu Xingyin said, the ancestors of our devil cult came from outside the Great Wall. At that time, we were ostracized by the martial arts world of the Central Plains. In a fit of anger, our ancestor chose this deserted place and established a sect. At that time, our ancestors wanted to give our sect a domineering name. In the end, after much deliberation, they settled on the name Demon Sect. The old man thinks that no matter which evil cult it is, it has always been an existence that can make people's expressions change. In the future, we will definitely become existences that will make those in the Chinese world of martial artists fear when they hear our names. At first, Zhu Yu felt that it was quite serious, but towards the end, he couldn't help but laugh. Who would have thought that the demonic sect that struck fear into the hearts of the people of Jianghu would have such an origin? However, he said with a smile, the current devil cult has indeed made the martial arts world of the Central Plains pale at the mention of it. He said this subconsciously. Gu Xingyin did not pay attention to this. She nodded. That's right. In terms of strength, the Chinese world of martial artists. No sect is a match for the demon sect. Zhu Yu nodded when he saw the proud expression on the person beside him. Although he did not know the strength of the martial arts world of the Central Plains and the strength of the demon sect. However, everything Yili said was right. Chapter 1347. That night, Gu Xingyin gathered the core members of the demonic sect and said that she had something important to discuss. Something important to discuss. The elders and guardians of the demonic sect were all very excited when they heard the news. The demonic sect had always been very harmonious. Moreover, they were located near the border, so they basically had nothing to do. As for the ambition to dominate the Central Plains, sorry, the demonic sect members were very lazy and did not have such great ambitions. Therefore, the people of the Central Plains were really thinking too much. They always felt that the demonic sect members were not of their kind and must be up to no good. Little did they know that the demonic sect members also felt that the people of the Central Plains were too scheming. They felt annoyed just looking at them, let alone occupying the Central Plains and dealing with them. From the top to the bottom of the Devil's sect, other than being very diligent in practicing martial arts, they were very lazy in doing other things. After being lazy for a long time, even those who liked this kind of life would find it very boring. Since the sect leader had given the order, it was obvious that something big was going to happen. The senior members of the demonic sect all felt that it was a little annoying to raise flowers, plants, and birds every day. It was good to have something new to do. When the elders arrived at the meeting hall, they immediately saw the handsome man sitting next to their sect leader. At first glance, they did not recognize him, but he looked a little familiar. Forget it, it had nothing to do with them. 2 more steps, something was not right. Then, he sized up the man carefully. Why did he look so similar to the legendary New Alliance master of the Chinese world of martial artists? Although the demonic sect members were very lazy, they would not forget what they should do. For example, the senior members of the demonic sect all had a list and portrait of the famous and new talents of the Central Plains. After all, although they did not take them seriously, the Central Plains had always regarded them as enemies. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy could you win 100 battles. Wasn't the first portrait on the list the person sitting in front of their sect leader now? They then sensed the aura around him. It was smooth and as heavy as a mountain, unmoving. Obviously, he was an expert whose martial arts had reached the level of perfection. Then, he could not be a fake. Who would be so generous to cultivate a person who had the looks and strength of the sect leader of the Central Plains? Then, he remembered the disappearance of his alliance master, which had been spreading like wildfire in the Chinese world of martial artists. The senior members of the demonic sect all looked at their sect leader with admiration. Their sect leader was the real expert. Look, even the sect leader of the Central Plains was sitting obediently next to their sect leader. Obviously, they thought that Gu Xingyin had used some special method to subdue the sect leader of the Central Plains. But after careful thought, they were right. It was just that Gu Xingyin's method of subduing people was a little different. Sect leader of the Central Plains, sect leader, sect leader. All sect leader of the demonic sect leader of the Central Plains sect leader sect, from today onwards, Mr. Gu will be a guest of the demonic sect. His sect. Gu Xingyin looked at Zhu Yu, who was looking at him with a smile, and said in a deep voice, "You are responsible for my safety." Sect. Although the members of the demonic sect felt that this was the end of the matter, they were still very happy to see this. Sect leader's safety. What did that mean? Sect leader's bodyguard. If those sanctimonious martial artists knew that their missing sect leader had become the sect leader's bodyguard, their expressions would be very interesting. Mr. Gu, you understand. Chapter 1348. Just like that, Zhu Yu remained in the demon sect. Gu Xingyin had also asked him if he wanted to return. After all, if this matter were to spread, it would not be good for Zhu Yu's reputation. Although she did not care about these matters, Zhu Yu still had such an identity. She was afraid that there would be some trouble after he regained his memory. However, Zhu Yu rejected her. He felt that staying by Gu Xingyin's side was the most comfortable thing for him. Since he insisted, Gu Xingyin had no need to push him away. The two of them would compete with each other in their spare time. Occasionally, they would play the flute and drink tea together. Their days were rather carefree. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. These days were so relaxing that Gu Xingyin felt a little uneasy. This was because Zhu Yu did not show any signs of regaining his memory. Every 2 days, Gu Xingyin would ask the godly doctor in the demon sect to diagnose Zhu Yu. However, the results were always the same. There was nothing wrong with Mr. Gu's body. Gu Xingyin had also checked on him many times. There was indeed nothing wrong with him. However, she just could not recall anything. Seeing her worried look, Zhu Yu comforted her, don't worry. It's just temporary. Even if I can't remember anything for the rest of my life, it doesn't matter. I feel that the way you are now is very good. Gu Xinyan's hand was held. She looked at Zhu Yu and was still very worried. Their relaxed days did not last long. The martial arts world in the Central Plains had not given up on searching for their missing leader. In the end, they found various clues that indicated that their leader was most likely in the hands of the demon sect. Gu Xingyin did not purposely hide the fact that the demon sect's leader had recently obtained an extremely powerful guard. Thinking about it, the identity of the leader's guard was rather suspicious. Senior brother must have been kidnapped by those despicable traitors from the demon sect. In the meeting hall of the martial union, a young lady who was seated near the front said worriedly. This lady's eyebrows were like distant mountains and her eyes were like waves. She was as beautiful as a hibiscus. Not to mention the fact that he was frowning with a worried and anxious look on his face. Not to mention those young men in their early 20s, even those old seniors who were used to the ways of the world couldn't bear to watch. There were many seniors in the martial arts world present. She was just a junior, but no one felt that it was wrong for her to speak here. Obviously, her status in the martial arts world was not low. This beautiful woman was the #1 beauty of the pugilistic world, Fairy Mingyue, Qing Mingyue. As soon as she finished speaking, a white-haired old man sitting beside her said, Mingyue, there are so many old seniors here. How can a little girl like you speak? Although his words were reprimanding, there was not much reprimand in his tone. Brother Cheng, Mingyue is just too worried about her senior brother. You don't have to be so strict with her. Sure enough, as soon as Cheng Zhen finished speaking, an immortal-looking Taoist priest in cyan clothes on his left tried to dissuade him. After debating for a long time, everyone finally looked at the white-robed old man. This white-robed old man was Zhu Yu's master, the former #1 expert in the world, Mu Qingfeng. Mu Qingfeng pondered for a while and said, Tomorrow, I will personally go to the demon sect to investigate. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this. They all said that with Senior Mu taking action, they would definitely get a good result. Mu Qingfeng smiled bitterly. Did these people forget that he was defeated by the demon sect's leader half a year ago? Chapter 1349. Gu Xingyin was in a good mood today. She was about to boil a pot of tea at the back of the mountain when a subordinate came to report to her. Sect leader, there is a group of people from the martial arts world at the foot of the mountain. She looked at the pot of tea that had just been simmered with pity and said to Zhu Yu, the people who came to see you are here. Go and take a look. She had previously ordered that if people from the martial arts world of the Central Plains came to visit, they would be punished. If they spoke rudely and intended to barge in, they would be beaten up and thrown down the mountain. If they had a polite attitude, they would be allowed to go up the mountain. Mu Qingfeng led a group of people up the mountain. When he saw the rumored devil sect, he was no less surprised than Zhu Yu. Mu Qingfeng said to the person beside him, this devil sect is different from what we usually thought. The woman behind him, who was wearing a white gauze hat, said, maybe this devil sect is deliberately mystifying things. This woman was Qing Mingyue, who had insisted on coming to take a look. She obviously had a lot of prestige among this group of young people. When she said this, several people nodded in agreement. Mu Qingfeng looked at this and sighed inwardly. This young disciple of his had good talent and a good background. However, his breadth of mind and vision were a bit too narrow. When the devil sect disciple who led the way heard these words, his mouth moved. In the end, he thought of his sect leader's order and said nothing. This group of people from the martial arts world of the Central Plains couldn't beat them in a fight. They could only use their remaining mouths to defend the little bit of dignity they had left. He led them to a large hall and didn't go in. The inside is not a place I can enter. Everyone, please go in. When Qing Mingyue saw that a small member of the devil's sect didn't seem to care about her group, she couldn't stand it. She had always been surrounded by people no matter where she went. She sneered and said sarcastically, you are really a barbarian outside the pass. You don't even know how to treat guests. When Mu Qingfeng heard this, his face darkened. Mingyue. Cheng Mingyue looked indignant. Her master insisted on saying that they were here to ask for help and asked them to restrain their temper. According to her, couldn't they just attack the devil sect directly? At this time, the disciple said, "Our demonic sect has always treated phoenixes with the etiquette of receiving phoenixes. Towards pheasants, we treat pheasants with the etiquette of pheasants. My apologies for making you laugh." You. Cheng Mingyue's face turned ashen. Wasn't he clearly mocking them by saying that they were just pheasants? She had always been pampered since she was young. When had she ever suffered such neglect? Immediately, the whip at his waist shot out. It transformed into a snake bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws, and was about to whip that disciple. Mu Qingfeng didn't expect his disciple's temper to be so violent. Just as he was about to raise his hand to stop her, he saw the devil sect disciple who was leading the way unhurriedly reach out his hand from his sleeve. His hands were as white as jade, which obviously didn't match his ordinary face. A few Central Plains disciples' gazes were attracted by his hand. Then, the next moment, their eyes widened. This person had actually caught Cheng Mingyue's whip with his bare hands so easily. It should be known that Cheng Mingyue's master was the former #1 expert, Mu Qingfeng. Although her attainments in martial arts weren't as high as eldest senior brother Zhu Yu's, she was still an outstanding talent among the younger generation. None of the Central Plains disciples present dared to say that they could catch her whip so easily. This devil sect was actually so powerful. Even an ordinary disciple had the ability to stand on equal footing with the best of the younger generation in the Central Plains. Chapter 1350. When Ming Xian saw the look of disbelief on the faces of the people from the Central Plains, his face remained expressionless. He was secretly pleased. How could he be an ordinary disciple? He was Elder Li's favorite disciple and also the most talented one among his brothers. When he heard that people from the Central Plains had arrived, Elder Li kicked him to receive the guests. Oh, no, to receive the guests. Elder Li also secretly told him that those people in the martial arts world of the Central Plains liked to pretend to be sanctimonious. They pretended to be good people, gentlemen, and noble people. If necessary, you should also pretend to be good people. That was what Elder Li said to him. He was most at ease with his youngest disciple. When it came to scheming, even an old man like him who had lived for more than half his life couldn't compare to this stinky brat. Ming Xian put down the whip in his hand and continued to say calmly, "Everyone should go into the hall. The cult leader is still waiting." His words showed that he didn't care about Cheng Mingyue's whip at all. Cheng Mingyue was so angry that her face turned blue. However, after Mu Qingfeng glanced at her, he stopped her from continuing to pester him. "Let's go." Seeing that Cheng Mingyue was still standing there, Mu Qingfeng's voice deepened. "Mingyue, you don't even listen to your master's words." In Cheng Mingyue's heart, Mu Qingfeng was still a deterrent. She bit her lips until they were bright red. She fiercely stomped her feet and followed her master into the hall. At this moment, there were two people sitting in the spacious hall. The woman in purple was sitting at the head of the table with her head propped up. She was looking at the other person's movements. The other person was a man in a green robe, who was earnestly brewing tea. Both of them had a serious expression and didn't seem to notice that there was a group of people in the hall. As soon as Cheng Mingyue entered the hall, she was completely attracted by the man in green. Eldest martial brother. Zhu Yuan hurriedly poured Gu Xingyin's cup to the brim and then put down the teapot in his hand. He looked at the beautiful woman who had taken off her veil with some doubt. "Miss, are you calling me?" Gu Xingyin had never concealed his identity and also said that he had a very powerful identity. However, Zhu Yu, who had no memory at all, had no impression of any of this. As soon as he said this, the people of the martial arts world who had come with him were in an uproar. Even his master, Mu Qingfeng, frowned. Gu Xingyin picked up the teacup and sniffed it. Then she smiled and said, "Yes, I'm calling you." As soon as she said this, Cheng Mingyue's gaze finally landed on her. With just a glance, her pupils shrank. Cheng Mingyue had been conceited about her beauty since she was young. Of course, she also had the right to be proud. As she grew older, she became more and more beautiful. In the entire martial arts world of the Central Plains, there was no other woman who was more beautiful than her. She was, without a doubt, the most beautiful woman in the Chinese world of martial arts. This was not wrong, because Wu Yili was not from the Central Plains. If she was from the Central Plains, Qing Mingyue would not have been crowned the most beautiful woman in the Central Plains. This was the first time Qing Mingyue had seen such a beautiful and aggressive woman. This woman, her facial features, the way she sat, and even the casual smile on her face exuded a soul-stirring charm. To men, it was a fatal attraction. Sitting here, she could only be the demon sex master, Wu Yili. Chapter 1351. Qing Mingyue's heart was filled with jealousy and hatred. Not only was she jealous of this woman's beauty, but she was also jealous of how intimate she was with eldest senior brother. Qing Mingyue had a good impression of eldest senior brother Zhu Yu since a long time ago. Her status was high enough and she usually came into contact with the best of the younger generation in the martial arts world. But no matter how many people saw it, those people could only be reduced to a foil in front of her eldest senior brother. The young girl's heart had unknowingly fallen in love with him. But Zhu Yu had always been gentle and polite to her, his junior sister. They were close to each other since they were from the same sect. But Qing Mingyue didn't want this kind of intimacy. She knew that in eldest senior brother Zhu Yu's eyes, she was only a junior sister who needed to be taken care of and not a grown-up girl. If it had always been like this, it would have been fine. After all, there were many women who admired eldest senior brother in the martial arts world. But no one had ever obtained the qualifications to stand by his side. Only she, Qing Mingyue, was the closest person to eldest senior brother. But now, what did she see? Eldest senior brother, who had always been gentle and polite and kept a distance from others, was actually bending over to brew tea for her and even personally holding it in her hands. That attentive attitude was as if he wasn't holding a cup of tea, but Qing Mingyue shook her head and told herself not to think too much. She looked straight at Gu Xingyin and shouted, "You demoness, what have you done to my eldest senior brother?" Gu Xingyin frowned. Slap. A resounding slap resounded in the spacious hall. Mu Qingfeng didn't even have time to stop it. Qing Mingyue covered her face and her face was filled with disbelief and hatred. This woman had actually slapped him in the face in front of so many people. Gu Xingyin gently shook her hand and looked at Qing Mingyue's face without any emotion. Disaster comes from the mouth. Little girl, you should be careful. You. Qing Mingyue wanted to speak again, but when she met Gu Xingyin's cold eyes, she swallowed her words. She knew that if she really spoke, the woman in front of her wouldn't be afraid of anything. Her expression suddenly changed, and her eyes glistened with tears. Clear teardrops rolled down her face. Mu Qingfeng looked at his little disciple. Although he secretly thought that she was impulsive, he still felt a little distressed. He looked at Gu Xingyin and the indifferent eldest disciple beside her. He frowned and said, "It's just a little kid who doesn't know any better. I'm afraid cult master's punishment is too severe." How important was a girl's face? Too heavy. Gu Xingyin suddenly stood up. "I'm afraid that everyone thinks that it's unreasonable for me to slap her. This little brat called me a demoness, and that's how it should be. Perhaps, in everyone's eyes, I'm really a demoness." She sneered and looked at Mu Qingfeng. "Old Master Mu, you can be considered a senior in the martial arts world. Think about it carefully. If I call you old fart Mu Qingfeng now, will you think that I'm young and ignorant?" At this moment, she stood up and her purple robe fluttered without any wind. Although her face was young, she had an inviolable posture. "I thought that you were all people of etiquette, but I didn't expect you to have such an attitude. Since that's the case," she coldly shouted, "come, send the guests out." Chapter 1352. Following her words, countless Devil Sect disciples dressed in black suddenly rushed into the main hall. They stood on both sides of the main hall and surrounded the crowd. They looked at the group of martial artists with an unfriendly expression. Under such circumstances, the young men who were originally filled with indignation finally took a step back and approached Mu Qingfeng. They seemed to have only just remembered. They were not facing anyone else but the leader of the devil sect. Mu Qingfeng looked at Gu Xingyin with a complicated expression. What she said before was right. When his disciple called her a witch, although he felt that Ming Yu was a little rude, he did not feel that there was anything wrong. Perhaps he had always prided himself on being fair, but in his heart, he still held a grudge against the devil sect. Until he was awakened by the young leader of the devil sect. He had lived for more than half of his life, but his knowledge was not as good as a junior. He looked at the imposing leader of the devil sect and then looked at the well-trained disciples of the devil sect. He secretly sighed in his heart. Just by looking at the devil sect, he could tell that it was much stronger than the Wulin sects in recent years. He cupped his hands and said to Gu Xingyin, "We were rude. Please forgive us." Gu Xingyin turned sideways and bowed in return. She had acted in order to gain the initiative by striking first. If she was suppressed in her own territory, she would not be able to hold the position of the devil sect's leader. After all, the person in front of her was Zhu Yu's master. She could not go too far. Mu Qingfeng continued, "Today, we are here because of my good-for-nothing disciple, Zhu Yu. I don't know if the leader can explain it to us." Cheng Mingyue looked at her master and was very puzzled. She widened her eyes and said, "Master, why are we talking so much nonsense with her? This person was so rude to you just now. Let's just fight and take senior back." "Mingyue, shut up." Mu Qingfeng used to think that his disciple was naive. Only now did he know that she did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Where was this place? The devil sect's headquarters. How could the few of them deal with the masters of the demonic sect? No matter how conceited Mu Qingfeng was, he knew that if they were to become enemies, the ones who would not be able to walk out of Mount Wudu would be him and the others. Cheng Mingyue was reprimanded by her master, who had always doted on her. She felt extremely wronged. She raised her head and saw Zhu Yu, who had been standing silently beside Gu Xingyin. She immediately blurted out, "Senior. Are you just going to watch this devil sect leader bully your master and junior sister like this? You're the alliance master of the Chinese server. How could he be in the demonic sect with this demon?" She was about to call Gu Xingyin a demonic woman again, but when she saw Gu Xingyin's half-smiling eyes, she remembered the lesson Gu Xingyin had taught her and swallowed her words. Are the people of the devil sect colluding with each other? Zhu Yu watched the show from beginning to end. To be honest, Gu Xingyin had not deliberately concealed his identity during his time in the devil sect. She had told him about his past and identity without reservation. She had also never concealed her dislike of the Chinese server's martial arts world. But even so, she had never smeared the reputation of the Chinese server's martial arts world in front of him. On the contrary, from the moment this group of martial arts world people entered the main hall, they carried a sense of superiority. They said that they were begging for help, but in reality, they felt that he was doing the devil sect a favor by coming here. He could not help but think, so I was one of these people before. Chapter 1353. He subconsciously glanced at Gu Xingyin. She was looking at him with a smile. It was obvious that she did not take those people's words to heart. Zhu Yu's mood suddenly relaxed. He stood up and walked into the main hall. However, he did not walk to the side of the group of people. Instead, he maintained a relatively polite distance. Zhu Yu said in a clear voice, "Ever since I woke up, I have forgotten about the past. Therefore, I do not know who you are and why you have come to find me. The leader of the demon sect that you are talking about is my benefactor. Even though I have forgotten some things, I know how to repay kindness. Therefore, I am here as a guest to repay the debt of gratitude." In just a few words, he clearly explained why he was in the demon sect. However, he still lied about one thing. He did not stay here because he was saved by Gu Xingyin. He came here on his own. However, looking at the attitude of this group of people, Zhu Yu felt that it would be better if he did not say that. When he was talking, Mu Qingfeng kept looking at his eldest disciple. When he saw that his breath was smooth and there was no sense of stagnation, he knew that he was not injured. When he looked at his eyes when he spoke, he knew that he was not lying. However, when Qing Mingyue heard Zhu Yu's words, she screamed, "Gu! You said that your surname is Gu. You are obviously my senior, the leader of Wulin, Zhu Yu. It's not like the leader of the demon sect has not seen you before. Why did he deliberately tell you his fake identity? What is his intention?" The last sentence was obviously directed at Gu Xingyin. Seeing that the flames of war had spread to her, Gu Xingyin could not help but raise her eyebrows. When she saw the faint jealousy in Qing Mingyue's eyes, Gu Xingyin understood. She was wondering why Qing Mingyue acted as if she had a grudge against her when they met for the first time. So this was the reason. In the original plot, she used the Gu to harm Wu Yili. Other than the so-called justice, it was also because of jealousy. Zhu Yu frowned and looked at Qing Mingyue. Was this beautiful girl his junior? How could he speak so rudely? At this time, Mu Qingfeng suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Zhu Yu, can I take your pulse?" Zhu Yu looked at the old man who spoke. Although he did not recognize him, there was something about him that made him want to get close to him. Since he claimed to be his teacher, Zhu Yu had a plan in his heart. He took a few steps forward and exposed his wrist. Mu Qingfeng took his wrist and carefully examined it. Like everyone else, he couldn't find anything wrong with it. At this moment, Gu Xingyin spoke. "Previously, when I was fighting with Alliance leader Zhu Yu for the Frigid Pond Snow Lotus, Alliance leader Zhu Yu was bitten by the jade-scaled snake because of me. I didn't want to take advantage of others, so I fed all of the cold pond Snow Lotus to detoxify the poison. Zhu Yu's memory loss might be due to the poison." Mu Qingfeng and the others had already heard what she said from the mouths of the martial artists who went with them at that time. It was exactly the same as what Gu Xingyin had said. The group of martial artists even praised the demon sect leader for his noble character and unquestionable integrity. Mu Qingfeng sighed and whispered to Zhu Yu, "Disciple, you are still a member of martial union. Staying in the demon sect is not a long-term solution. Are you willing to return with me?" Zhu Yu's heart moved when he heard this. Naturally, he was not willing. He wished that he could stay by that person's side all the time. He also did not feel that there was anything wrong with losing his memory. Chapter 1354. However, before he could say anything, Mu Qingfeng raised his voice to Gu Xingyin and said, "On behalf of my disciple, I would like to thank the sect leader for saving his life and taking him in. However, my disciple Zhu Yu is still the Wulin Alliance head. Staying in the demon sect is not a long-term solution." He paused for a moment before continuing, "As for my disciple's life-saving grace, if the sect leader needs anything, as long as this old man can do it, I will definitely not refuse." His words were very polite and coupled with Mu Qingfeng's identity as a senior in the Wulin Alliance, everyone felt that he was very sincere. Qing Mingyue was still feeling indignant in her heart, but at this time, no one cared about her. When Gu Xingyin saw that everyone was following Mu Qingfeng's gaze to look at her, she couldn't help but smile strangely. "Why are you all looking at me? The person you want to take away is not me." Mu Qingfeng was relieved when he heard this. From her tone, it seemed that the sect leader of the demon sect had no intention of not letting him go. However, Gu Xingyin frowned as if she was very distressed. It wasn't easy for this sect leader to find such a suitable bodyguard. "If you want to take him away just like that, it really makes me a little unhappy." Even though Mu Qingfeng felt that he had good self-restraint, he still felt helpless when faced with this eccentric sect leader of the demon sect. He directly said, "Then does the sect leader have any requests?" No matter what, he must take his disciple away from the demon sect today. Gu Xingyin held her chin as she looked at their troubled expressions. A trace of joy flashed through her eyes. However, only Zhu Yu, who had been paying attention to her all this time, could see her emotions. Zhu Yu couldn't help but laugh in his heart. During the time he spent with her, Gu Xingyin had never once concealed her true nature in front of him. At this moment, he naturally saw that she was deliberately looking for trouble. She was taking revenge on these Wuling people for their rude attitude. Zhu Yu's heart had long been biased. Seeing this situation, he didn't feel that she was going overboard at all. Instead, he felt that this person was really cute. Cheng Mingyue's thoughts were always on her senior martial brother. But what made her angry was that for such a long time, senior brother didn't even look at her. His eyes were always on the devil's sex witch. This made her secretly grind her silver teeth to the point of shattering. What's so good about this witch from the devil's sect? Wasn't she just a little good-looking? She was obviously a little vixen who was used to seducing men. Gu Xingyin suddenly met Zhu Yu's smiling eyes. Seeing the undisguised tenderness in the man's eyes, her mood suddenly improved. Looking at this group of Wuling people, he found them a little more pleasing to the eye. She said, "In this case, Grandpa Mu, can you agree to my 3 conditions?" Seeing that she had finally opened her mouth to state her conditions, Mu Qingfeng's heart calmed down. "Sect Master, please speak." "First, from now on, no one in the martial arts world is allowed to tarnish the reputation of the devil's sect." Gu Xingyin snorted. "Don't think that we don't know anything. In the past, whenever there was an unsolved case in the martial arts world, we would throw all the dirty and smelly things at the devil cult. My devil cult is just too lazy to deal with those clowns." She looked at Mu Qingfeng. "Can Grandpa Mu agree to this condition?" Mu Qingfeng thought for a moment. This wasn't something that was too excessive. He nodded. "This old man will explain this to my fellow Wuling people when I return." Gu Xingyin said, "That's good. If something like this happens again in the future, I will only look for Grandpa Mu and Alliance Master Zhu Yu." Chapter 1355. Mu Qingfeng choked upon hearing her words. He thought for a while and did not say anything. Gu Xingyin continued, "Second question. I heard that old Master Mu has a golden silk cup." Mu Qingfeng's expression changed when he heard this. He had obtained the golden silk cup from a secret place many years ago. Even after so many years, he still could not figure out its use. No one knew about the existence of the golden silk cup. How did the demon sect leader know about it? How did Gu Xingyin know about it? Of course, it was because in the original plot, Mu Qingfeng gave the golden silk cup to his disciple Cheng Mingyue as a gift. Cheng Mingyue used the 1,000 threads insect in the golden silk cup to control Wu Yili. In this life, she must strike first to gain the upper hand. Gu Xingyin ignored Mu Qingfeng's expression and said, "I heard that the golden silk cup is extremely beautiful. I would like to ask Elder Mu for it." Mu Qingfeng muttered to himself and nodded, "I will personally send someone to deliver it to Mount Wudu when I return." Mu Qingfeng was a man of his word. He would not go back on his word. "I wonder what is sect leader's 3rd request?" Mu Qingfeng asked in a deep voice. Gu Xingyin smiled sweetly, "I haven't thought of the 3rd request yet. Why don't I tell Elder Mu after I think of it?" Cheng Mingyue's expression changed, "Hey! Don't go too far. If that was the case, wouldn't it be the same as having a weakness that could be used against her master?" Gu Xingyin picked up the teacup in his hand and looked at the cold tea that had formed a layer of transparent green. She said casually, "I am only stating my request. You can choose whether to agree or not." Mu Qingfeng's expression changed a few times. In the end, he said, "Fine." Zhu Yu felt helpless. These people seemed to have completely ignored his opinion. Those people who claimed to be his master and martial siblings seemed to be certain that he was willing to go with them. At this time, Gu Xingyin's voice rang in his ears, "Why don't you go back to martial union with them? There are many godly doctors in martial union. They might be able to help you recover your memory." It was secret sound transmission. Zhu Yu was stunned. "All right, since she wants me to quickly recover my memories." Actually, he didn't really care about it. However, Yili seemed to be very concerned about it. She was afraid that there might be some hidden dangers, so she was always very worried. Zhu Yu recalled the promise between the two of them. Once he regained his memories, he would be able to truly be with her. As he thought of this, a faint sense of anticipation rose in his heart. That was good too. Gu Xingyin looked at the group of people below and said faintly, since that's the case, take care. I won't see you off. Her style of doing things was clean and efficient. Once the matter was settled, she would leave quickly. She did not hide the fact that she did not have a good impression of the Chinese martial arts world. The disciples of the demonic cult in black who surrounded the group of martial artists also retreated in an orderly manner. Zhu Yu was very cooperative and followed them out of Mount Wudu. Gu Xingyin watched them leave the main hall and retracted her gaze. Then, she gathered a group of elders and said that she was going into seclusion. The group of elders of the demonic cult expressed, Sect Master, don't worry. Even if you are not around, the demonic cult will be fine with us around. At night, a black figure silently went down Mount Wudu without anyone noticing. Gu Xingyin felt that it was best to keep an eye on her man. That way, she could be at ease. Chapter 1356. On the flat official road, a group of people were galloping on their horses. It was the group that had left Mount Wudu not long ago. Cheng Mingyue looked at Zhu Yu, who had been silent since they left and seemed to be in a bad mood. She thought for a while and walked over to him while everyone was resting. Senior. She passed him a water bag. Have some water. Zhu Yu glanced at her but did not take it. I have some here, thank you. He pointed at his horse. Everyone was equipped with a water skin. Cheng Mingyue bit her lips and did not leave. She sat beside Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu glanced at her and moved away slightly. Junior sister Cheng, men and women should not touch each other. It is better for us to avoid arousing suspicion. Cheng Mingyue's face turned pale. She seemed to be in a bad mood, but more than that, she was sad. Her senior was not willing to be close to her even though he had lost his memory. She said in a low voice, I have been under master's tutelage since I was young and grew up with senior. What is there to avoid? Zhu Yu said calmly, even if we are senior and junior, there is no such thing as avoiding men and women. How could he not see that this junior sister of his had other intentions towards him? Cheng Mingyue had never concealed her admiration for Zhu Yu. In fact, before Zhu Yu lost his memory, Cheng Mingyue had always thought that she would be the one to stand beside Zhu Yu and become the Alliance Master's wife. Cheng Mingyue was not the only one who thought so. Many people in the martial arts world thought so too. In the martial arts world, who else could match up to Fairy Mingyue in terms of reputation and martial arts? However, Zhu Yu had always treated this junior sister who had grown up with him as a younger sister. The two of them fell into silence. After a while, some people started to get up. They had rested enough and were ready to set off again. Zhu Yu also got up and said to Cheng Mingyue, Junior sister Cheng, we are about to set off. Cheng Mingyue suddenly said, Senior martial brother, do you know that junior martial sister has always admired you? After all, she was only a 17-year-old girl. When she said this, Cheng Mingyue's face turned pink. She was born beautiful and this gesture was undoubtedly very seductive. However, Zhu Yu merely glanced at her and said, although Zhu Yu has lost his memories, he still knows his own thoughts. From the beginning to the end, Zhu Yu had no romantic feelings for junior sister Cheng. After he finished speaking, he no longer looked at Cheng Mingyue and mounted the horse. Cheng Mingyue was left standing there alone. The pink on her face had yet to fade when she was shocked by Zhu Yu's merciless words. If it was the previous Zhu Yu, he would definitely not have said such cold words. After losing his past memories, Zhu Yu indeed had less scruples. Mu Qingfeng saw that his little disciple was still standing there and couldn't help but shout loudly. Mingyue. Time to go. Cheng Mingyue came back to her senses and responded in a low voice. Then, she mounted her horse and the group left again. Not long after they left, a figure slowly walked over from afar. She seemed to be walking very slowly, as if she was admiring flowers on a spring day. However, just a moment ago, she was still very far away, and in the next second, she was already in front of him. If there was a martial artist here, he would definitely be speechless at this superb qing gong. This person was Gu Xingyin, who had followed this group of martial artists all the way from Mount Wudu. Chapter 1357. She thought that she had nothing to do and was worried about Zhu Yu. Besides, the target of the mission, Qing Mingyue, was also here, so she decided to follow them. Logically speaking, in the martial arts world, there were many people who had achieved perfection in Qinggong. However, no one dared to use Qinggong to chase after a horse like Gu Xingyin. Why? It was not that their martial arts were not good enough, but their bodies could not keep up. Let's not talk about whether the true energy in the body would be exhausted. Even if the body was strong, the body of an ordinary martial artist would not be able to withstand such high consumption. However, Gu Xingyin was not worried about this problem at all. She had obtained a powerful skill in this world, which was an S-grade physique strengthened by the genetic stock solution. This physique was at the top of the pyramid in the Great Milky Way era. If it was in this world, Gu Xingyin had tried using ordinary swords and knives. At most, it could only leave a white mark on the surface of her skin. In other words, unless it was a divine weapon, the ordinary weapons in this world would not be able to hurt her at all. Even the most powerful golden bell shield and iron skin technique could not reach this level. Gu Xingyin even had an interesting thought. Even if Qing Mingyue wanted to poison her again in this world, she probably would not be able to do it. That delicate little worm could not break through her body's defenses. When it was almost dark, Zhu Yu and the others finally saw an inn. The owner of the inn was obviously experienced and knowledgeable. When he saw that they were a group of martial artists, he did not panic like ordinary innkeepers. "Innkeeper, prepare 3 tables of food and 8 rooms for us." The person who spoke was Qing Mingyue. Qing Mingyue was the only woman in their group. Naturally, she would have a room for herself. Mu Qingfeng would have 1 room, Zhu Yu, who had lost her memory and did not like to interact with people, would have 1 room. The remaining 5 rooms would be given to the other martial artists. The others did not have any objections to such an arrangement. However, the innkeeper was a little embarrassed. To be honest, there are only 8 rooms in this small inn. Today, a guest has already booked 1 room. As he spoke, he looked at a person in the corner. It was a woman who was eating alone with her back facing everyone. Judging from his back, his looks shouldn't be too bad. There weren't many people in this inn. Today, other than Qing Mingyue's group, the entire inn only had that woman and 2 guests at another table. It was relatively quiet. However, the woman didn't turn her head when she heard the conversation. It was as if what they were talking about had nothing to do with her. Of course, it was also possible that she simply did not place them in her eyes at all. Either way, it was unbearable for Qing Mingyue, who was used to being high and mighty all year round. However, she would not make a fuss like those brainless women. Instead, he leisurely walked in front of that person and said, "Miss, our group has gone through a long and arduous journey. Would Miss be willing to give up the upper room?" "I'm willing to pay double." Zhu Yu frowned. It was true that they had traveled a long distance, but it didn't mean that they couldn't stay in other rooms besides the best ones. Why did they have to fight for other people's rooms? However, he had not recovered his memories and felt that he was a little unfamiliar with this group of people in front of him, so it was not good for him to speak up and stop them. As she spoke, Qing Mingyue finally saw the woman's face clearly. She couldn't help but let out an sound. Chapter 1358. She saw that the right half of the woman's face was smooth and white, very beautiful, but the left half of her face was full of potholes and hideous scars, looking very terrifying. With her shout, everyone's eyes focused on her. That woman also turned her face, exposing her whole face to Qing Mingyue's eyes. She only heard her say coldly, "I have traveled a long way to come here alone, and I also need a good rest. Miss, please go back." Her voice was very hoarse, and when she spoke, it was like someone was using a small hook to scratch at the tip of one's heart, making one couldn't help but shiver. With such a clear rejection, normal people wouldn't say anything more. But Qing Mingyue was different. She looked innocent and cute on the surface, but her personality was actually the most overbearing. If she wanted something, she wouldn't be willing to give up if she couldn't get it. Cheng Mingyue looked at Gu Xingyin with some difficulty. But miss, there are more than 10 of us, it's impossible for others to sleep in the upper rooms, and leave one person to sleep in another room, right? That's not fair. She frowned, as if this matter really made it difficult for her. But her eyes were looking at Gu Xingyin. If this woman knew what she meant, she would obediently give up the room. Cheng Mingyue suddenly felt gloomy. Why didn't master let her introduce herself? If she said who she was, who her master was, and who her senior brother was, this woman would have taken the initiative to give up the room to them. Then she saw the woman looking at her, with obvious ridicule on her face, as if she saw through all the little thoughts in her heart. Miss, if you are in a difficult position, you can stay in another room and let others stay in the upper rooms. How is it difficult? Or is it that? Gu Xingyin cast a glance at her, but her hoarse voice sounded in the entire inn. Miss, you feel that you are a cut above others, and others can stay in the other rooms, but you can't. Cheng Mingyue's face turned ashen. Of course she looked down on the other rooms, but she couldn't say this out loud, otherwise the perfect image she had painstakingly built for so many years would definitely be ruined. Moreover, in her life, this was the second time she met someone who didn't give her face. The first one was the demon sect leader. Thinking of that woman whose beauty overshadowed her own, Cheng Mingyue's heart was filled with a trace of resentment. Along with it, she looked at the woman in front of her with even more disdain. She looked at Gu Xingyin and said in disbelief, Miss, why are you so mean? I've always treated you with respect, and I've also seriously asked for your opinion. Why are you being so overbearing? The woman snorted coldly and turned around. Clearly, she couldn't be bothered with her. Cheng Mingyue didn't expect her to be like this. She stood there, not knowing whether to leave or stay. Fortunately, a godly assist appeared at this moment. There were many admirers of Cheng Mingyue among the group of martial artists. Now that they saw their goddess being bullied, they only felt that the sense of justice in their hearts was about to overflow from their chests. He arrived in front of the table in a few steps and was about to open the eyes of the goddess. When he saw the woman's face, he instantly felt more confident. You ugly freak, Miss Mingyue is such a gentle girl, how can you speak so viciously? The woman was clearly annoyed as she coldly shouted, whose dog is this, barking non-stop in my ear? Chapter 1359. As soon as she said that, the man who stood up for his goddess could not hold it in any longer. He immediately drew his sword and shouted, I thought you were a woman and wanted to be polite to you. But it turns out that there are differences between women and men. Today, I will teach you how to speak properly. The long sword in his hand flashed and he slashed at the table in front of the woman. The woman looked at him coldly. This man was a little stupid, but he was not evil. The sword was so fast that it even brought up a gust of wind. It was obvious that this man's skills were not bad. However, in the next moment, he was sent flying. He was actually thrown out by someone. Other than Zhu Yu and Mu Qingfeng, no one saw the mysterious woman's actions clearly. It was also at this moment that Cheng Mingyue felt a little scared. This was because she realized that this woman seemed to be much more powerful than she had expected. The mysterious woman looked at Cheng Mingyue who was standing at the side and sneered, what a gentle and kind Miss Mingyue. Everyone could hear the sarcasm in her words. The mysterious woman stood up, turned around, and headed upstairs. What a bummer. A table full of good food had to be smelled by someone. It was obvious who was the culprit behind the smelly dishes. The other two people sitting at the table realized that they could not afford to offend either party. They sat there quietly and ate. Although no one said anything, Cheng Mingyue felt that these people must be laughing at her in their hearts. She dug her nails into her palms and used the pain to suppress the urge to rush up and chop this woman into pieces. Calm down, Cheng Mingyue. Taking revenge personally was the most foolish thing to do. What was the most powerful ability of a woman? It was to make a man willingly and obediently do things for her. So she looked at Zhu Yu with an aggrieved expression. Based on the strength that this woman had shown, only her senior brother and master had a chance of defeating her. However, Zhu only looked at the staircase with a strange gaze, and then directly said to the innkeeper, "Just prepare an ordinary room for me." Qing Mingyue panicked when she heard that. "Senior brother, how can you sleep in an ordinary room?" Zhu Yu said curiously, "This room is prepared for people to stay in. Why can't I stay in it if others can?" His words were actually the same as the mysterious woman's. This also showed his attitude towards this matter. He did not approve of Qing Mingyue's actions. Qing Mingyue's face paled for a while. She never thought that her senior brother would not give her any face in front of so many people. Zhu Yu, on the other hand, didn't think too much about it. His attention was now on another matter. In the dead of night, a door suddenly made a very soft sound. If it was an ordinary person, they definitely wouldn't have noticed it. However, whether it was the people inside or outside the door, none of them were ordinary people. The moment Zhu Yu entered the room, she saw a woman sitting quietly at the table by the window. It was obvious that she had been waiting for a long time. His gentle face immediately broke into a joyful smile. If Qing Mingyue saw it, she would probably die of anger. She had put in so much effort, but all she got in return was Zhu Yu's indifference. However, Zhu Yu revealed such a joyful expression the moment he saw this woman. Chapter 1360. In order to avoid being noticed, there was no light in the room. However, whether it was Zhu Yu or that woman, both of them could see each other clearly. If there were other people here, they would be very surprised to find that the person who lived in this room was a woman with half of her face destroyed. However, the person sitting at the table was clearly a woman with complete facial features. No, it was not appropriate to say that she was complete. She was obviously a woman with perfect facial features. She sat by the window, and the gauzy moonlight shone on her face through the window. There was a kind of beauty that did not belong to the mortal world. Zhu Yu smiled and walked to her side. He hugged her without any hesitation. "Were you waiting for me?" That's right, the woman with half of her face scarred in the day was Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin glanced at him and did not struggle. "Maybe I was waiting for you, maybe I wasn't waiting for you." Zhu Yu knew what she meant. She wanted to see if he could recognize her. Although Gu Xingyin was confident in her lover, she was still very happy when Zhu Yu really recognized her. Of course, she was also curious. "How did you recognize me?" She thought that her disguise was very good. Zhu Yu sniffed her hair and said softly, "No matter what you look like, I can recognize you at a glance. Other than you, who else can make me lose control of my heart at first sight?" To Zhu Yu, there seemed to be something on Wu Yeli's body that was firmly attracting him. It was not some kind of drug-controlling method, but some kind of shackle in the soul. She was born to belong to him. He was very sure of this. Gu Xingyin smiled softly. "Maybe we were a couple in our previous life?" Zhu Yu had never believed in such things, but when he heard Gu Xingyin's words, he felt that it was very reasonable. He nodded. "It must be the same. Next time, let's go to the Moon Temple and let him bless us so that we can be together forever." Gu Xingyin could not help but laugh. This man is really good at saying sweet nothings. However, she liked it this way. Just like that, the two of them hugged each other quietly, enjoying the warm feeling of their breaths blending together in the darkness. "That's right." Zhu Yu suddenly spoke. "Why are you here?" He was a little puzzled. Gu Xingyin did not answer. If she couldn't even figure out such a simple thing, then there was no need to ask her. She could just go and figure it out herself. Zhu Yu found it strange that Gu Xingyin did not reply. However, a thought that made him ecstatic appeared in his mind. He asked cautiously, "For me?" There was still no reply. However, Zhu Yu already knew the answer. The corners of his mouth curled up as if fireworks were blooming in his heart. He couldn't help but hug the person in his arms tighter, but he heard Gu Xingyin complain, "Be gentle, I can't breathe." When Zhu Yu heard that, he loosened his embrace a little and lowered his head to whisper in Gu Xingyin's ear. Gu Xingyin's ears turned red. and she snorted softly. I used to hear those people from the Central Plains praise you as an upright gentleman. If they knew that a gentleman like you not only sneaked into a woman's room at night, but also said such things, I wonder what they would think. Chapter 1361. Zhu Yu lowered his head and chuckled. Who cares what they think? What does it have to do with you and me what others think? Gu Xingyin stopped talking. Zhu Yu was right. Both of them were the top figures in the martial arts world. What did the thoughts of others have to do with them? Unknowingly, it was already late at night. Gu Xingyin urged Zhu Yu to leave quickly. You still have to travel tomorrow. Go and rest. Zhu Yu was reluctant to leave, but he knew that he was not the only one who had to travel. She would follow him as well. She also needed to rest. He let go of her and whispered into Gu Xingyin's ear, I'm leaving. Like a gust of wind, the man disappeared from the room in the blink of an eye. Gu Xingyin let out a sigh of relief when the man's aura disappeared completely. She reached out her hand and touched her numb ears. Really, this man was not serious at all. The system, who had been watching silently, said, Host, can you wipe that sweet smile off your face and let's talk properly? The system, who was single, felt helpless when it saw the host and her partner being like this every day. In principle, as a system, it did not have the 7 emotions and 6 desires of a human. Gu Xingyin lay on the bed and soon fell asleep. She had a very sweet dream. In the dream, the man kept whispering into her ear. You will be my baby for life. The next day, when Cheng Mingyue and the rest woke up, they realized that the mysterious woman had already disappeared. Cheng Mingyue had been holding a grudge against her. She was so angry that she did not sleep last night. She kept thinking about how to teach her a lesson. Who would have thought that the woman would disappear just like that? She went to the hotel and asked the hotel owner. The result was that the mysterious customer had checked out and left at dawn. Cheng Mingyue was furious, but there was nothing she could do. She could only swear in her heart that she would not meet this woman again. Otherwise, she would teach her a lesson. It was a pity that she would not be able to meet that woman again in this lifetime. This was because Gu Xingyin had prepared many disguises. Along the way, other than Zhu Yu, no one knew that someone had been following them silently. Sometimes, she was a weak girl with a pitiful background. Sometimes, she was an old woman with wrinkled skin. Sometimes, she was even a hot-blooded young man. Even Zhu Yu felt helpless in the end. How could this person make so many perfect disguises? Gu Xingyin said, My disguise skills are all thanks to the almighty elders of the devil sect. My acting skills are cultivated after countless mission worlds. Finally, after more than 10 days, the party returned to Martial Union's location. On the first day after returning to Martial Union, Mu Qingfeng impatiently searched for several famous divine doctors to treat Zhu Yu. Unfortunately, the conclusion of these doctors was no different from that of the demonic sect's miracle doctor. Zhu Yu didn't feel disappointed when she heard the results. Instead, she was worried that Gu Xingyin might be disappointed. After all, the other party had always hoped that he could recover his memories as soon as possible. Otherwise, she wouldn't be at ease. On the other hand, when Martial Union's guild master returned, countless people came to congratulate him. Among them, there were many who tried to find out more about the situation. Zhu Yu dealt with them flawlessly. However, she felt even more annoyed in her heart. Chapter 1362. Instead of thinking about improving their strength, these people of the martial arts world spent all their time scheming against each other. Zhu Yu had spent some time in the demon sect, so Gu Xingyin had nothing to hide from him. Hence, Zhu Yu had a clearer understanding of the demon sect's abilities. There would be no difference if there was no comparison. In Zhu Yu's opinion, the martial arts world in the Central Plains had no advantage over the demon sect in terms of the younger generation or the combat power of the top experts. These people in the martial arts world were still complacent and looked down on the so-called barbarians outside the borders. Zhu Yu felt that these people were like frogs in a well, looking at the sky. Cheng Mingyue, on the other hand, returned to her home after returning to the Martial Union. Qing Zhen was already at an advanced age. He doted on his only daughter, Qing Mingyue, to the extent that he would grant her every request. When Qing Mingyue blushed and made such a request, he was a little surprised. "You want me to propose marriage now?" Qing Mingyue was talking to him about this matter just now. Although Qing Zhen felt that it was inappropriate for a girl to take the initiative to mention this, it was not a problem for a girl to be straightforward and generous. However, he frowned. "Zhiyu has lost his memory now. Why don't we wait for him to regain his memory before I go and talk to your master?" The news of Zhiyu losing his memory had been sealed. However, Qing Zhen, a senior in the martial arts world, knew about it. Qing Mingyue became anxious when she heard her father's words. She wanted to take advantage of the fact that her senior brother had lost his memory to get married. After all, she knew very well what kind of attitude her senior brother had towards her. Her senior brother did not like her. If he had regained his memory, he would never have agreed to marry her. However, it was different now. Her senior brother had lost all his memory. If her master were to persuade him, she would be by his side wholeheartedly. She did not believe that her senior brother would not be tempted at all. However, Qing Mingyue did not think about it. She had followed Zhu Yu for more than 10 years. Both of them grew up together. No one could compare to her in terms of being in a favorable position. However, even under such circumstances, she could not capture Zhu Yu's heart, let alone now. She was relentless, and Qing Zhen had no way of dealing with this daughter of his, so he agreed to her request. Since he had promised his daughter, Qing Zhen personally made a trip to Martial Union 2 days later. He went to look for Mu Qingfeng. Mu Qingfeng hesitated when he heard his intentions. "Brother Cheng, as you know, doesn't have any memories of his past. I'm afraid it's not appropriate to make a rash decision now." Qing Zhen stroked his beard and smiled. "Brother Qingfeng, you're overthinking. My Mingyu grew up with Zhu Yu and both of them are under your tutelage. They are simply a match made in heaven." Mu Qingfeng was a little tempted. In his heart, his eldest disciple and youngest disciple were undoubtedly a perfect match. However, he had always been a good master who respected his disciples. Moreover, his eldest disciple was now the leader of the Wulin Alliance. It was not appropriate for him to make a decision on his life. Therefore, Mu Qingfeng said, "Why don't I call you, over and ask for his opinion, Brother Cheng?" Qing Zhen did not object when he heard this. In his opinion, his Mingyu was naturally the best. No one could possibly reject her. Chapter 1363. When Zhu Yu heard that his master had invited him, he hurriedly rushed over. Even though he had lost his memory, he was still very sensitive to people's emotions. He could feel Mu Qingfeng's care and concern for him. He held a great deal of respect for this master of his. When he saw Qing Zhen sitting beside his master, he was surprised. "May I know who this is?" Mu Qingfeng said, "This is your junior sister Mingyue's father, Senior Qing Zhen." Zhu Yu bowed. Qing Zhen always had a good impression of Zhu Yu. Even though he had lost his memory, he was polite and courteous. His aura was steady and his martial arts had not changed. He was very satisfied. He could not help but say, "Nephew Zhu Yu, I am here today for my Mingyue. What do you think of my Mingyue?" Zhu Yu's heart skipped a beat. He roughly knew the purpose of Uncle Cheng's visit. He replied calmly, "Junior sister Mingyue is naive and cute. She will definitely make a name for herself in the martial arts world." "That's not what I want to ask." Qing Zhen muttered in his heart. He looked at Zhu Yu who had a gentle expression and went straight to the point. "Nephew, I see that you and my Mingyue are childhood sweethearts. You are a perfect match for each other. I would like to become in-laws with your master. What do you think?" Zhu Yu had already expected this. He was not surprised when he heard this. He raised his head and looked into Qing Zhen's eyes. "I only treat junior sister Mingyue as a brother. There are no romantic feelings between us." Qing Zhen was furious. No matter how beautiful Zhu Yu's words were, in his ears, it sounded like he was looking down on his daughter. He said in a low voice, "It seems that you have high standards. You don't even like my Mingyue, the most beautiful woman in the martial arts world." Zhu Yu bowed slightly. "I don't mean that." Qing Jin snorted angrily. He did not say anything else and left with a flick of his sleeve. Zhu Yu looked at his back and frowned. This senior Cheng, even if he is a senior in the martial arts world, is too rude. He turned around and saw that his master's expression was not good. He said apologetically, "I have made master angry." Mu Qingfeng shook his head and looked at him. "This has nothing to do with you. Life's major events were something that would last a lifetime. If one had no feelings for it, it would be a torment in the future. Your Uncle Cheng is a little narrow-minded." Zhu Yu did not say anything. In his opinion, Senior Cheng wasn't just narrow-minded. How was he behaving like a virtuous and respected senior? "But you, do you really not like your junior sister?" Mu Qingfeng felt that it was a pity. Zhu Yu shook his head. "I have no such intentions towards you." After thinking about it, in order to prevent his master from agreeing to some strange things in the future, he still said, "Disciple's heart already belongs to someone." Mu Qingfeng's interest was piqued. "Oh. Which family did she come from? Do I know him?" When Zhu Yu saw the expression on his master's face, he couldn't bear it. He was afraid that if he really said that name, his master would have to retract his smile. However, he didn't want to lie about such things, so he said in a steady voice, "Master has seen the person that disciple likes before. She is the leader of the demon sect." Wu Yili, Mu Qingfeng's hand that was holding the teacup paused. Some tea spilled from the teacup onto the back of his hand. "Who did you just say?" He suspected that he had heard wrongly. Chapter 1364. Mu Qingfeng really hoped that he had misheard. But in the next moment, his disciple repeated himself clearly. This disciple said that the person this disciple likes is the current demon sect's leader, Wu Yili. The smile on Mu Qingfeng's face disappeared. He did not reveal too much emotion and only asked with a serious expression, "You, do you know what you are saying?" Zhu Yu looked at his master and nodded. "This disciple understands." Mu Qingfeng said in a deep voice, "Do you know what your identity represents? Do you know what the identity of the demon sect's leader represents?" Zhu Yu still nodded. "This disciple knows." Mu Qingfeng asked again, "Do you know what the world will think if the two of you are together?" Zhu Yu's face was firm. "The matter between me and her is our own matter. What does it have to do with the world?" When he said this, his usually calm eyes flashed with a trace of arrogance. He had always had the right to be arrogant. Whether it was his age, his martial arts attainments, or his achievements, it was enough for him to look down on the martial arts world. It was just that everyone was used to their alliance master's calm and reserved appearance. At this moment, Mu Qingfeng suddenly saw the shadow of that woman in his eldest disciple. The demon sect's leader who had once defeated him. He was about the same age as his eldest disciple, but their personalities were as different as heaven and earth. When that woman held the sword in her hand, it was as if she had a domineering arrogance that could split the heaven and earth in half. She had a thunderous aura that could cut through everything. It was an aura and sharpness that people of his age had long since lost. Putting aside their standpoints, Mu Qingfeng actually admired Wu Yili very much. He felt that a martial artist should be like Wu Yili. She should have an aura that could cut through all obstacles and move forward courageously. Zhu Yu was actually affected by her. He could not help but ask, "When did this happen?" Zhu Yu was a little uncertain. "This disciple does not know what happened before I lost my memories. But after I lost my memories, this disciple was already certain of my feelings when I first saw her. This life belongs to none other than you." Hearing this, Mu Qingfeng sighed. He understood his eldest disciple's character. Since he dared to say such words, it meant that he had really made up his mind. He still found it hard to believe. He thought for a moment and asked, "What does the other party think?" If a woman like the demonic sect master had no interest in her eldest disciple, Yu would probably fall into endless suffering for the rest of his life. Zhu Yu smiled when he heard this. "Yi Li's heart is the same as mine. When he said this, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Mu Qingfeng suddenly felt that he was really old. At this moment, Zhu Yu knelt down in front of Mu Qingfeng. Disciple knows that this is a little unfilial, but disciple will only recognize Yili in this life. Master, please grant me this wish. Mu Qingfeng looked at his kneeling posture and smiled helplessly. What kind of person do you think I am? Get up. Zhu Yu looked at his master and was pleasantly surprised. Master, you don't object? Mu Qingfeng glared at him. If I object, will you not be with her? Zhu Yu did not say anything. How is that possible? Even if everyone in the world opposed it, they would not be able to stop his determination to be with her. At this time, he heard Mu Qingfeng's faint voice. If you have time, bring her to see your master. Chapter 1365. Zhu Yu was overjoyed. He had already decided that he would be with Gu Xingyin no matter what others thought. However, the person in front of him was his master. If he could receive his master's blessings, the meaning would be different. He was overjoyed and quickly said, Disciple thanks master. Mu Qingfeng's emotions were still in a mess. He waved his hand at Zhu Yu and said, Hurry up and leave. Don't just stand here and annoy me. Zhu Yu smiled and tactfully stopped provoking him. He had already decided that once he regained his memories, he would officially go to the demon sect to propose marriage. He wanted to announce to the world that he, Zhu Yu, wanted to marry the demon sect's sect leader, Wu Yeli. As for other people's objections, at most, he would not be the martial arts alliance master anymore. Compared to dealing with these complicated matters every day, Zhu Yu preferred to accompany Gu Xingyin. It was just the two of them. Whether it was traveling the world or finding a place to live in seclusion, it was good enough. Zhu Yu left Martial Arts Alliance on the same day and went to a small courtyard not far from Martial Arts Alliance. Gu Xingyin would be staying here for the time being. With her martial arts, it would not be difficult for her to sneak into Martial Arts Alliance. However, it would be rude to do so. Most importantly, Gu Xingyin only needed to know some information about her lover. There was no need for her to take such a risk. When Zhu Yu entered, Gu Xingyin was sitting on the swing in the courtyard and taking a nap. Although her eyes were closed, Zhu Yu knew that she was awake. She might have been asleep earlier, but she must have woken up the moment he entered the room. Before Gu Xingyin could open her eyes, she felt her body being carried by someone. Then, Zhu Yu carried her and spun her around in the courtyard. Even Gu Xingyin was taken aback by this inexplicable development. She quickly hugged Zhu Yu's waist and asked him what was wrong. After finally calming down, Zhu Yu carried Gu Xingyin and sat on the swing. I told my master about what happened between us, Zhu Yu said. His master? Mu Qingfeng's face flashed through Gu Xingyin's mind. And, this old man was probably one of the few people in Wu Yili's memory that was pleasing to the eye. She was strong, but she didn't put on the airs of a senior in the martial arts world. She didn't get angry after losing to a junior like him. Instead, she praised Wu Yili's talent in martial arts. She regained her senses and looked at Zhu Yu. Judging from his reaction, it seemed that the results were pretty good. Gu Xingyin asked with a smile, let me guess. Did your master promise us something? Zhu Yu was playing with her fingers. When he heard her, he smiled and said, you even know about this. Gu Xingyin snorted. Your mouth is so wide that it almost reaches your eyes. If your master was against it, would you be so happy? Zhu Yu laughed. He hugged Gu Xingyin's waist and brought their bodies closer together. He whispered in her ear, Yili, I'm really happy. Sensing the seriousness in his words, Gu Xingyin stopped teasing him. She turned and smiled at him. And, I'm also very happy. Cheng Mingyue sat in a small building with a gloomy expression. Ever since she heard the news that her father brought back, she had been in low spirits. Her senior brother had rejected her without any hesitation. Miss, this is something that master found. It's said to be a rare item from the palace. The servant girl beside her handed over an item. Cheng Mingyue looked at it disinterestedly. It was a pitch-black tube. What was it? Chapter 1366. What is this? She picked it up and looked at it for a while. She saw that there seemed to be something transparent at the end of the black tube. The servant girl smiled and said, "This servant has never seen such a rare item before. I only heard that this thing is called something like a clairvoyance. If you put it on your eyes, it is said that you can see very far away." Qing Mingyue sneered, "Such a magical thing." Although she didn't believe it, she still picked it up and looked at it in front of her eyes. She was really surprised when she saw it. It really could see very far away. Although Qing Mingyue was from a prominent family, she had never seen such a rare item before. She took it and looked around. When the servant girl saw that her young miss finally smiled, she finally heaved a sigh of relief. She was responsible for taking care of young Mississippi. If young miss continued to be unhappy, she was afraid that old master would vent his anger on her servants. Qing Mingyue did not have the mood to care about the servant girl's thoughts. She felt that it was very novel. The scenery of those distant places magically appeared in front of her eyes. When she moved the thing away, only the scenery in front of her was left. She immediately forgot about the sadness that Zhuyu had brought her and put all her attention on her new toy. But when her gaze suddenly landed on a place, the smile on her face froze. In that small courtyard, a man and woman were hugging each other and sitting on the swing. Why did they look so familiar? Qing Mingyue thought that she had seen wrongly. But when she looked at the two of them seriously, she felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over her head. She was completely cold. That man in green who was smiling gently at the woman on top of him, wasn't that her senior brother Zhuyu? No wonder he rejected her father's proposal. He actually liked someone else. Qing Mingyue only felt annoyed. She wanted to throw the thing in her hand away. Out of sight, out of mind. It was not that she was unwilling. How could she be willing if she did not look at that woman's face? The two of them were hugging each other and seemed to be having a very intimate conversation. From Qing Mingyue's point of view, the woman in white was facing her from the side, so she couldn't see the woman's face clearly. She only felt a sense of familiarity. Who was it? She actually snatched away her senior brother. Qing Mingyue's heart was burning with anger, but her face was cold. She wanted to take a good look and see who exactly that woman was. At this moment, Zhuyu turned his head and kissed the girl's ear. The girl couldn't stand the ticklish feeling and smiled as she turned her head to avoid it. The woman's face happened to appear in Qing Mingyue's line of sight. Clang! Qing Mingyue was shocked. The thing in her hand loosened and fell to the ground. Aya! The maidservant who had been serving her quickly bent down to pick up the things. However, the main material of the clairvoyance, the transparent material called glass, was smashed into pieces by Qing Mingyue. Qing Mingyue wanted to take another look at it to confirm if she had seen wrongly, but she found that it had been completed and could no longer be used. She angrily threw the thing in her hand to the ground. When she came back to her senses, she saw the young servant girl looking at her nervously. She felt even more annoyed. He raised his hand and slapped her. What are you looking at? Scram! Chapter 1367. The maidservant packed up her things, covered her face, and retreated, leaving Qing Mingyue alone in the small building. She had seen it clearly just now. She wanted to confirm it again because she was unwilling to accept it. With that woman's appearance and grace, anyone who saw her once would never forget her. Qing Mingyue saw it clearly. The woman who was sitting in eldest senior brother's arms and smiling happily was the demon sex master, whom she had seen once. Why did that woman appear in Liangzhou City? But that was not important. The key was, her and eldest senior brother. Qing Mingyue could not understand why eldest senior brother would rather like a demoness from the demon sect than her, his junior sister who grew up with him and was of equal social status. Could it really be because of her devastatingly beautiful face? Thinking of the demon sex master's face, Qing Mingyue had to admit that she was no match for her, no matter how unwilling she was. Eldest senior brother must have been bewitched by that woman after he lost his memory. Cheng Mingyue comforted herself. She could not let eldest senior brother continue to be deceived by that woman. Cheng Mingyue sat by the window of the small building and looked in that direction stubbornly. It was as if she could still see the intimate appearance of the man and woman in the courtyard. Cheng Mingyue's lips curled into a cold smile. Demon Sect's master, if we were at Mount Wudu, I would not have been able to do anything to you. But you insisted on seeking death and came to the martial arts world of the Central Plains alone to Liangzhou City. Then don't blame me for being impolite. She got up, hurriedly put on a cloak, and walked out. At the same time, in the small courtyard, Gu Xingyin felt that something was wrong. What's wrong? Zhu Yu sharply sensed her emotions. Gu Xingyin frowned. I felt that someone was watching us just now. Zhu Yu laughed. Don't think too much. With our abilities, there is no one in this world who can spy on us without being discovered, right? Gu Xingyin thought about it and agreed, so she did not think too much about it. Zhu Yu stayed there until lunchtime and then left. He was different now, so it was inevitable that someone would follow him. Being able to spend an entire morning here without being discovered was already the limit of what he could do. After Zhu Yu left, Gu Xingyin asked the system, what happened just now? Her prediction just now was definitely not an illusion. It was impossible for an expert of her level to have such a strong illusion. As expected, the system gave her the answer. It's her. After knowing who it was, Gu Xingyin was relieved. Let me guess. Given Fairy Mingyu's righteous image, she will definitely be prepared to get rid of demons and defend justice after knowing that I, the cult master of the demon cult, have appeared in the headquarters of the Central Plains. Gu Xingyin rested his chin on his hand and thought for a moment. System, do you think she'll find a group of assassins to deal with me silently? Or will she leak my whereabouts and let the entire Central Plains martial arts world come to deal with me? The system's white light flashed, and it answered seriously, Host, according to the system's calculations, based on the character of the target, Cheng Mingyu, it is more likely that she will directly take your life. Gu Xingyin smiled brightly. What a coincidence. I think so too. Her tone was relaxed, as if she did not feel that being targeted was a bad thing. Chapter 1368. Gu Xingyin lived in a small courtyard. Occasionally, she would disguise herself and walk around Liangzhou City. She had no choice. Her face was too eye-catching. If she didn't disguise herself, she would definitely be noticed. She was afraid that she would get into trouble. Gu Xingyin wasn't afraid of anyone, but she was afraid of trouble. Therefore, she would rather go out with a little trouble. On this day, she carried 2 jars of good wine and packed some of the most famous dishes in Liangzhou City. She planned to drink to her heart's content at night. When she entered the door, Gu Xingyin paused for a moment. She then closed the door of the small courtyard without changing her breathing, and slowly walked towards the only stone table in the courtyard. Just as she was about to put the things on the table, a black shadow quietly approached her from behind. The masked man's eyes flashed fiercely. The dagger in his hand mercilessly stabbed toward Gu Xingyin's back. This time, it was obvious that he wanted to kill her. However, if she was killed like this, Gu Xingyin's title as the leader of the demon sect would be in vain. The assassin did not even see the other party's movements clearly. He felt his hand go numb, and the dagger in his hand fell to the ground. Then, there was a bright light imprinted in his eyes. That was the last ray of light he saw in this world. Gu Xingyin didn't look at the assassin on the ground. Dead people were never worth her attention. 2 more gusts of wind came from behind. Gu Xingyin didn't seem to notice. She was stabbed. The eyes of the assassin on the right flashed with joy. When he thought of the generous reward from his employer, his heart surged. However, in the next moment, he felt that something was wrong. The dagger in his hand seemed to have stabbed into a thick steel wall. It didn't go in at all. By the time he wanted to retreat, it was already too late. A pair of hands had already silently grabbed his wrist. 2 more figures fell down. Gu Xingyin didn't plan to let him live at all. Most of the people in Jianghu who took money for their lives didn't know who their customers were. Even if they knew something, Gu Xingyin didn't care. That was no longer important. After all, Gu Xingyin already knew who the mastermind was. Naturally, there was no need for these people to exist. The small courtyard was completely silent. Only the smell of blood and the 3 corpses on the ground indicated that something had happened here. Gu Xingyin sneered in a low voice, "You only sent 3 of them to assassinate me? She really doesn't put the dignified demon cult's leader in her eyes, does she?" As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Xingyin sensed an aura moving in the middle of the courtyard. "Come out." She looked at her room indifferently. There was no movement. Gu Xingyin's voice grew colder. "What? Do you need me to personally invite you out?" The door creaked, and a black figure rushed out at an extremely fast speed. Looking at his clothes, it was obvious that he was the same group of people as the black-clothed assassins. Gu Xingyin glanced at him and knew that this person was the main force of this assassination. This person had the most profound internal strength among the 4 assassins. However, this person didn't have the intention to attack Gu Xingyin. Or it could be said that after knowing Gu Xingyin's identity, he didn't have the intention to go against her. Gu Xingyin looked at him with a smile. Suddenly, she had a wonderful idea. Chapter 1369. Gu Xingyin asked the black-clothed figure standing quietly by her side, "Do you want to live or die?" If someone else had said this, the black-clothed figure might have said that this person was arrogant. But the person who said this was the demon sect's master, who had challenged countless experts of the Central Plains with a single sword strike without losing a single one. The black-clothed figure could only admit that the other party had the ability to decide his life or death in an instant. Even though the assassin profession had always licked blood from the edge of the blade, there was no one who didn't cherish their own life. Gu Xingyin was very satisfied to hear the expected answer. "I want to live." This was the good thing about assassins. They wouldn't talk nonsense with you. They would only tell you what they wanted in the most straightforward way. "Very good," Gu Xingyin said. "Then use your own life to make a deal with this venerable one." Her lips moved, and the black-clothed figure's body trembled. In the end, he could only hoarsely agree. Gu Xingyin waved her hand, indicating that he could leave. Just as the black-clothed figure was about to leave, he heard Gu Xingyin shout, "Wait a moment." His body stiffened, afraid that this person would change her mind again. He heard Gu Xingyin say, "Remember to take them away. Don't dirty this venerable one's place." The black-clothed figure hurriedly agreed as if he had been pardoned. The small courtyard fell silent once more. Gu Xingyin turned her head to look at the small courtyard. Although it looked very clean, when she thought about how 3 people had died here not long ago, she instantly lost the mood to eat and drink. 4 people like her, everything she did depended on her mood. Gu Xingyin expressed that her impression of Qing Mingyue had worsened, because Qing Mingyue had ruined her mood for drinking. The system silently lit a candle for a certain character target. The next day, Gu Xingyin, who was drinking in a tea house, heard a rumor. "Hey, did you know? Fairy Mingyue encountered an assassin last night." Fairy Mingyue? Who would hate Fairy Mingyue so much? Who knows, the conversation in the tea house was in full swing. Gu Xingyin listened quietly. The gist of the news was that a group of people had infiltrated the Qing family last night, preparing to assassinate the Qing family's eldest daughter, Qing Mingyue. Fortunately, old Master Cheng had arrived in time. In the end, although the assassin was forced to retreat, old Master Cheng's old illness was triggered, and the heat poison in his body could no longer be suppressed. Gu Xingyin hid the smile at the corner of his mouth. Heat poison. The only antidote he knew was the frigid pond snow lotus. As for the cold pond snow lotus, it had already been fed to the Wulin Alliance chief Zhu Yu by the devil cult's cult master. In other words, there was no cure for old Master Chengzhen this time. "Shopkeeper, the bill please." Gu Xingyin shouted and placed an ingot of silver on the table. "All right." Gu Xingyin slowly walked out. Qing Mingyue, this time, your father had saved you from disaster. What about the next time? Gu Xingyin did not feel guilty for involving Qing Zhen. Qing Zhen was not a good person either. He had done those things in the dark for the Qing family's benefit, and he had even caused the downfall of those small families. Even if he died, he deserved it. When Gu Xingyin returned to the small courtyard, she saw Zhu Yu sitting there. There was a cup of tea beside his hand, but it was no longer warm. It was obvious that he had been here for quite some time. When he saw Gu Xingyin, his expression became serious. Chapter 1370. Gu Xingyin closed the door behind him, removed the disguise on his face, and sat beside him. What happened to you? She asked. Zhu Yu looked at Gu Xingyin and felt his throat dry up. Do you know what happened to the Qing family? Gu Xingyin's expression turned serious when he heard that. She looked at Zhu Yu and wondered why he was here. Was he here to question her? Or did he have other intentions? She thought for a while and decided not to use all sorts of bad conjectures on her lover. She nodded. I know. Moreover, I was the one who sent the assassins to the Qing family. After saying that, she looked at Zhu Yu. She wanted to know how Zhu Yu would react at a time like this. When Zhu Yu heard Gu Xingyin's words, the first thing he said was, Did my junior sister do something wrong? Gu Xingyin finally smiled. When he heard that she sent the assassins to kill, his first reaction was not to suspect her, but to question others. What was she thinking about when she met such a man? She said, Yesterday during the day, a group of killers came to my small courtyard. I left 3 people alive and 1 alive. Looking at Zhu Yu's worried expression, Gu Xingyin comforted him. I'm fine. Then she said, As for the remaining one, I told him to use his life in exchange for the life of the person who wants to take my life. She spread out her hands innocently. I didn't know that this person would be your junior sister, Fairy Mingyu. When she called Fairy Mingyu, her voice was full of mockery. The moon was bright and clear in the sky, cold and pure. How could she be worthy of this name? Zhu Yu's serious expression finally relaxed. He lifted his hand and felt Gu Xingyin's pulse. This man was probably the only one in the world who could make the leader of the demon cult obediently let his pulse be held and not resist. Zhu Yu only felt relieved after he personally checked that this person was fine. After hearing about the Qing family, Zhu Yu did not know why, but the first thing she thought of was Gu Xingyin. He didn't know why he was so sure that this matter had something to do with Gu Xingyin. However, he wasn't suspecting her. Instead, he was wondering how his junior sister had offended her. Based on her understanding of Gu Xingyin, she was not the kind of person who would kill for no reason. That was why he asked that question when he came here. Gu Xingyin looked at him and suddenly said, Zhu Yu, on your account, I will not pursue this matter with her this time. If there is a next time. Her eyes flashed with killing intent. Then, she felt her hand being held by a pair of warm hands. You don't have to do it on my account, Yili. Zhu Yu looked at her seriously. No one is more important than you. Junior sister Cheng's actions shouldn't be forgiven. You can't forgive me, and neither can I. He couldn't forgive anyone who intended to harm this person in front of him. Something seemed to flash in Gu Xingyin's eyes. She smiled and said, I'll take your words seriously. Don't think that after you regain your memory, you'll be reminded of your relationship with your childhood sweetheart and you won't be able to bear to part with it. Zhu Yu smiled and shook his head. I won't. If there is anything more important to me than you in this world, I won't forget it. There won't be such a situation. Chapter 1371. Bang! Qing Mingyue didn't know how many tea sets had been broken in her room. Her personal maid stood outside the room with her shoulders shrunk. She didn't dare to provoke her mistress at this moment. Since the master was assassinated and the doctor said there was nothing he could do, her mistress became very moody. Qing Mingyue was very nervous now. She knew who those assassins were after. Their target was her. Her father, on the other hand, had used his true qi for her sake, which had triggered his old injury. Those assassins, Qing Mingyue still felt scared when she thought about it. That cold and emotionless gaze, that chilling dagger, was just a hair's breadth away from piercing into her heart. Her martial arts skills, which she was proud of, were simply vulnerable in front of them. Those assassins were after revenge. Because before they killed her, they said, "Miss Cheng, why didn't you tell us the identity of the other party when you hired us?" That assassin was really angry in his heart. Even if they were assassins, their lives were valuable. Assassinating the hierarch of the devil cult was a suicide mission. If Qing Mingyue had told them Gu Xingyin's identity at that time, they wouldn't have taken the job anyway. Not to mention that it was impossible to complete the mission, they would have offended a big shot for no reason. This woman didn't care about their lives at all. This was the most important reason why Qing Mingyue didn't dare to tell them Gu Xingyin's identity at this moment. If they knew that the target was the hierarch of the devil cult, no assassin organization would dare to take the job no matter how much money she offered. But now, Qing Mingyue was not afraid of these assassins, but of the hierarch of the devil cult. Did she know about it now? Qing Mingyue couldn't help but shudder when she recalled the way that woman had looked at her from above and the mysterious means she had used to deal with her. That woman was definitely not a person who repaid evil with good. If she knew that she had hired someone to assassinate her, she would never let her go. But now, her father, the only one who could protect her in the Qing family, was lying in bed in a coma. If that woman came to make trouble for her, the Qing family alone couldn't stop her. Qing Mingyue bit her lip so hard that it bled. Her expression was indescribably gloomy. Master of the devil cult, every man for himself. Since you and I are already mortal enemies, don't blame me for being ruthless. She tidied herself up, and when she went out again, she looked no different from before. When the servant girl at the door saw that Miss had returned to normal, she heaved a sigh of relief. "Xiao Tang, clean up this place and accompany me on a trip." Yes, Mississippi, a female guest, who was shrouded in a curtain, arrived at the largest intelligence building in Liangzhou City. The receptionist wasn't surprised to see this. People who came here usually didn't have any honorable intentions. And these people were usually unwilling to let others know their identities. However, they did not know that if the information pavilion wanted to know their identities, it would not take much effort. When the mysterious guest saw the receptionist, he immediately took out a money bag. The receptionist at the information pavilion noticed that this guest had a pair of very beautiful hands. "I need you to help me spread a message about the things inside." She opened the money pouch in her hand and poured out the contents, a whole pouch of money. Gold. Chapter 1372. The eyes of the person in charge of the information pavilion narrowed when he saw so much gold. Even for him, it was rare to see such a large sum of money. However, he didn't reach out to take it. Instead, he asked, "What do you want us to do, miss?" In their line of work, the biggest taboo was to be short-sighted. When they saw money, they didn't care about anything else. Some gold and silver, even if you got it, you still had to be alive to spend it. Qing Mingyue was a little nervous. She was afraid that the other party would be like those assassin organizations and not take the job. However, she had no other choice. In the end, she opened her mouth and told him what she wanted to do. The person in charge of the information pavilion opened his mouth and looked at the person in front of him who was wrapped tightly. Who was this person? How dare he provoke the demon sect's leader? No, the point was, the demon sect's leader was in Liangzhou City. He thought for a while and asked Qing Mingyue to sit here and wait for a while. He also prepared tea and snacks. "Honorable guest, please wait for a moment. I can't make the decision. Let our pavilion master talk to you in detail." Qing Mingyue nodded. Soon, a handsome young man in white holding a folding fan walked over under the guidance of the person in charge. He had a handsome face and the corners of his lips were slightly raised. His appearance was not inferior to that of eldest senior brother Zhu Yu. She had never heard of such a person before. Qing Mingyue glanced at the man. She wasn't a little girl who just came out of the martial arts world. Naturally, she knew that this was not his true appearance. The person in charge left after bringing the man here. Miss, do you want to touch that person? The man in white smiled and pointed to the west. The headquarters of the demon sect, Mount Wudu, was in that direction. Cheng Mingyue was a little nervous, but her tone was cold and arrogant. Why? Is there a problem? No, there's no problem. The man in white didn't seem to think that the demon sect that everyone in Jianghu feared was very powerful. This made Cheng Mingyue's heart calm down. She said, then our deal is done. With a snap, the man in white closed his fan. He stared at Cheng Mingyue, his gaze seemingly able to pierce through the layer of cloth and see through her entire person. Esteemed guest, this price is not worth the risk of offending the demonic sect. The man in white was still smiling. Cheng Mingyue gritted her teeth. Then how much will it take for you to do it? The man in white stretched out 2 fingers with a smile. Cheng Mingyue looked at him in confusion. She didn't understand what he meant. Seeing this, the man in white said, double. He pointed at the gold ingots scattered on the table. His meaning was self-evident. Cheng Mingyue's voice sharpened. Twice. You guys are crazy. I just want you to spread the news. The man in white didn't get angry when he saw her like this. He only said a few words lightly. But this news is related to the cult master of the demonic sect who defeated all the top-notch masters of the martial arts world of the Central Plains. This humble one can guarantee that apart from this humble one, there is no other clan that would dare to accept the mission of our esteemed guest. Cheng Mingyue's momentum suddenly weakened. She knew that he was telling the truth. Can't be less. She was a little unwilling to give up. Such a large sum of money was not easy for her. The man in white shook his head. Not a penny less. Chapter 1373. In the end, Cheng Mingyue paid the money. After she was done with this matter, she returned to the Qing mansion with satisfaction. In her plan, the entire Liangzhou city would know that the demon sect's sect leader, Wu Yeli, had come to Liangzhou city and that she was up to no good. Needless to say, rumors could easily spread to her desired effect. Cheng Mingyue knew this very well. She only needed to reveal the demon sect's sect leader's address tomorrow or the day after. By then, if a few more accidents happened, countless people in the martial arts world would go against the demon sect's sect leader in the name of eliminating the evil. Cheng Mingyue was very familiar with such methods. However, she did not know that not long after she left the information pavilion, an inconspicuous figure entered the martial union. Zhu Yu looked at the secret letter in his hand with a gloomy expression. He didn't remember what happened before, but his previous subordinates didn't know about it, so they reported important things to him as usual. He said in a low voice, "Find out the identity of the person who entrusted the mission." The subordinate was shocked. "Chief, this is against the rules." His unfinished words were silenced under Zhu Yu's cold gaze. "Yes, sir." The result was out very quickly. It was his good junior sister, Cheng Mingyue. Zhu Yu looked at the report and did not speak for a long time. He always knew that his junior sister was a narrow-minded person, but he did not expect her to be so vicious. Zhu Yu went directly to the small courtyard where Gu Xingyin was. He showed her the information he had found. Unexpectedly, Zhu Yu did not see any surprise in Gu Xingyin's eyes. "You know about this?" he asked doubtfully. Gu Xingyin shook her head. "I only know that your junior sister has never had any good intentions towards me." She looked at Zhu Yu. "You told me this just like that, aren't you afraid that I will take revenge on your junior sister?" Zhu Yu looked at her. "I have said this a long time ago. To me, there is nothing more important than you in this world." Even if Gu Xingyin did not pursue the matter with Cheng Mingyue, he did not intend to let it go so easily. Gu Xingyin smiled when he heard that. "All right then, I'll tell you in advance. Don't blame me if I do anything." Zhu Yu only looked at her with a smile. He had placed his entire heart on her, so naturally, no one understood her better than he did. His Yili had never been a malicious person. No matter what happened to Cheng Mingyue, she only had herself to blame. In the end, Gu Xingyin said a few words to Zhu Yu. She wanted to deal with Chen Mingyue's matter by herself. Zhu Yu was not surprised that she would make such a decision. The demon cult master, Wu Yeli, had never been a woman who only knew how to hide behind others. On the second day, as expected, some news secretly spread throughout Liangzhou city. It was said that the evil cult intended to harm the world of martial artists in the Central Plains, and that their cult master had secretly come to Liangzhou city. While everyone was shocked by the news, another address was spread. It was said to be the place where the demon cult master lived. When Qing Mingyue heard the news, she smiled slowly. Wu Yeli, no matter how powerful you are, can you go against the entire world of martial artists in the Central Plains? Chapter 1374. However, when the group of martial artists from the Central Plains finally arrived at the small courtyard that Gu Xingyin had bought after choosing a day to annihilate the evil path, Gu Xingyin was stunned. They saw Zhu Yu, the leader of the martial arts world, chatting with his master and several other martial arts seniors. Zhu Yu was obviously in a very good mood. When he saw the group of people, he held a wine cup in his hand and smiled. What's wrong with everyone? The group of people from the martial arts world were speechless. Seeing the scene in front of them, they were almost certain that they had been fooled. Where was the lair of the devil sect's leader? They didn't see the devil sect's leader, but the leader of the martial arts world was here. The leader of this group of people from the martial arts world was the leader of a medium-sized sect. He had quite a bit of prestige among this group of people. At this time, he looked embarrassed, but he was also free and easy. This old man heard a rumor that there was an evildoer from the devil sect hiding here, so I brought my martial arts friends here. Now that I see the leader and the other seniors, I know that I have been fooled. With the leader and the other seniors here, which blind person from the devil sect would dare to come here? His words were beautiful. Not only did he explain the reason for doing so, but he also secretly praised everyone present. Sure enough, after hearing his words, the faces of the seniors who were unhappy because their mood had been disturbed became much better. Mu Qingfeng looked at the group of people from the martial arts world and said, "Today I am in a good mood, so I invited a few old friends to this courtyard that I bought a long time ago for a small gathering." Who would have thought that there would be such a thing? That person felt cold sweat on his back. All the people here were old seniors who had been famous in the martial arts world for a long time. During their time, he didn't even know what a sword was. He just said that he was going to exterminate the remnants of the devil sect. If these people were the remnants of the devil sect, the martial arts world of the Central Plains would have changed a long time ago. Under the gaze of the older generation of martial arts experts, this group of people hurriedly retreated. Who spread this news? After leaving the courtyard, the leader finally couldn't hold back and scolded. Everyone present looked at each other and didn't say anything. When the sect master saw this scene, he felt a chill in his heart. They were clearly being used by someone with ulterior motives. He said in a low voice, "What happened to the person who said he saw the devil sect's demoness appear in the courtyard?" If it wasn't for the fact that someone had sworn that he had personally seen people from the devil sect entering and exiting the courtyard, he wouldn't have been so rash as to barge in. Naturally, it was impossible for anyone to stand up for such a matter. The sect leader probably knew that if he really wanted to make use of them, they would have run away long ago. Even if they didn't run away, they wouldn't be so stupid as to stand up and admit that they were spreading fake news. "Everyone, disperse," he said with a heavy expression. Therefore, in less than 2 days, the news about the demon sect's leader was covered by another joke. This joke was about a group of people in the martial arts world who had heard a rumor from who knew where. They had gathered together to eliminate evil and defend the Tao. In the end, they had bumped into Senior Mu Qingfeng's courtyard door. Who was Senior Mu Qingfeng? Who were the people in his courtyard? However, the old senior was kind and did not make things difficult for these people. In the end, these people returned with their tails between their legs. However, no one knew which busybody actually made a list of these people. They had lost a lot of face this time. Under such circumstances, the group of people gnashed their teeth in hatred towards the culprit who had caused them to become like this, the person who could spread the rumors. Chapter 1375. Ha ha ha. When she heard this, Gu Xingyin was laughing happily in the courtyard. You're worse than me. Gu Xingyin looked at Zhu Yu with a smile. Zhu Yu only smiled without saying anything. Tell me, when did you regain your memory? Gu Xingyin suddenly asked. Zhu Yu was shocked. How did you know? Gu Xingyin looked at him. Why wouldn't I know? Although Zhu Yu had concealed it well, there were still some differences between this person and his previous appearance. Zhu Yu shook his head. 2 days ago, I was going to give you a surprise. Gu Xingyin pursed her lips and smiled. Then, wouldn't I be letting you down? Zhu Yu looked at her. No, I'm very happy. Even his master couldn't tell that he had regained his memory, but she could. How could he not be happy? Since you already know that I've regained my memory, why don't you come with me to see my master? Zhu Yu suddenly said. Gu Xingyin had no objection to this. Zhu Yu's master, Senior Mu Qingfeng, had already found out from Zhu Yu that she had been in Liangzhou city all this time. This time, it was all thanks to Mu Qingfeng's cooperation that the people in the martial arts world were able to get rid of their objections so quickly. When Mu Qingfeng saw the demon sect's leader again, he had mixed feelings. This was the 3rd time he met Wu Yeli. The first time they met, her talent in martial arts left a deep impression on him. The second time they met, the eccentric personality of the demon sect's leader made him grit his teeth. And the 3rd time they met, Mu Qingfeng could only sigh as he looked at the woman who bowed respectfully to him. He knew very well how arrogant she was. But now, she was willing to come to the martial arts world of the Central Plains alone for his disciple. She even bowed to him. The slight grudge in his heart disappeared just like that. Forget it, he would let the young people make their own decisions. Since Zhu Yu had made his own choice, as his master, he would follow his own wishes. Zhu Yu suddenly looked at his master. Master, I have another piece of good news to tell you. Mu Qingfeng looked at his disciple. Zhu Yu told Mu Qingfeng that she had regained her memories. Sure enough, this news was undoubtedly the happiest news for Mu Qingfeng right now. Moreover, it had lifted a heavy burden from his heart. It also made him understand that there was no room for negotiation between his disciple and the cult master of the devil cult. Zhu Yu had always been gentle and reserved since he was young. However, as his master, Zhu Yu knew that his disciple would not make a decision easily. Once he had made up his mind, he would not change it. How is it now? Can you confirm my sincerity? Zhu Yu held Gu Xingyin's hand and asked with a smile. Gu Xingyin glanced at him. When had she ever doubted his sincerity? Does your master know about your junior sister? Gu Xingyin asked. Zhu Yu nodded. Although I didn't say it explicitly, my master has already found out. He looked at Gu Xingyin and seemed to be a little embarrassed. My master means that she is a girl after all. Now that her father's life is unknown, if possible, it is better to leave her some leeway. Gu Xingyin held the golden silk cup in her hand. Her slender fingers rested on it quietly. I will give her a chance. It is none of my business whether she can hold on to it or not. Chapter 1376. When Qing Mingyue heard the news from outside, she couldn't help but sweep all the things on her dowry onto the floor. Her eyes were faintly bloodshot. Obviously, she hadn't rested well for a few days. However, the reason for her lack of rest was very different from before. 2 days ago, it was because of excitement. In her mind, she had already imagined dozens of possible outcomes for the cult master of the devil cult. He might have to flee with injuries, or he might have to bear the infamy of being condemned by the public. Of course, Qing Mingyue hoped that the woman would not be able to go back. Only when that woman was dead, would she be able to truly rest assured. However, in the short span of a day, this matter had taken a turn that she did not expect. There was no demon sect leader at all. The person living in the courtyard was her master, the martial arts senior Mu Qingfeng. When Qing Mingyue heard this, her heart turned cold. She didn't expect that her master would side with the demon sect leader. That's right, in Qing Mingyue's eyes, there was no other possibility. It was as if a string in her mind that had been stretched taut for a long time had suddenly snapped. At this moment, there was nothing but hatred in her mind. That woman was simply a devil. Since she appeared, senior brother ignored her. Now, even master was siding with her. What about her? Her father was now lying in bed, unconscious. Her reputation as Fairy Mingyue in the martial arts world had also begun to decline. It was all because of that woman. No, it wasn't just that woman. There was also senior brother Zhu Yu whom she liked, master who had always doted on her, and those people in the martial arts world. These people were all hypocrites. Unconsciously, her eyes became redder and redder. At this moment, a golden glimmer floated in from outside the window. The glimmer was very weak. It was so weak that if one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't notice it at all. That golden glimmer landed on Qing Mingyue's hair without anyone noticing. Then, it disappeared in an instant. Qing Mingyue frowned slightly. Somehow, she felt that her heart had palpitated a little just now. The next moment, a maid's cries could be heard, "Young miss. Young miss, old master has passed away." What? Qing Mingyue was in a daze for a moment. Ever since she was born, her mother had passed away, and it was her father who had raised her. Because she didn't like it and he was afraid that she would be wronged, Qing Jin didn't even take a second wife. Even though Gu Xingyin didn't approve of Qing Jin's character, he had to admit that Qing Jin was the best a father could do for his daughter. But at the same time, it was precisely because of his unprincipled doting that Qing Mingyue developed such a domineering and selfish character. Qing Jin was a famous senior in the martial arts world. Almost all the reputable figures in the martial arts world had come to his funeral. Regardless of whether they were sincere or not, at this moment, everyone had to put on a sorrowful expression. For 3 days, Qing Mingyue knelt in front of her father's memorial tablet. No matter how others comforted her, it was useless. It wasn't until 3 days later that Mu Qingfeng couldn't stand it anymore. If he went down, he was afraid that his little disciple would fall before Qing Jin was even buried. He walked to Qing Mingyue's side and reached out to help her. "Go away. Don't touch me," Qing Mingyue suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 1377. Not only Mu Qingfeng, but the other guests were also shocked by Qing Mingyue's sudden emotional outburst. Zhu Yu stood in the crowd and frowned as he looked at Qing Mingyue. Gu Xingyin didn't come. In her words, she said, "Qing Zhen, that old man, how can I attend his funeral?" Mu Qingfeng lowered his head and looked at his little disciple. He wasn't angry at her rudeness. He could understand that she had lost her father. It was normal for her to be emotional. But Qing Mingyue's next words shocked him. After Qing Mingyue said those words, it was as if she finally had a breakthrough after many days of emotions. She didn't ask anyone to help her and stood up on her own. Because she hadn't stood up for a few days, her body was a little shaky, but there was a strange smile on her face. She looked at Mu Qingfeng and said, "Don't help me. I know that you accepted me as your disciple because of my Qing family's status in the martial arts world." Mu Qingfeng, you hypocrite. As soon as her words came out, the whole hall was in an uproar. Could it be that Mingyu's father's sudden death had caused her to go crazy? When Mu Qingfeng heard such words, his expression calmed down. It was as if his little disciple wasn't talking about him. He opened his mouth and said, "In your heart, has this always been how you see me as your master?" Qing Mingyue stared at him closely. "Yes. Mu Qingfeng, if it weren't for your former identity as the #1 master in the martial arts world, my status would rise to a higher level if I became your disciple. Do you think I care?" Mu Qingfeng lowered his eyes and suddenly turned around. "Then today, in front of all the martial arts world, this old man will announce that Miss Cheng and I have dissolved our master-disciple relationship. This old man can no longer be Miss Cheng's master." It was hard to tell if he was happy or angry, but everyone felt that senior Mu Qingfeng was furious this time. The disciple that he raised with his own hands actually said such disgraceful words. Many people felt that if their own disciple was like this, they said that being kicked out of the sect was a light punishment. If her temper was more violent, it was possible that she would be cleaned up. It was just that Mingyu usually looked gentle and generous. No one would have thought that her heart would have such thoughts. There was a lot of discussion in the hall. When these discussions reached Qing Mingyue's ears, it became everyone mocking her. Mu Qingfeng had already left. When Zhu Yu saw this scene, his face darkened. Since Miss Qing is no longer a disciple of my sect, Zhu Yu will take his leave. He lifted his leg and was about to leave. His master was probably sad now, and he was a little worried. Zhu Yu, stop right there. Qing Mingyue suddenly shouted when she saw him. Zhu Yu turned around and saw Qing Mingyue looking at him with a complicated expression. Deep love and extreme hatred could be seen in her eyes. Zhu Yu, tell me, which part of me, Qing Mingyue, is not worthy of you? I like you so much and I'm always worried about you. Why won't you look at me? She was very agitated. Zhu Yu said faintly, Miss Qing, the relationship between a man and a woman cannot be forced. It's better not to say such words so as to avoid damaging your reputation. Qing Mingyue sneered. Reputation? She stared at Zhu Yu. I know. Is it because I'm not beautiful enough? I can't compare to that which Wu Yili, so you don't like me. When Zhu Yu saw that she actually dragged Gu Xingyin into it, his expression turned ugly. Chapter 1378. As for the other people in the martial arts world, those who knew who Wu Yili was pricked up their ears to listen. This even involved the demon sect's leader. Zhu Yu stared coldly at Qing Mingyue. Miss Qing, Zhu Yu has grown up with you and has always treated you like a younger sister. I have never had any thoughts of overstepping my boundaries. This has nothing to do with anyone. Never had any thoughts of overstepping his boundaries. When these words reached Qing Mingyue's ears, it meant that Zhu Yu had never liked her. She didn't believe it and screamed, I don't believe it. It must be that bitch Wu Yili who bewitched you. You men are all like this. Whenever you see a pretty girl, your soul will fly away. When she said this, many people's faces darkened. Qing Mingyue's words had scolded everyone. Qing Mingyue didn't know why, but she knew that once she said these words, her reputation in the martial arts world would be ruined. But she couldn't help it. As long as she saw the hypocritical and disgusting faces of those people, she couldn't help but want to vent all the violence and resentment in her heart. What's wrong with what I said? You men, all I have to do is smile and wave at him, and he'll crawl on me like a dog. He'll bite whoever I ask him to. Qing Mingyue seemed to have thought of something and started giggling. At this moment, a young swordsman with a sword stood out from the crowd. He looked at Qing Mingyue with undisguised disgust. I was once one of Fairy Mingyue's admirers. Thank you, Fairy Mingyue, for clearing my doubts today so that I will no longer be a dog in the future. After he finished speaking, he cupped his hands towards the people around him and turned to leave. After this person left, the other young people left one after another. They had all heard that Senior Cheng had passed away and were worried that Fairy Mingyue would be too sad, so they specially came here. But they didn't expect to hear such words. These young people were all hot-blooded men. How could they tolerate such a thing? Zhu Yu looked at the crazy Qing Mingyue and sighed. He didn't care about Qing Mingyue's shouts and turned to leave. As Qing Mingyue watched the martial artists in the morning hall leave one by one, she felt incredibly happy. See, these were the hypocrites. Now that she had hit the nail on the head, one by one, none of them had the face to stay, right? She slowly leaned against her father's coffin and sat down. No one knew what she was thinking. He sat there until the middle of the night. Qing Mingyue slowly raised her head. She remembered the events of the day. What had she done? Qing Mingyue could not hide the fear on her face. Her words during the day might have offended most of the people in the Chinese world of martial artists, and she was even chased out of her sect. No, how could he do such a stupid thing? Qing Mingyue knew very well that she wasn't wronged when she said those words, because those were her truest thoughts. But she would never tell anyone about those flowers. She must have been set up. That person was so vicious that he actually wanted her to lose her footing in the martial arts world of the Central Plains. No. She couldn't do this. She was the high and mighty fairy Mingyu. How could she be defeated so easily? Chapter 1379. It was currently the wee hours of the morning. Cheng Mingyue's mind raced. She had to think of a way to redeem herself. Once she redeemed her reputation, she would slowly settle the score with that little bitch. After thinking for a moment, she stood up and took a bronze mirror. Looking at the woman in the mirror with messy hair and bloodshot eyes, Cheng Mingyue's eyes flashed with disgust. This was not her. Cheng Mingyue carefully fetched some water and washed herself. She then changed into a set of plain-colored clothes and did not apply any makeup. Her pale complexion and dark circles were extremely obvious due to not having rested for several days. Looking at the delicate and pitiful woman in the mirror, Cheng Mingyue nodded her head in satisfaction. Only by looking like this would she be able to arouse the sympathy of others. Under the night sky, Cheng Mingyue knelt in front of Martial Union's main entrance. Zhu Yu had just woken up in the morning when he heard his subordinates report that Cheng Mingyue was kneeling in front of Martial Union's main entrance. She seemed to have come to ask for forgiveness. Ask for forgiveness? A cold glint flashed through Zhu Yu's eyes. After saying such words, would a simple sentence of asking for forgiveness be enough? Zhu Yu did not pay any attention to Cheng Mingyue. Instead, he turned around and went to see his master. Mu Qingfeng's complexion was still ugly. Anyone who knew that they had raised an ingrate would not be in a good mood. When Zhu Yu entered, he just happened to hear his master's angry rebuke, ask for forgiveness. Tell her to scram. This old man cannot accept her bow. Zhu Yu sighed. It seemed that his master already knew that Cheng Mingyue was outside. He lifted his leg and walked in. Master, please calm down. When Mu Qingfeng saw Zhu Yu, his complexion became slightly better. However, his anger was still visible. You've come. Mu Qingfeng looked at Zhu Yu. You're not here to plead on behalf of that cruel and unscrupulous thing, right? Zhu Yu shook his head. Master, you've underestimated me. Am I, Zhu Yu, a person who cannot differentiate between right and wrong? Mu Qingfeng nodded. She said those words last night. Did she think that today's act would be enough to make up for what she said? Just as she said, she thinks that everyone in Jianghu is a fool. Speaking of this, Mu Qingfeng's anger rose again. Zhu Yu once again comforted his master. Cheng Mingyue knelt in front of Martial Union's main entrance. At this time, the sky was already bright, and the number of people outside gradually increased. Seeing such a beautiful woman in plain clothes kneeling here, it was natural for people to start discussing. Upon receiving the orders from above, Martial Union's guards completely ignored Cheng Mingyue. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Cheng Mingyue did not panic. She knew very well that in this situation, the weaker she appeared, the more others would sympathize with her. At a time like this, what he needed the most was the sympathy of others. Not long after, there would naturally be people who would have tender feelings for the fairer sex, who would seek justice for her. At that time, as long as he pretended to be sad and remorseful, there would always be people who would believe him. Cheng Mingyue already knew the temperament of these people like the back of her hand. However, no matter how much she calculated, she did not realize how serious the words she said last night were. The men in the martial arts world were indeed protective of the fairer sex. They were also very tolerant towards beauties. However, this did not mean that they were willing to become dogs. Those people were actually looking at the number one beauty in the martial arts world with mocking eyes. They were all wondering what kind of show she was going to put on this time. It was already 2 hours before daybreak. However, there was still no one who came out to speak for Cheng Mingyue. At this time, Cheng Mingyue started to panic. Things seemed to have gone beyond her expectations. Chapter 1380. This was completely different from what she had imagined. In her mind, with such a great beauty like her kneeling here, not to mention 2 hours, even if it took less than an hour, there should be people who couldn't help but come forward to ask about it. She knelt there, feeling a little apprehensive. However, her face still maintained that delicate and pitiful appearance. She refused to believe that she, Chen Mingyue's charm, was so weak. However, Chen Mingyue did not notice the ridicule in the eyes of the onlookers as they looked at her. What they were discussing was not the reason for such a great beauty to kneel here, but the shocking words she had said last night. Even if there were one or two people who did not know the truth and could not bear to look at her, they were pulled away by the people beside them and informed of the matter. After a round of information, the people who originally wanted to save the beauty started looking at Chen Mingyue with strange expressions. Such a delicate and pitiful beauty actually said such unorthodox and disrespectful words. Indeed, one could not judge a book by its cover. In the martial arts world, seniority was the most important thing. The status of a master and disciple was also extremely important. The words that Chen Mingyue had said to her master, Mu Qingfeng, yesterday were truly chilling. Another hour passed, and Chen Mingyue's legs were already numb. Finally, a person appeared at the entrance of Martial Union. It was not her master, nor was it her senior brother. However, Chen Mingyue recognized that this person was her senior brother's capable assistant. Since he had appeared, did that mean that her senior brother had not completely abandoned her? Chen Mingyue's eyes suddenly lit up. However, in the next moment, the words that came out of that person's mouth caused Chen Mingyue's heart to turn cold. Miss Cheng, you are kneeling in front of my martial union's entrance so early in the morning. This is not good for my martial union's reputation. Please return, that person said coldly with a monotonous tone. In reality, the fact that he did not directly scold her was already an act of self-restraint. Song Ren had been by Zhu Yu's side for many years. Naturally, he also harbored some unclear thoughts towards this beautiful junior sister of his master. However, he had always known his own identity. He knew that Chen Mingyue's status was not something he could covet. Hence, he had always bitterly restrained his thoughts. Who would have thought that they, the people who admired Chen Mingyue, were actually dogs in her heart? Moreover, they had all seen how much Senior Mu Qingfeng cared about this young disciple of his. But, in the eyes of this person, it had become a profitable thing to do. He, Song Ren, must be blind to fall for such a heartless and unscrupulous woman. Thus, under such circumstances, he could only maintain his politeness on the surface, and that was already the most he could do. However, this was not the result Chen Mingyue wanted at all. She raised her head and her eyes were filled with tears. She bit the corner of her lips and looked very sad. Brother, my master, he really won't forgive me. Her swaying posture made it seem as if she would fall if the other party gave her a negative answer. If it was the Song Ren of the past, his heart would ache to see such an attitude. But now, he just watched coldly as Chen Mingyue put on an act. She even called him Big Brother. He had been by his master's side for so many years. As long as this Miss Cheng had the heart, it was impossible for her to not know his name. He had really been blinded in the past. He actually did not see through this point. Chapter 1381. He stood at the entrance of Martial Union and coldly said, Senior Mu has already said that Miss Cheng is no longer his disciple. Miss Cheng, don't call him master anymore. Chen Mingyue's heart turned cold. She knew that sometimes, the attitude of the person serving beside you was an indication of the master's attitude. Looking at this person's appearance, her master and senior brother were really not going to give her any face? Chen Mingyue only felt a chill in her heart. In any case, they had been master and disciple for more than 10 years. Yet, at this time, they could actually bear to see her like this. Chen Mingyue had never thought about what kind of relationship she had talked about when she pointed at Mu Qingfeng and said those words last night. Thus, it could be said that the selfish people in this world all had the same characteristic. They would always remember the bad things of others, but could not see the good things of others and their own bad things. No matter what kind of thoughts she had in her heart, Chen Mingyue still put on a pale face on the surface. She gritted her teeth and said, since master and senior brother are not willing to forgive Mingyue, and Mingyue has already lost her father. Now that I'm going to lose my master and senior brother, what's the point of living in this world? As she spoke, she acted as if she was going to crash into a stone pillar at the side. Stop, Miss Cheng. Song Ren still had that cold look on his face. He looked at Cheng Mingyue, his gaze devoid of any warmth. If Miss Cheng wants to die, please find another place. If you kill yourself in front of Martial Union's entrance, those who don't know will think that Martial Union is bullying you and do something to you. Cheng Mingyue's body was grabbed by two people. She looked at Song Ren, who was standing at the entrance, in disbelief. She was already in this state, so why was this man still so indifferent? She could not help but touch her face suspiciously. There was nothing wrong with it. She shouted without care, "You! Why won't you let me see my master and senior brother? What are you trying to do? Miss Cheng." Song Ren's face finally sank. The way he looked at Cheng Mingyue was as if he was looking at something filthy. "Miss Cheng, do you need me to remind you what kind of disrespectful words you said last night in front of all the martial artists?" His gaze was so cold that Cheng Mingyue couldn't help but shudder. Her arrogance unconsciously weakened. That's just because I was too sad and didn't mean it. Unintentional words. Song Ren sneered. I'm afraid these unintentional words are Miss Cheng's true heartfelt words. He then instructed his subordinates, all of you, stand guard at the entrance. If Miss Cheng wishes to seek death, stop her. Do not dirty my Martial Union's land. Of course, once Martial Union is out of the picture, it is none of our business. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left with a flick of his sleeves, as if he didn't want to see this repulsive woman again. It was only then that Cheng Mingyue was truly exhausted. Master and senior brother really wouldn't care about him anymore. She had never been so clear about this matter. She turned around and saw the way the crowd looked at her for the first time. What she saw in front of her eyes made her widen her eyes. It was not the sympathetic and pitiful look she thought it was, but the real mockery and sarcasm. These people were all laughing at her. Chapter 1382. Cheng Mingyue stared at these people with wide eyes. Among these people, she recognized some of them, but she did not recognize the majority of them. However, these people, without exception, were all looking at her with malicious gazes. Cheng Mingyue tried her best to maintain the demeanor of a martial arts family's young miss and coldly said, "Everyone, hitting someone when they're down isn't something a real man would do, right?" It would have been better if she did not say this. The moment these words left her mouth, some people in the crowd sneered. So Miss Cheng also knows what a real man is. I thought Miss Cheng didn't even know how to write the word shame. Shame is such a complicated word, how would Miss Cheng know? I think she probably doesn't even recognize words like face, right? I heard the words she said last night clearly. If I had such a disciple, I would have cleaned up the sect on the spot. How could I allow her to jump around again today? Isn't that so? She was already expelled from the sect yesterday, and today, she came here acting pitiful as if nothing had happened. She even threatened to kill herself. Miss Cheng, let me advise you. If you really want to die, go home and do it. Don't put on an act here. Every sentence was like a sharp knife stabbing into Cheng Mingyue's heart. It wasn't like this. Why were these people looking at her with such gazes? Why were they saying such cold and heartless words to her? Shouldn't they be looking at her tears, lamenting in their hearts, and facing a common enemy with her? Cheng Mingyue could not bear such gazes. She felt that she could not stay here any longer. She could only cover her face with her sleeves and hurriedly leave. Seeing that there was no more drama to watch, the crowd surrounding the entrance of Martial Arts Union dispersed. Cheng Mingyue was secretive all the way home because she realized that people were pointing at her and whispering to each other on the way home. Cheng Mingyue, who had never experienced such humiliation before, only wanted to return home and close the door, not letting anyone see her. However, before she reached home, she saw her personal maid, Xiao Tang. Why did Xiao Tang come out? She felt strange. When Xiao Tang saw her, it was as if she saw her savior. "Miss, you're finally back." Cheng Mingyue faintly had a bad feeling. What's wrong? Xiao Tang's eyes were filled with tears. Our residence's main doors have all been smashed. Cheng Mingyue was infuriated when she heard this. The gate was the face of a mansion. Who had such a huge grudge against the Qing family? Who did it? Xiao Tang's tone was evasive. This servant saw that there were many people. Cheng Mingyue glanced at it and didn't say anything. She hurried back home. From afar, she saw the smashed door of her house and many people surrounding it. Miss, don't go there. Xiao Tang tugged at her sleeve uneasily. Cheng Mingyue felt that something was wrong. She turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" Xiao Tang bit her lips and said, "Those people came to cause trouble for young Mississippi." This servant heard them scolding young Miss. Cheng Mingyue's heart skipped a beat. What are they cursing about? Xiao Tang's tone became even more cautious. They scolded Miss, deceived their master and betrayed their ancestors, ungrateful, pigs and dogs. She didn't dare to finish her sentence. However, these few were enough to deal a blow to Cheng Mingyue. Her body swayed a little, but she couldn't resist the hesitation in her heart. It's over, it's over. This was the only feeling Cheng Mingyue had at this moment. She, Cheng Mingyue, was truly finished in the Central Plains pugilistic world. Chapter 1383. Cheng Mingyue was sick. This time, she wasn't pretending to be pitiful to gain sympathy. She was really sick. She hadn't been sick for a long time. Cheng Mingyue, who was lying on the bed in a daze because of the fever, thought in a daze. She was born as a proud daughter of heaven. Her father treated her like a pearl and raised her. He was very nervous about the slightest disturbance. How could he give her a chance to fall sick? Later, she became the disciple of the #1 expert in the martial arts world and the junior sister of the chief of the martial arts world. More people flattered her. She thought of the last time she fell sick. It was a few years ago. It was just a small cold. The servants in the mansion were busy. Her father looked at her tirelessly. He even invited a few famous doctors in the martial arts world. In the martial arts world, who didn't envy her, Fairy Mingyue? But now, Xiao Tang came in with a bowl of black medicine. She looked helpless. Young Miss, those doctors heard that the master of the Cheng mansion was sick and refused to come over. This is the medicine for typhoid that I bought myself. Please be more particular. When she came in with the bowl of medicine, Cheng Mingyue clearly saw a few red and swollen blisters on Xiao Tang's hands. You brewed this medicine yourself? Where are those rough servants? Cheng Mingyue asked angrily. Xiao Tang avoided her gaze and said timidly, ever since the master passed away, the servants in the house ran away and ransomed. Now. She didn't finish her sentence, but Cheng Mingyue already knew what she meant. Now, there were probably not many people in the Cheng mansion. Cheng Mingyue's expression suddenly calmed down. She took the bowl of medicine and drank it. I know. I don't need anyone to serve me. You can go and rest. Xiao Tang left. Cheng Mingyue watched her leave. Xiao Tang had been by her side since she was young. She was a servant who served the young miss. Naturally, she had never done any heavy work. Today was probably the first time she brewed medicine. She lay on the bed and looked at the top of the bed with her eyes wide open. Tears finally fell from the corners of her eyes and slowly soaked the pillow. Something big happened in the martial arts world of the Central Plains. At the Martial Arts World Assembly, the current chief of the martial arts world, Zhu Yu, revealed a shocking news. He and the cult master of the devil cult were in love with each other and were about to get married. I am aware that I am no longer able to assume the position of Wulin Alliance Master, and I would like to ask my fellow Wulin Alliance Masters to choose another Wulin Alliance Master who is of virtue and prestige. If it was any other day, if someone exposed that they had an affair with the cult master of the devil sect, they would be condemned by the public. However, Zhu had accumulated a lot of prestige and was highly respected by the people of Wulin. Moreover, his actions were too calm, so calm that no one could criticize his actions. He had fallen in love with the cult leader of the devil cult, and had volunteered not to be the Wulin Union head. What could you do to him? As a result, the martial arts circle convention ended in an extremely strange atmosphere. What was most shocking was that Zhu Yu had actually used his own name to send out invitations to all the martial artists present when the martial arts tournament ended. Wasn't he afraid of triggering a murder case? Many of the martial artists were dumbfounded by Zhu Yu's unusual approach. Yi Li, I'm sorry. Zhu Yu held Gu Xingyin's hand and apologized. Gu Xingyin turned to look at him. What's there to be sorry about? Zhu Yu looked apologetic. I said that I would give you a lively and grand wedding. However, in the martial arts world of the Central Plains, I'm afraid our wedding won't receive many blessings. Chapter 1384. After all, the martial arts world in the Central Plains had been holding a grudge against the demon sect for a long time, and it was not easy to erase it. Gu Xingyin laughed out loud. I thought you had done something wrong to me. Just this small matter. Marriage is just a matter between two people. How big of an impact would it have on us whether other people give us their blessings or not? Zhu Yu laughed as well. You're right. It doesn't matter if other people give us their blessings or not, we will still grow old together. The location of their wedding was one of Mu Qingfeng's big houses. This was specially requested by Mu Qingfeng. By doing so, he was showing the world that he was not dissatisfied with the marriage between his disciple and the demon sect's leader. In fact, he even approved of it. The number of guests at the wedding was much more than what Zhu Yu had expected. First of all, there was the demon sect. Although the members of the demon sect were not satisfied with the fact that their leader's wedding was not held at the demon sect's headquarters, they still sent a large group of people to attend their leader's wedding. Just the disciples of the demonic sect alone were enough to cause a great commotion. Not to mention the people from the martial arts world who had accepted Zhu Yu's invitation. Initially, they were all in a wait-and-see mode. However, after a while, they thought that it would be good to take this opportunity to see the legendary demon sect. Besides, there would definitely be many people who would not go because of their status. If they went, wouldn't they be able to impress Mu Qingfeng and hero Zhu Yu? Perhaps there were other reasons too. All in all, when the wedding started, the tables and chairs prepared by Zhu Yu were almost not enough. Fortunately, there were backups. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing. However, Zhu Yu was happy. No matter what these people were thinking, at least on the surface, they were here to give their blessings to him and Yi Li. Look, there are so many people giving us their blessings when we are together. He whispered in Gu Xingyin's ear. Gu Xingyin looked at the man who was lying through his teeth. She thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Those people were here to attend the wedding. Weren't they here to give their blessings? As for those who came for the demon sect's leader, they finally saw her in person. The moment they saw Gu Xingyin, they all understood why Alliance leader Zhu Yu liked such a woman. Nonsense. Which man wouldn't like such a beauty? What? You're not moved by her beauty? Bullshit. Usually, if a man said that he was not moved by beauty, it was only because he had someone he loved. Most of the time, it was because that beauty was not beautiful enough to attract him. It was no wonder that the former junior sister of the Wulin Alliance master would be jealous. The female guests present sighed inwardly as they looked at the bride's face, which was even more beautiful than the lights and moonlight. Such beauty was simply every woman's nightmare. Gu Xingyin and Zhu Yu didn't care about what the guests were thinking. They were just devoutly following the ancient ceremony and bowing to the heavens and earth. Then, under the blessings of everyone, they became a true husband and wife. The moonlight tonight was very beautiful, but to Zhu Yu, everything in front of him had lost its color and luster. In his eyes, there was only the person smiling sweetly in front of him. He looked at Gu Xingyin with satisfaction, his face full of tenderness and joy. Yi Li, I finally have you by my side. Gu Xingyin smiled faintly. Silly, my heart has been firmly tied to your body since a long, long time ago. Chapter 1385. Cheng Mingyue lay on the bed and vaguely heard the sound of music. A strange feeling rose in her heart. Xiao Tang, is there someone holding a wedding outside? She had been lying in bed for a long time and her illness was not getting better. For such a long time, the only person she had seen was Xiao Tang. Those ungrateful people saw that she was in dire straits and all of them wanted to climb up the social ladder. Thinking of this, Qing Mingyue was angry. As for Xiao Tang, who had always stayed by his side and never abandoned him, his heart was filled with gratitude. Xiao Tang heard her words and showed a complicated expression. She lowered her head and did not speak. Seeing her like this, Qing Mingyue was even more certain that something was going on. She said, Xiao Tang, tell me the truth. What's going on? Xiao Tang lowered her head and said quickly, Miss, today is Hero Zhu Yu's big day. Zhu Yu's big day? Qing Mingyue was in a daze for a moment before she realized that Zhu Yu was her senior brother. He was actually getting married. Qing Mingyue suddenly thought of something and asked sternly, who is the bride? When she said this, a beautiful face flashed in her mind, but she quickly rejected it. It was impossible. Senior brother was the chief of Wulin. How could he marry someone from the devil's sect, Hero Zhu Yu's new wife? She is the leader of the devil's sect. Xiao Tang's voice broke her imagination. Hearing the words leader of the devil's sect, Qing Mingyue suddenly became agitated. Who did you say his bride is? The leader of the devil's sect? How is that possible? Senior brother is the chief of Wulin. He can't marry someone who is the leader of the devil's sect. Xiao Tang said softly, but Hero Zhu Yu is no longer the chief of Wulin. What did you say? Qing Mingyue turned her head and looked at Xiao Tang. Say it again. Xiao Tang lowered her head and said softly, Hero Zhu Yu said himself that he is no longer capable of being the chief of Wulin. He has already resigned. Now the Wulin is discussing who will take over as the chief of Wulin. The room fell silent for a moment. After a while, a mournful laughter rang out in the dark room. Ha 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 ha, my good senior brother, for her, he even gave up the honor of being the Wulin Alliance's leader. What am I? Then what am I? Cough 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 cough. Xiao Tang looked at her worriedly and comforted her softly, Miss, please take care of yourself. A bowl of medicine came crashing down and landed right on Xiao Tang's forehead. Get lost. Get lost, all of you. A stinging sensation rose from the place where he was hit. He didn't know if his skin was broken. Xiao Tang lowered her eyes and did not say anything. She picked up the bowl on the ground and left. Qing Mingyue spent the whole afternoon staring at the ceiling in a daze. She didn't know what she was thinking. She hadn't looked in the mirror for a long time, because she was afraid of seeing her hideous appearance. Young miss, this servant has made some porridge. Would you like to have some? Xiao Tang pushed open the door and walked in with a tray. Qing Mingyue turned to look at her. This servant girl was the only one who was still loyal to her after her downfall. Qing Mingyue thought for a moment and reached out to take the porridge from Xiao Tang's hands. She picked up the spoon and drank 2 mouthfuls. There was minced meat in the porridge. It was obvious that it was stewed with care. It tasted fresh and fragrant. Qing Mingyue smiled at Xiao Tang and said, Xiao Tang, thank you so much for all this time. Xiao Tang lowered her eyes and did not say anything. Qing Mingyue wanted to say something, but she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her stomach. Chapter 1386. Qing Mingyue no longer had the strength to hold the bowl of porridge in her hand. The white and sticky porridge spilled onto the blanket. If it was any other time, Xiao Tang would have quickly gotten up to wipe it off. But right now, she just stood there and watched, not moving at all. Qing Mingyue felt a sharp pain in her stomach, as if there were countless sharp weapons twisting inside. She raised her head with cold sweat and looked in disbelief at Xiao Tang, who was quietly standing at the side with her head bowed. You poisoned me? Xiao Tang did not make a sound, nor did she deny it. Dark red blood flowed down from the corner of Qing Mingyue's mouth. She did not use her hand to wipe it away because there was no end to it. She just stared at Xiao Tang and asked, why? She thought that even if she fell into such a situation, there would still be someone by her side who would not leave her. She even thought that when her body was better, she would sell this residence and take Xiao Tang to live somewhere else. However, no matter how much she thought about it, she would never have thought that Xiao Tang would actually poison her. Why? Xiao Tang raised her head. Cheng Mingyue saw that her eyes were deathly still. These days, there was no one to take care of Father Cheng. The servants either ran away or left. In the end, there was only this servant left. Xiao Tang stretched out her hand for Cheng Mingyue to see. Cheng Mingyue saw that her fair palm was full of potholes and bruises, and even broken skin. Someone once asked Xiao Tang to leave with them. Xiao Tang could not bear to see young miss lying in bed alone without anyone to take care of you, so Xiao Tang did not go with them. Look at these hands. This servant has to cook for you and wipe you down every day. I also have to worry about people with bad intentions coming to rob this residence. During the day, I have to clean up the trash and discarded items in this residence, but what did Xiao Tang get in return? It was you who beat and scolded me. Xiao Tang still had a calm expression. In Cheng Mingyue's eyes, this expression was even more terrifying than a face full of anger. A person with no desires was often the most terrifying. Cheng Mingyue felt her body gradually losing strength. Her mind was already a bit dizzy. She showed a smile and tried to make herself seem more sincere. Xiao Tang, I know I was wrong. I will definitely treat you well in the future. Can you give me the antidote first? Xiao Tang raised her head and suddenly showed a smile. No, there is no antidote for this. Young miss, you can rest in peace. Cheng Mingyue's eyes widened as the pain in her abdomen reached its limit. She couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and fell down powerlessly. Xiao Tang looked at this scene coldly. She walked forward and adjusted Cheng Mingyue's posture before tucking her in. From afar, Cheng Mingyue looked as though she had fallen asleep. After that, she turned around and left the room without hesitation. When Gu Xingyin received the system's message, it was at an unspeakable moment. Zhu Yu gasped when she saw how agitated she was. What's wrong with you? He bit Gu Xingyin's ear as if punishing her. Gu Xingyin shook his head, and his arms tightened around her neck to make himself close to her. It's all right. Feeling her enthusiasm, Zhu Yu curled the corners of his mouth and bent down. It was the wedding night, the time when the mandarin ducks intertwined their necks. Gu Xingyin threw those irrelevant things to the back of her mind and concentrated on enjoying the passion brought by her lover. The red candles in the bridal chamber burned until dawn. Chapter 1387. When Gu Xingyin woke up in the morning, she saw that Zhu Yu was already awake. He was propping himself up and playing with a strand of her hair. How are you feeling? He knew that he had been a little reckless last night. He did not know if he had hurt her. Gu Xingyin shook her head. Zhu Yu sat up and placed Gu Xingyin's head on his thigh. He slowly combed her smooth black hair. I have already told my master that I will go to the demon sect with you tomorrow. Gu Xingyin closed her eyes comfortably. Are you in such a hurry? Zhu Yu smiled. Of course. I am still waiting for you to give me a grand wedding and marry me as your wife. Gu Xingyin opened her eyes and stared at the man on top of her. Are you serious? Zhu Yu leaned over and kissed her gently on her ear. Of course it's true. Gu Xingyin smiled. Okay. She knew what Zhu Yu meant. As the leader of the demon sect, she had gone to the Central Plains to hold a wedding. Although many disciples of the demon sect attended the wedding, they were not convinced. Zhu Yu was doing this for her sake. What else could she ask for after having such a husband? Zhu Yu and Gu Xingyin stayed together for a lifetime. After they got married, they spent most of their time at Mount Wudu. It was not that no one had ever asked Zhu Yu to come back and be the leader of the Wulin Alliance, but Zhu Yu refused. Perhaps power was something extremely important to many men in this world. However, in his eyes, it could not be compared to a dish cooked by Yi Li. Zhu Yu left the world a little earlier than Gu Xingyin. When he left, his eyes were filled with guilt. I am sorry, Yi Li. I should have held on for a little longer. He did not want to leave this world so early. If he left, Yi Li would be left alone in this world. The dead would end everything, but the one who was still alive was often the one who suffered the most. Gu Xingyin held his hand and smiled gently. It is okay. We will meet again soon. Zhu Yu, we will be together forever. Zhu Yu closed his eyes reluctantly. Gu Xingyin personally buried him on Mount Wudu, a place she had chosen long ago. When she was burying Zhu Yu, she said to the disciple beside her, "After I leave a place for me here." She pointed at a place not far from Zhu Yu's grave. When the disciple heard this, a sad expression appeared on his face, but he nodded and didn't say anything. He knew how deep his master's relationship with Senior Zhu Yu was. Senior Zhu Yu's departure had most likely taken his master's life with her. Sure enough, from that day onwards, Gu Xingyin, who had always been in good health, began to deteriorate rapidly. Within a short span of 10 days, she was already unable to get out of bed. She looked at the sad appearance of the disciple beside the bed, and only smiled gently and told him not to be sad. She didn't have any regrets, nor did she have any reluctance. Just like what that disciple had thought, she should have left when Zhu Yu left. She closed her eyes peacefully. When she opened her eyes again, she was already back in the pure white space. Gu Xingyin secretly felt the power in her body, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Her body was simply like a perfect vessel. No matter how much spiritual energy had been boosted by the laws of the world, her body was like a bottomless pit that would devour all this energy and turn it into her own. Let's go to the next mission world. She couldn't wait to see the world outside this space. Chapter 1388. This was a very quiet space. It was very dark and very quiet. Even the wind did not dare to disturb this place. A black figure stood quietly in this dark space. She wore a thick black cloak, and a large hood hid her entire face in the shadows. Outside the wide black sleeve of her right hand, there was a hand wearing a black hood, holding a huge black sickle. The sickle was also pure black, as if any light between heaven and earth would be swallowed by the darkness when it fell on its body, not refracting any trace of light. Every time this sickle appeared, it symbolized death. Its master was the Grim Reaper of the underworld. At this moment, Gu Xingyin was looking up at the strange blood moon in the sky. System, transmit the plot. Soon, the massive plot of the world directly entered her mind. Gu Xingyin facepalmed. Ever since her soul became strong enough, the system had become not gentle at all in certain aspects. For example, during memory transfer. She still remembered that in the beginning, every time the memory was transferred, the system would be very gentle and slow, and would very considerately ask her if she felt uncomfortable. But now, it was simply and crudely packaged and transmitted all at once. Even if her divine soul was strong enough to not suffer any damage, she would still be stunned, okay? However, it was only for a moment. To Gu Xingyin, the mission was the most important thing. She began to slowly organize the plot. The Grim Reaper of this world would come to everyone's side when they were about to die and bring their souls to the underworld. Then, he would send them back to the afterlife or to some other end. When most people knew that they were about to die, they might feel fear, relief, or unwillingness. However, in the face of fate, no one could escape. Even the Grim Reaper was only doing her job. She may be able to force a person who was supposed to be dead to stay in this world, but the price she would have to pay was not something she could afford. Logically speaking, in this world, the original owner was the Grim Reaper. Furthermore, this was a modern world. Basically, the original owner was dealing with humans. Then, why did Gu Xingyin come to this world? Gu Xingyin saw the answer. This answer, Gu Xingyin was silent for a while before asking with uncertainty, "System, are you sure you're not joking?" As a deity, he was actually killed by a human woman. That human woman came from a wealthy family. She didn't have to do anything, and her wealth was more than enough for her to spend in 10 lifetimes. Such a person would naturally like to find some excitement in his life. She had been to things like bungee jumping, diving, and even the North Pole. These things could only give her a sense of excitement for a while, and then she would start to feel that the world was really boring. Until she knew about the existence of the Grim Reaper. A terrifying thought surfaced in her mind. Just thinking about it made her so excited that she couldn't sleep. She began a long preparation. And the Grim Reaper was completely unaware of all of this. That crazy woman had caught an innocent passerby and shot him to death. Then, the Grim Reaper sensed that there was a soul in need of guidance and rushed over. He fell right into the woman's trap. Chapter 1389. After Gu Xingyin finished reading the story of this world, she felt that it was all a bit ridiculous. Was there really such a crazy person in this world? Was there really someone in this world who could kill a god? The system gave her an answer. Gu Xingyin looked at the pile of information that suddenly appeared in her mind. There were all sorts of crazy people in it. She took a deep breath and said, I understand. As for killing a god, although it sounded ridiculous, it was undeniable that that woman did it. Extracting skills. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining perfect acting skills. Gu Xingyin, she didn't say anything. Instead, she immediately pulled out the life and death record of the supporting female lead, He Qing. When she saw it, her eyes widened. Are you kidding me? A lifetime of riches and honor, and a lifespan of 80? The system nodded heavily. Host, you didn't make a mistake. Gu Xingyin didn't understand, how could someone like her have such a good life? She started flipping through He Qing's records and found the reason. It turned out that in her previous life, He Qing was a world-famous philanthropist. However, her ending wasn't very good. She was betrayed by her husband, her only child was kidnapped and killed by someone who hated her. She spent her last years alone. When she reincarnated, the Lord of the Underworld asked her what she wanted because she had a lot of merit on her. He Qing laughed and said, if there's a next life, I want to be a carefree person. Also, I don't want to be a good person anymore. Even if He Qing did evil in this life, she would pay for it in the next life. The merit she had accumulated in her previous life was enough for her to live a lifetime of riches and honor. Gu Xingyin closed the record book in her hand and asked, can't I ignore the records in this record book and deal with He Qing? The system nodded, yes, host. Also, even if you deal with her, unless you do it directly, you might not get the result you want. However, if you do it directly, it will go against the Grim Reaper's professional ethics. Gu Xingyin had never received such a depressing task. So what you're saying is that I can't do anything to her, and I still have to guard against her attacking me? Gu Xingyin felt as if there were several mythical beasts living in her heart. The system replied, that's right. Gu Xingyin, that He Qing is really something. I'm so angry, but I still have to maintain my smile, no, my indifference. The Grim Reaper had no emotions, so she would always have only one expression, an expressionless face. At this time, the record book in Gu Xingyin's left hand suddenly flashed with a white light. This meant that a new soul was about to appear, or had already appeared. Gu Xingyin had something to do. Let's go. Her figure blurred in an instant and disappeared from this space in the blink of an eye. This was a hospital. Gu Xingyin slowly walked in from the main entrance. The entire hospital hall was filled with people, but no one could see this person who was dressed differently. Gu Xingyin was not afraid of being seen, the living could not see the Grim Reaper. Only those who were about to die could see her. And to the dying, she had no need to hide. She walked straight into a ward. Compared to the hustle and bustle downstairs, this place was very quiet and the environment was very good. There was only one patient in the entire ward. Obviously, this person's family was very well off. Chapter 1390. This was a man with a thin face, about 40 years old. Judging from his neatly trimmed nails and neat appearance, he was well taken care of even in the hospital. Now, there was an oxygen tube at the tip of his nose. He looked at the light on the ceiling quietly. It was very quiet in the ward. There was no one else here. Gu Xingyin floated in. That's right, from a human's point of view, her feet didn't move. Instead, she glided in parallel and came directly in front of the man. She looked down at the man in front of her. The other party obviously saw her. Gu Xingyin saw the look of horror on his face at a glance. Any normal person would be scared when they suddenly saw such a strangely dressed person by their bedside. Don't be afraid. I'm here to guide you. A cold voice sounded in the man's mind. Who are you? The man felt strange after he asked. Because he didn't speak. As early as half a month ago, he couldn't speak anymore. The sentence just now was just a thought in his mind. However, he clearly made a sound and communicated with the strange person in front of him. The man looked at Gu Xingyin's appearance and the very unique sickle in her hand. Suddenly, he thought of something. His pale face became even paler. He thought that he already knew who the other party was. Am I dying? He asked softly. What answered him was still the same cold voice, the living can't see me. After knowing Gu Xingyin's identity, the man calmed down. He thought for a moment and asked, how long do I have? Gu Xingyin glanced at the record book in her hand, 10 minutes. The man's face showed a relieved expression. He asked, I don't have any strength now, but I want to see my daughter before I die. Can you press the call bell for me? As soon as he said this, he suddenly felt as if something cold had entered his body. His body, which had been weak since he fell ill, was suddenly full of strength. It reminded him of a long time ago when he was very healthy. A healthy person would never understand such a feeling. At that moment, the man even had the urge to cry. He got up on his own and pulled out the oxygen tube at the tip of his nose. There were only 10 minutes left. He didn't care about these things anymore. The man smiled at Gu Xingyin, then turned to press the call button beside the bed. The nurse quickly walked in. The man looked at her. She didn't even care about the Grim Reaper standing beside her. Instead, she looked at him in surprise. Mr. Yuan, why did you pull out the oxygen tube? Also, you look good today. The nurse suddenly stopped talking halfway through her sentence. She glanced at the man who was half sitting on the bed with a rare trace of red on his cheeks. Suddenly, a wave of bitterness rushed to the tip of her nose. She was very clear about Mr. Hara's condition. It was impossible for him to suddenly get better, unless he was experiencing terminal lucidity. The man had been very quiet. Suddenly, he said, Is Xiao Ling in the hospital? I want to see her. He divorced his wife 7 years ago, and their only daughter, Xiao Ling, was awarded to him. Chapter 1391. The nurse nodded and said, Xiao Ling has been accompanying you. She went downstairs to buy fruits for you. Just as the nurse finished speaking, a high school girl with a ponytail walked in. She was both surprised and happy to see the man sitting on the bed. She pounced on the bed and said, Dad, you're awake. The man smiled and nodded. He reached out and touched his daughter's long black hair. Xiao Ling has lost weight recently. Xiao Ling used to be impatient with such nagging until her father was hospitalized. He was in a coma more than he was awake, so he didn't have the energy to discipline her anymore. Only after her father got sick did Xiao Ling realize that being nagged by her father was a kind of happiness. She smiled and nodded. When Dad recovers, I'll make braised pork shoulder and stew old hen soup for Xiao Ling. I'll make Xiao Ling fat again. The man smiled and didn't say anything. He suddenly asked, Have you been to see your mother recently? Xiao Ling's face fell. She has a family and a child now. Why would I be in her way? It was obvious that she didn't have a good relationship with her birth mother. The man was anxious. His parents had passed away early, and he didn't have any siblings. If he left just like that, Xiao Ling would definitely be with her mother. He advised, After all, she's your mother. I think she's always missed you. Xiao Ling, you can't be willful in the future. Xiao Ling blinked and looked at him. I have Dad. Dad dotes on me. Mom has a family and a child. Dad only has me. The man almost burst into tears when she said that. He suppressed his bitterness and looked at his daughter. Xiaoling, be good. Dad can't always be with you. His expression was too obvious, and the teenage girl seemed to have realized something. Her eyes turned red. No. Dad will always be with Xiaoling. I don't want to find Mom. I want Dad. She hugged the man's waist tightly, as if the man wouldn't leave her like this. Gu Xingyin watched this scene calmly. There were only 3 minutes left. The nurse couldn't help crying. Only the man still looked calm. He gently stroked his daughter's head, his eyes filled with reluctance. Xiaoling, no matter where I am, I will always be watching over you. The daughter in his arms had already lost her voice from crying. She only knew how to hug his waist and shake her head continuously. It was as if she wouldn't be able to hear her father's words and wouldn't have to accept such an outcome. The nurse suddenly came forward and said, Mr. Yuan, I'll give you another examination now. She knew it was futile, but she still wanted to do something. The man shook his head and looked at the nurse. I know my own body. There's no need to trouble yourself. When he said this, his expression was very calm, as if what he was about to face was not that difficult to accept. 1.5 minutes left. The man began to find it difficult to breathe. He tried his best to make himself look fine and said to the daughter in his arms, Xiaoling, you have to listen to Daddy. Don't be willful in the future. Go to Mommy and listen to her. Also, in the cupboard in your room, there are things that Dad left for you. You have to keep them well and don't let others know about them easily. His consciousness was starting to blur. In the end, he looked at his daughter in his arms and said his last words in this world. Daddy loves you. Chapter 1392. Gu Xingyin stood in the room and watched as the girl hugged her father's lifeless body and cried until she was out of breath. Beside her stood a man who looked exactly like the man on the hospital bed. It was Mr. Yuan's soul. At this moment, the man, who had been holding back his tears, looked at his daughter and cried miserably with red eyes. Gu Xingyin gave him some time to take one last look at this world. The man stayed in the ward and watched as his daughter hugged his stiff body tightly and refused to let go. In the end, she was forcefully pulled away by the hospital staff. It's time to go, Gu Xingyin said coldly. The man wanted to stay a little longer, but there seemed to be some kind of attraction on the god of death in front of him, which made him involuntarily follow her forward. Sensing the man's resistance, Gu Xingyin said coldly, Human, you're dead now. The human world has nothing to do with you anymore. Even if you stand in front of your daughter now, she can't see you. The man's eyes were still red, but his tears had stopped. He said bitterly, It's okay if Xiaoling can't see me. I just want to see her more. Gu Xingyin's reply was to raise the sickle in her hand high and slash at the sky. In the man's eyes, it was like a scene from a fantasy movie. The empty sky was cut open by the sickle, and a gray door of light opened in front of the two people, no, a god of death and a ghost. He followed Gu Xingyin into the door. When he stepped through the door, he seemed to have sensed something and turned around to look behind him. But it was only a glance. In the next second, he was sucked into the gray door by a huge attraction. Gu Xingyin glanced at the man who had become expressionless after entering the underworld and said, Follow me. The man obediently followed her and walked forward, completely without the previous tangled look. This was the underworld. As long as a mortal's soul entered the underworld, all of its emotions and desires would be purified, and it would become a brand new soul. After that, the gods in the underworld would arrange the next reincarnation according to the merits of their previous lives. Gu Xingyin brought him to a place where many souls like this man were standing. After bringing him here, the death god wouldn't be in charge of the rest. The Grim Reaper was only responsible for bringing souls into the underworld. As for reincarnation and the like, there were naturally other gods in charge. She flipped through the record book. In the next few days, there were no souls that she needed to be responsible for. Gu Xingyin closed the thing in his hand and sat down under a red maple tree in the underworld in a daze. She didn't know what to do. The Grim Reaper did not have human emotions and did not need to rest. Her only job was to guide the dead. When the Grim Reaper had nothing to do for the time being, he would sit under the red maple tree and stare blankly. The red maple tree was a plant that belonged to the underworld. From the roots to the branches to the leaves, everything was as red as blood. In this dark underworld, the red maple tree was the brightest color. Gu Xingyin soon felt bored. Because the Grim Reaper did not need to cultivate. It would be fine if she cultivated, but she would really sit here for an entire day. Chapter 1393. She felt that this wouldn't do. In the original plot, it only mentioned that the supporting female lead He Qing killed a god, but it didn't mention in detail how she killed a god. Although she couldn't do anything to her, she couldn't just sit there and wait for death. System, I want to meet this He Qing. Gu Xingyin said. Her figure flashed, and she disappeared from the red maple tree. Gu Xingyin once again came to the human world. It was night time, and many office workers had finished their day's work and returned home to rest. Of course, there were also many young men and women who started their rich nightlife. He Qing belonged to the latter. She had money and time. The only thing she was worried about was how to play tonight, and how to spend money tomorrow. Gu Xingyin came to the entrance of a famous bar in the city. This bar was called A Crazy Night. It wasn't famous because of its atmosphere, but because of its chaos. Such a place, logically speaking, should have been closed down after the country's crackdown. But it wasn't. It was said that it had a strong backing, strong enough to ignore certain things. Gu Xingyin was still dressed the same way. Everyone ignored her, so she didn't feel burdened. It was indeed chaotic inside. Gu Xingyin stood quietly and looked at the stage where a few seductive women were performing a striptease. Below, many men were holding their female partners in their arms, but their eyes were lingering on the people on the stage. The lighting here was very dim, and the environment was very ambiguous. It was very suitable for doing certain things. But the dim environment didn't affect Gu Xingyin at all. She could clearly see that in a corner less than 2 meters away from her, a couple couldn't help but start a good show. In the entire hall, there were many men and women who couldn't wait to get a room. Gu Xingyin looked at all of this indifferently. Those erotic scenes were like wood in her eyes. They couldn't stir her heart at all. She was looking for her target. Found it. That woman was on the other side of the sofa. She was hugging an underage girl in her arms, and a very handsome and mature man was pouring wine for her. Gu Xingyin sized up He Qing carefully. She wasn't particularly beautiful, but she was very pleasing to the eye. Under the dim light, her exquisite and enchanting makeup made her look extremely seductive. Gu Xingyin clearly saw that when He Qing tilted her head back and downed the wine in her glass, the man sitting beside her swallowed his saliva. Clearly, he was aroused. He Qing naturally noticed it. She looked at the man with her charming eyes. Her red lips curled up and she smiled slowly. You want to take me? Such a straightforward and vulgar conversation did not arouse the disgust of men. On the contrary, under such circumstances, it was easier to arouse their adrenaline. The man couldn't take his eyes off the woman. He nodded and said in a low voice, "Yes, I want you." In the next second, a glass of red wine was poured on his head. The man met He Qing's cold gaze. Can't you see that I already have a little cutie? Get lost. A trace of anger flashed across the man's face, but he obviously knew He Qing's identity and was very afraid of her. In the end, he just snorted and left. As for He Qing, she lowered her head and looked at the beautiful young man in her arms. Her expression became as gentle as water. Gu Xingyin could clearly see that although the young man tried his best to smile, a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. Gu Xingyin, this woman was indeed a lunatic. Chapter 1394. Gu Xingyin lowered his head and thought about something. Then, he saw He Qing frowning and looking straight at him. Gu Xingyin's heart skipped a beat. She was sure that there was nothing in her direction. System, are you sure that the mission target cannot see the Grim Reaper? The system said, yes, only a dying person can see the Grim Reaper. Gu Xingyin felt that something was amiss. Could it be a coincidence? He Qing also felt that something was amiss. She felt that there was a gloomy and cold aura around her today. But she looked around and did not see anything. Could it be an illusion? She frowned and made a mental note of this. Seeing that He Qing had brought the beautiful young man into a room, Gu Xingyin, who had no interest in watching a live performance, did not follow them. She found the rooftop of a large building and slowly sat down to enjoy the night breeze. She did see that He Qing's body was surrounded by a faint layer of golden light. Gu Xingyin was very familiar with this golden light. It was the golden light of merit. This was the golden light of merit that He Qing had done in her previous life. It had been protecting her in this life. Thinking of this, she had a headache. Based on the amount of merit on He Qing, she would definitely have a smooth sailing life in this life. Even if she did something bad in this life, she would have to pay for it in her next life. She could not attack her at all. The best defense was offense. But this time, Gu Xingyin could only defend. She could only let the system watch He Qing's every move to prevent her from having any chance to attack her. Looking at the bustling city lights in the distance, Gu Xingyin's heart suddenly opened up. The system was puzzled. Host, you've thought it through. Gu Xingyin smiled. But this smile was hidden under the large cloak. Even the system did not see it. So what? I can't attack her, so I'll just wait. A mortal's lifespan is only a few decades. So what if I hide from her for a few decades? As long as I can keep myself alive for the next few decades, I'll have completed the mission, right? If the system knew that emoji packs existed in this world, it would look like this, oh. So you can think of it this way. My host is really smart. Gu Xingyin didn't say anything else. She said it so casually, but she felt that things weren't that simple. Otherwise, in the original plot, how could He Qing, who couldn't see the existence of the Grim Reaper, kill the Grim Reaper? Are you, the Grim Reaper? A young but excited voice came from behind Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin turned around and looked at the little boy who had appeared behind her in surprise. He was probably 7 or 8 years old. He was wearing a white shirt and a small suit. He was so handsome that he looked like a little prince in a fairy tale. At this moment, the young prince was looking at a person in a black cloak not far away. This person's appearance was exactly the same as the Grim Reaper in the myths. Gu Xingyin was surprised. You can see me. At the same time, she asked the system. What's going on? The moment she saw the little boy, she subconsciously flipped through the record book in her hand. But there were no relevant records. Her lover was not recorded in the record book. The little boy tilted his head and looked at her. He felt that this person who looked like the Grim Reaper looked very familiar. He couldn't help but take 2 steps forward. Why can't I see you? Chapter 1395. Gu Xingyin looked at the little boy in front of her and suddenly said, Don't come over. The little boy obediently stood still and did not move. Gu Xingyin carefully looked at his face and didn't find any death aura. In other words, he was different from those people who could see her. Those people could only see death gods like her because they were about to die, but the boy in front of her wasn't like that. While the system was looking for the reason for this situation, Gu Xingyin was also flipping through the death god's tens of thousands of years of memories. Finally, she found a possibility in a corner Heaven's Eye. There was a group of people who were born with yin and yang eyes and could see ghosts and gods. Their eyes were called Heaven's Eye. People who had Heaven's Eye were good seedlings to cultivate Taoist magic. But in this era, Taoist magic was declining, so not many people paid attention to this. As for why his name wasn't in the record book, the system couldn't explain it. Gu Xingyin couldn't find any precedent. She looked at the boy and suddenly asked, What's your name? The little boy saw the mysterious death god talking to him and happily answered her, My name is Qiao Zhihe. Qiao Zhihe looked at the person in front of him and felt very strange. He didn't know if the person in front of him was the legendary death god. Her appearance was exactly the same as the death god described in the book, but the book said that the death god was evil and terrifying. But he didn't feel any of this from this death god sister. He felt that this death god sister was very close. Gu Xingyin looked at the little boy who was looking at her with his grape-like eyes, and her mood softened. "What are you looking at?" she asked in a low voice. Qiao Zhihe stood there and seemed to be very embarrassed, but the desire in his eyes was very obvious. "Death god sister, can I touch your scythe?" His eyes were shining as he looked at the scythe in Gu Xingyin's right hand. It was really cool. Gu Xingyin casually said, "You can, but this is a magic tool from the underworld. Normal people can't touch it." Before she could finish her words, she saw Qiao Zhihe happily place his hand on her sickle. "Gu Xingyin, system, can you come out and explain?" After a while, the system said, "Host, this is beyond the scope of your authority." Gu Xingyin chuckled. One day, she would know everything that she wanted to know. "Young master." A terrified voice came from behind. Gu Xingyin and Qiao Zhihe turned their heads at the same time. A young man in a suit was looking at them with a face full of fear. In his eyes, his young master was standing very close to the edge of the rooftop and was even stretching out his hand to look outside. It was simply too dangerous. The young man in charge of Qiao Zhihe was so scared that his heart almost jumped out. Gu Xingyin glanced at him and knew what he was thinking. She suddenly said in a low voice, "My existence is a little secret between us. Little Crane, don't tell anyone, okay?" Children loved these little secret games the most. Qiao Zhihe nodded with a face full of excitement, "Yes. Little Crane will definitely not tell anyone. Daddy and Mommy won't tell either." "Young master, what are you talking about here alone?" The young man rushed over and didn't see Gu Xingyin standing at the side. He was talking endlessly with a face full of fear. Chapter 1396. Qiao Zhihe turned around and glanced at Gu Xingyin, feeling very strange in his heart. Sister Death was here, but Brother Ahao couldn't see her. He thought of his promise with Gu Xingyin, so he pursed his lips tightly and shook his head without saying anything. The young man called Ahao didn't ask any more questions. He just held his hand and walked back. "Sir and Madam are worried sick. Let's go back quickly." Qiao Zhihe was led by Ahao as he walked back. Gu Xingyin looked at him and suddenly waved her hand, making a goodbye gesture. Qiao Zhihe smiled and waved back. Then he saw the other party suddenly stand up. A pair of huge black wings stretched out from her back. She jumped and disappeared into the night sky. Qiao Zhihe's eyes widened. His eyes were full of splendor. That was really too cool. Then he was carried by Ahao. "Young master, the rooftop is not fun at all. It's very dangerous. In the future, you can't come here alone anymore." Gu Xingyin didn't actually leave. She just found a place where Qiao Zhihe couldn't see and then quietly followed. She saw Qiao Zhihe being led by the young man called Ahao to a magnificent hall. There seemed to be a banquet being held inside. A well-dressed couple hurried over when they saw Qiao Zhihe. Their expressions were filled with anxiety. They were Qiao Zhihe's parents. She sat on the rooftop of another building far away, looking at the little child, and fell into deep thought. On the other side, Qiao Zhihe seemed to be in a daze the whole night. His father sat beside him and poured a glass of juice for his son. "Xiaohe, why don't you look happy at all?" Qiao Zhihe raised his head, looking very serious. It was just that he wasn't even 7 years old and had a very cute baby fat on his face. His serious look made him look even cuter. Father Qiao almost laughed out loud, but seeing his son like this, he held it back. He had to leave some face for the little boy. "Dad, I have a question," Qiao Zhihe said. Father Qiao was very patient. "What's wrong with little Crane?" Then he saw his son ask with sparkling eyes, "Is there a grim reaper in this world?" "Father Qiao, have you read too many fairy tales?" But he certainly couldn't answer like that. Hence, Father Chow pretended to be deep in thought. When he lowered his head, he saw his son's nervous gaze. He couldn't help but laugh. There's no Grim Reaper. That's all in fairy tales. Everyone's imagination. Although children needed to be coaxed, Father Chow didn't coax his son. His son's education was very important to him. There were some things that should be told the truth, so he tried his best not to replace it with lies. Xiao Zhihe was a little disappointed. He really wanted to tell his father that he had seen a Grim Reaper tonight. She was like a fairy tale character, wearing a thick black cloak. Her face could not be seen clearly, and she held a huge black scythe in her hand. She was simply very handsome. Moreover, she wasn't as bad as what was written in the books. However, Qiao Zhi remembered the agreement between the two of them and decided to keep his little secret. He was the only one who could see Sister Death. Chapter 1397. After returning home, Qiao Zhihe was severely taught a lesson by his parents. This lesson was actually that the two of them ignored him for the whole night, and no one said good night to him when he went to bed. And the reason was that Hao told the two that the young master ran to the rooftop alone, and walked to the edge of the area where there was no railing. God, that was more than 60 floors. The young couple was scared when they heard the news. At first, they thought that their son sneaked away because he was playful, but they didn't expect him to go to such a dangerous place. For this kind of thing, they naturally had to punish him well, so that he would remember it a little. Qiao family couple couldn't punish their son physically. The two of them thought for a long time before coming up with such a method. Thus, the poor little bun Qiao Zhihe was ignored. The young master felt wronged. He sat on the bed alone with his pillow. The curtains of the big floor-to-ceiling window were originally drawn, but he pulled the curtains open, and he could see the garden downstairs. Qiao Zhihe understood why his parents ignored him. Because he didn't listen and ran to such a dangerous place alone. But Death's sister was there. He felt wronged and at a loss. If he didn't see Death's sister, he definitely wouldn't go to such an outside place. But he couldn't tell his parents, because he promised Death's sister that he wouldn't tell anyone else. Even if it was his parents, he couldn't. The little Qiao Zhihe pouted. If only Death's sister was here, he could tell her. What do you want to say to me? A cold voice appeared in his bedroom. Qiao Zhihe blinked and looked at the black figure in front of him. When did Death's sister appear? He had been sitting on the bed the whole time, but in an instant, Sister Death appeared beside his bed. Qiao Zhihe's eyes widened, and he even forgot his sadness. Instead, he looked at Gu Xingyin with a face of surprise. Death's sister, when did you come? Gu Xingyin looked at him and wanted to laugh, but she just said lightly, I sensed that you were calling me, so I came. She stood there and asked again, what do you want to say to me? When she smelled it, Qiao Zhihe remembered his own matter. He pursed his lips and told her what had happened today. Finally, he pouted and said, I know I made Mom and Dad worried. I also apologized, but they still ignored me. At the end of his speech, Gu Xingyin looked at the little man and her eyes turned red. However, she forced herself not to let her tears fall. Qiao Zhihe told himself that his father had said that a man should not cry easily. He had to protect his mother. This kind of sensible and cute child was the most lovable, not to mention that Gu Xingyin was biased towards Qiao Zhihe. She thought for a moment and said, don't be sad. Your parents will come to say good morning to you tomorrow. Qiao Zhihe's eyes lit up. Really? Gu Xingyin said with certainty, of course it's true. She had just heard Qiao Zhihe's mother say it herself. The expression on Qiao Zhihe's face relaxed a little, but he still looked a little unhappy. Gu Xingyin looked at his rare appearance. She thought for a moment and had an idea. Little Crane, are you willing to play a game with me? Chapter 1398. Qiao Zhihe's eyes widened as he looked at the scenery below him. This was a beauty he had never imagined. If someone used a telescope to take a picture of the sky at this time, they might be able to see a little boy floating in the sky in a strange posture, looking at the scenery below. It was like a dream. Xiao Zhihe still remembered that after Sister Death asked that question, he did not hesitate to put his hand in her gloved palm. Then, he noticed that he was being carried and left the ground. Yes, leave. He looked up and could only see the darkness under the heavy hood. When he looked up a little higher, he could see the beautiful black wings behind Sister Death. He was now in the sky. Every little boy would have a dream about flying when he was young. This was different from sitting on a plane. It was not sitting in a closed cabin, but standing in the air. He could reach out his hand and feel the wind gently caressing his body. He could also look down and see the lights of thousands of homes below him. Xiao Zhihe's face was full of amazement. Gu Xingyin looked at him softly and asked, "Do you feel better now?" Xiao Zhihe nodded vigorously. He was so excited that his heart was about to jump out. Gu Xingyin took him and slowly soared in the sky. They flew for almost 2 hours. Xiao Zhihe never knew that the city he lived in looked like this from above. In the end, the child was sent home by Gu Xingyin. Facing the little prince's eyes, Gu Xingyin ruthlessly refused him, "You should sleep now. Otherwise, Mom and Dad will scold you when they see your dark circles tomorrow." Well, hearing the unquestionable tone in Sister Death's voice, Xiao Zhihe could only obediently nod. Then, he heard a cold, "good night," by his ear, and the person beside him disappeared. She really is the mysterious Sister Death. Xiao Zhihe thought. The next day, when Mother Qiao opened the door of her son's room, she saw 2 big dark circles. Gu Xingyin did not think of this. After experiencing such an exciting night, how many normal people could sleep? Not to mention the 7-year-old Xiao Zhihe. Xiao Zhihe was worried that he would be scolded by his mother. However, Mrs. Qiao clearly misunderstood. She thought that her son was unable to sleep because he had been taught a lesson last night. For a moment, her heart ached and she blamed herself. She hugged Xiao Zhihe and rubbed his heart. Xiao Zhihe was carried by his mother with a confused look on his face. Clearly, he did not understand the situation at all. But as a man, he had to take responsibility for his mistakes, that was what Sister Death had told him. Therefore, Xiao Zhihe patted her chest and said to her mother that she really knew that she was wrong. She would never do such a dangerous thing again. When Mother Qiao saw that her son still didn't forget to admit his mistake, she felt both bitter and proud. From then on, he doted on his son even more. After playing with Xiao Zhihe for a day, Gu Xingyin returned to the underworld. The system told her that He Qing's next plan was to go skiing in the snowy mountains of Shibua. Anyway, this woman's hobby was always adventurous and exciting. Gu Xingyin was not surprised. The last time she went to see He Qing, she didn't find anything out of the ordinary other than having a lot of merit. She slowly relaxed. Chapter 1399. Gu Xingyin thought that she should stay far away from this woman. Stay far away from her. If He Qing couldn't find her, she couldn't possibly set her sights on her, right? He Qing went skiing. With her financial resources, she naturally booked the entire place. Gu Xingyin tried it. She used a small trick to cause a slight avalanche. She just wanted to see just how good He Qing's life was. The result didn't disappoint her at all. If an ordinary person encountered that avalanche, the chances of dying would be more than 80%. However, He Qing didn't even suffer a fracture. It was because of the cold that she caught a small cold. She didn't even have a fever. She could be fine after drinking a cup of water and taking a pill. Gu Xingyin, on the other hand, felt a sense of oppression from the unseen world. This was a warning from the heavenly Tao. As the god of death, she just had to do her job well. She smiled bitterly. In the end, she gave up on the idea of doing something in the dark. In terms of duties, Gu Xingyin wasn't busy. There were many gods of death like her in the underworld. Each person only needed to be in charge of a specific area. In this case, the workload wasn't huge. Therefore, Sometimes, she might have to guide many people in a day. Sometimes, no one died for several days. Sometimes, Xiao Zhihe would call for her. If she was free, she would go and see her little prince. Gu Xingyin had never interacted with her lover like this. She had been his sister, his disciple, his master, and even his nurturer. But she had never appeared in his life as an idol-like existence like now. To the current Xiao Zhihe, Sister Death was a mysterious and intimate god. She was very powerful and knew many things that he couldn't even imagine. Although she looked cold, she would try her best to satisfy his every request. Xiao Zhihe felt that Sister Death was much more powerful than those so-called superheroes in the movies. However, she seemed to be very busy and only had time to visit him occasionally. Xiao Zhihe had once asked if Sister Death was busy saving the world like the superheroes in the movies. His words almost made Gu Xingyin laugh. Her tone was as cold as ever. Little Crane, you can go look for some information. We Grim Reapers are not heroes. We are the exact opposite of the popular superheroes. Humans hate Grim Reapers the most. Because our appearance can only mean death. She didn't say much, but the little Xiao Zhihe remembered her words in his heart. When he grew up and learned to think independently, he slowly searched for information about the Grim Reaper. This information also allowed him to understand his big sister Death better. The Grim Reaper was a deity of the underworld. They wore black cloaks and black gloves. Their entire bodies were shrouded in darkness. No one could see their faces. The black scythe was a divine weapon for harvesting souls. Their appearance represented death. Those who could see the Grim Reaper were all souls that were about to enter the underworld. Xiao Zhihe started to feel a little puzzled when he read to the end. All the information stated that mortals could not see the Grim Reaper. Only those who were about to die could see it. But he could see Sister Death all the time. Chapter 1400. If only someone who was about to die could see Sister Death, then he had been dead for many years. Xiao Zhihe shook his head and didn't take it seriously. He was vaguely curious about another matter. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. This year, Xiao Zhihe was 14 years old and had reached the age of first awakening of love. This year, He Qing was 28 years old and was still playing around in the human world. Gu Xingyin had been in this world for 7 years. She had completely adapted to today's life. While paying attention to He Qing's movements, she would occasionally visit Xiao Zhihe. Most of the time, she was bringing the souls of the dead back and forth between the worlds of the living and the dead. The system couldn't help but sigh, this was really the most dedicated world for the host. Wasn't it dedication? Gu Xingyin had completed the work of the death god perfectly. But Gu Xingyin actually felt stifled. Sometimes, when she looked at He Qing, she wished she could kill her with her own hands. This woman, if not for her great fortune in her previous life, she would have died countless times in this life. She had no morals at all. Gu Xingyin stayed by her side and watched as she forced the handsome young men she fancied to submit to her. He watched as her private life was messy, and he watched as she did some shady things in private. She even injected drugs into an innocent person with her own hands. She couldn't stop it, because the death god couldn't care about the affairs of the human world. She had tried many times to send the evidence to the police. The evidence was enough to send anyone to prison for 8 to 10 years. But it was useless. When the evidence was sent to the police, it either became a stack of white paper with nothing on it, or it became fake. Gu Xingyin then knew that He Qing really couldn't be brought down in this life. She unscrupulously enjoyed the good fortune left behind by her previous life, and in the next life, she had to bear the sins of this life. Was this fair? It wasn't. But what could Gu Xingyin say? She was just a death god who relied on this world's heavenly axiom to survive. She couldn't get out of this situation. Gu Xingyin sometimes wanted to avoid it, but she couldn't help it. Even if she couldn't do anything, she wanted to watch and remember. There would always be one person who would silently witness all the sins that this woman had committed. He would remember them all. The 14th birthday of the Qiao family's young master was held in the Qiao family's villa. The Qiao family didn't publicize the news, but they knew what they needed to know. He was the only son of the Qiao family's third generation and the future head of the Qiao family. Such an identity was very precious. However, Qiao Zhihe seemed a little absent-minded the entire day. The meticulous Qiao Mu looked at her son and quietly pulled him to the side. "What's wrong, Xiaohe? You seem to have something on your mind." Qiao Zhihe showed a gentle smile. "Mom, you worry too much." "I'm fine." His smile was very clean, like the most dazzling warm sun in early spring. It was said that the young master of the Qiao family had inherited all the advantages of his parents' looks. When he grew up, he would be amazing. Qiao Mu looked at her son and couldn't help but feel proud. After waiting for the banquet to end and the guests to leave, Qiao Zhihe used the excuse that he was tired and wanted to rest. He then returned to his room. Sister Death God is back, right? She would remember her birthday every year.